जमापुर एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ स्ट्रेस, टेंशन, लफड़े, झगड़े सारी वीडियो को जमा करते हैं। तो फुकट शॉट मत लो, सिर्फ देते रहो।
शॉट देते सर पे सीधा जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। क्यों करते ही 5 स्टैक सारी बीड़ी भूल जाते, नुस्ता मचाते भूल जाते, घर के लफड़े जो बता नहीं पाते, खर्चे रोजे बढ़ते जाते, जूते नए लेने हैं पर खुद का कुछ कमा नहीं पाते। मेरे पास सारे खास, मेरे हाथ में नहीं क्लास, है माय ड्रीम्स नहीं है नींद, बस एक काम का बुखार। तुझे चेंज करना कल तो फिर घिस लाला आज, रो मत बीटी लेते टाइम ही ये जो देगा सब जवाब। मेहनत करते रे मत रुकना, नहीं तू करना मत सवाल, फले मीठा पर ये सफर उससे बहुत ही लाजवाब। सारे रास्ते बंद तब कर देगा वो कुछ ना कुछ कमाल, फोकट वास्ते देने वाले लोग तो बहुत ही ये जरूरी, ठोकर खाकर ही तू लेगा सबसे लंबी ये उछाल। बस कर दे लाला झर्रे तेरे बाल, स्ट्रेस को तू भाड़ में डाल, खुश मिल रहा तेरे को खाने को डाल, रख अच्छे विचार, जाना है आखिर में कंधों पे चाल। टेंशन का को ले रहा सीधा भेज जिसको किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। 8 साल का ग्राइंड तब करा शाइन, ट्रेन के खाए तके अबे फ्लाइट एवरी टाइम। टूटा हुआ पीसी पहले लो दे बहुत फ्रेम्स, तभी नहीं गिव अप किया ये पूरा करा मैंने गेम। जितने का था मेरा पीसी अभी उतने का है हेडफोन, नहीं थे नेट के पैसे इंटरनेट पे अब हूँ वेल नोन। घर पे सबको खुशी मिल रहा नहीं चाहिए अननोन है सब, सपने से बड़ा ये सब। गिर गया फिर भी उठ के ट्राई करा बार बार, हर बार रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे लिए तब राम नाम। रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे, करना बहुत तो खाली बच्चन फूक दे रहे, सोच से कल के पर आज ही सोते रहे, सुनते कुछ नहीं खाली बनते बहरे। बोले गए अब टाइम नहीं है रील स्वाइप करने में बिजी, कल करते यार आज में वाइब नहीं है, मिलेंगे ऐसे सोचिए बोलने झूठ अपने आप से। तू सिर्फ डर अपने बाप से, बाकी दूर कर दिमाग से, और अगर आप फ्री टिकट किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार।
अरे तेरा वैलेंटाइन की टट्टी, व्हाट्स अप व्हाट्स अप। पूरे ऑरा की वाटी लगाने के लिए तुले सब लोग हैं, पूरे ऑरा की वाट लगा दो। अच्छा गावत, वेलकम बैक टू अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम एवरीवन, व्हाट इज अप। स्वागत है आप सभी का एक और नए लाइव स्ट्रीम में। वेलकम बैक टू द वैलोरेंट वॉच पार्टी। टुडे इज द ग्रैंड फिनाले डे। तो ग्रैंड फिनाले का ड्रिप कैसा है चैट? ग्रैंड फिनाले ड्रिप कैसा है? मे बी कल अपन कुछ दोपहर में कुछ और पहने, बट इज द ग्रैंड फिनाले ड्रिप ब्रो। इंडोनेशिया में मेरे को ये मिला था, इज द ग्रैंड फिनाले ड्रिप। कैसा? -10/10 हगरे। Also chat, if you guys don't know, अगर आप लोगों ने मेरी इंस्टा स्टोरी नहीं देखी तो मैं आप लोगों को एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण चीज बताना चाहूंगा कि ये जो स्ट्रीम हो रही है, ये हो रही है एक डुअल पीसी स्ट्रीम। डब्ल्यूज इन दी चैट। ये मेरी पहली डुअल पीसी स्ट्रीम है चैट, ये मेरी पहली डुअल पीसी स्ट्रीम है। I'm mad excited, I'm mad excited and I'm mad nervous कि भाई कुछ हो ना जाए स्ट्रीम को बीच में ही। I'm super nervous कि स्ट्रीम को बीच में ही कुछ ना हो जाए। अब अपना जो पीसी बीच में ही बंद हो जाता था, अगर क्रैश हो जाता था कोई हाई एंड गेम खेलने पे, तो वो सारी चीजें नहीं होंगी। क्योंकि अभी सारा जो स्ट्रीमिंग का भार है वो एक दूसरे पीसी पे है। तो डब्ल्यूज हो जाए चैट में, डब्ल्यूज हो जाए उस चीज के लिए। लेट्स फ्रिकिंग गो। तो ये सब चीजों के चलते मैं नींद थोड़ी सी कम लिया हूँ, लेकिन लिया हूँ। तो आज पूरा दिन मैं वही सेटअप कर रहा था, स्ट्रीम किया, फिर ये सेटअप कर रहा हूँ, फिर खाना खा रहा हूँ, फिर ये सेटअप कर रहा हूँ, फिर फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, फिर ये सेटअप कर रहा हूँ। तो आज मैंने कंप्लीट ये सेटअप किया है भाई लोग, क्योंकि आई वॉज एक्साइटेड। मैंने एलगाटो खरीदा उसके लिए। सो या लेट्स फ्रिकिंग गो भाई। कुछ क्वालिटी में डिफरेंस लग रहा है कि वैसा ही लग रहा है, आवाज वगैरह सही लग रहा है? थंबनेल लुकिंग डोप, थैंक यू सो मच। आज के लाइव स्ट्रीम में बनाया है। 1 बजे सो के 3 बजे कैसे उठ गया? मैं एक्चुअली 2 बजे सोया आई गेस, क्योंकि 1 बजे सोने के बाद मैं अपना ओबीएस ठीक कर रहा था। एवरीथिंग सीम्स फाइन। ओके कूल। लेट मी चेक। लैपटॉप का जो आवाज है ना बहुत हैवी आता है भाई, मतलब उसके फैन घूमने लग जाते हैं मजबूत। पर ठीक है, ऐसा एनकोडिंग ओवरलोडेड वगैरह कुछ नहीं है, एंड इतने हैवी आवाज तो नहीं आ रहा है। आवाज हल्का लो हो गया है? नहीं भाई, बहुत ज्यादा तो लग रहा है आवाज। आवाज ज्यादा तो है भाई, बराबर है आवाज। दिस लाइव इज लीकिंग क्वालिटी लाइक डैम। लीकिंग क्वालिटी क्या होता है भाई? भूख नहीं लगी क्या? नहीं भाई। आज क्या खाया? आज हम लोग ने क्या खाया यार? आज घर पे क्या बना था भाई? वो सब छोड़ो, तुम लोग को मालूम मैं अभी है ना अपने डेस्क पे 2 कीबोर्ड्स यूज कर रहा हूँ। एक कीबोर्ड अपना ये करने के लिए, ये सब ओंगरे ओंगरे चिंगरे मोंगरे ये सब करने के लिए कर रहा हूँ, और एक मेरे गेमिंग कीबोर्ड के लिए मैं अपना हंट्समैन मिनी यूज कर रहा हूँ, चिंटू क्लासा। ये अभी मैं अपने गेमिंग के लिए यूज करूंगा, और बाकी अपना स्ट्रीम डेक तो अपने पास है नहीं, क्योंकि हम लोग जुगाड़ कर रहे हैं। तो मैंने इसलिए ये अपना जो पुराना कीबोर्ड था ब्लैक विडो V4, पुराना नहीं 20,000 का कीबोर्ड है, मस्करी नहीं, ये कीबोर्ड में एज अ स्ट्रीम डेक यूज कर रहा हूँ। दिमाग बोलते, चड़ी खोलते, स्लिप डिप्राइव्ड रह के मसल गेन नहीं होगा भाई। मैंने ना अपना टी शर्ट निकाला और आरसी में देखा बहुत टाइम बाद, भाई कॉलर बोन क्या दिख रहा है, ट्रैप्स क्या दिख रहा है यार। वो एक होता है ना बिगिनर्स गेन्स, वो दिख रहे भाई साहब। अरे गलती से कभी कभी दब जाएगा कुछ भी, तो सॉरी फॉर दैट। क्योंकि अभी नया नया है ना, तो कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है कि ये वाले पीसी का कीबोर्ड कौन सा है और वो वाले पीसी का कीबोर्ड कौन सा है, वो थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन है।
Narrates my MVP for the vibes today.
Awesome.
And there you could see, the faith in Narrate that he has there. Now, you're probably wondering, what the hell's going on, GB? And don't worry, I got you covered. Because in less than 2 weeks, these two teams are going to take the stage in Bangkok, Thailand, for the first Global of 2025. And I figured that's as good of an excuse as any to eat some Thai food. Really, we had money in the budget, so I figured, why not? Let's put a huge order.
I'm so fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great vegetarian option.
Is there anything else, or are we just going to eat food?
Well, look, here's the deal. All right, we're going to try 3 dishes, and the spice level will increase along the way. And
क्या कर रहे भाई ये लोग?
why don't we do
और ये क्वालिटी इतनी टट्टी क्यों है?
the 8 teams heading to Masters
भाई
Bangkok?
2 रुपए की क्वालिटी तुम्हारी।
Because I've been working
You
this
know what?
shift.
I really
I
don't
feel like
care.
that's critical information.
I think I'm good. I don't really care.
चट क्वालिटी लो आ रही है क्या? अपनी स्ट्रीम बराबर चल रही है ना? अपनी स्ट्रीम बराबर चल रही है क्या बताओ?
Tres will be the green
ओ ये लोग
curry.
क्या खा रहे
Okay,
बे?
so here we go. We got the tofu
peanut
skewers with the peanut
Honest
sauce.
food.
भाई ये सब
And you
क्या
got
खा रहे हैं ये
garlic
लोग?
as well. So don't forget that. Where's
अरे
the,
माँ
where's the
कसम,
pen? Oh my
भाई
gosh.
क्या
The
दिख
pen
रहा है
is
ये?
missing, everyone. It's okay. Next time.
That's honest, good,
take
simple.
over, GB?
G2, 1.
G2 1? Okay,
Yeah.
so G2 number
Really?
1. That's what you're going with?
For
G2
real.
number 1.
So I
ये
watched
क्या खा रहे हैं ये लोग
I
chat?
watched America because it's not biased. I think they're the cleanest
Chat,
team.
ये लोग क्या खा रहे हैं? भाई, क्या
right
भारी
now.
लग रहा ना?
Absolutely on point all their games. One
Biased.
of the best meta reads. Shut up. Give me vitality.
Bias. Okay. All right, you want vitality.
And they've got to be
क्या
number 2.
भारी लग रहा है? थाई फूड है ये?
Will I eat?
टोफू वीफू है क्या ये? अरे टोफू वीफू मेरे को इतना नहीं पसंद आता भाई।
From there, number 3, EDG. Get him in
भाई
there.
क्या खा रही है भाई ये? अभी मेरे को भूख लग रहा है बनता है।
But I think number 3 is
They
fine.
had such a big
ओ शिट,
fall
ब्रांड्स
in the
ऑन है भाई,
group stage,
ब्रांड्स
and
ऑन
then
नहीं
they
रहने
came back
चाहिए।
to us.
EDG.
ब्रांड स्ट्रीम नहीं है।
All right.
Freeing and Hyunmin, they're goated.
No,
DRX.
I will not stand for DRX number 3.
Yeah, you-
I watched
Wait,
the
DRX number 3, DRX number 4?
Right.
Lower.
Where?
I mean 4. Sorry, 4.
4.
5, 6,
5. Okay.
No, they're in 4.
Oh my god.
दिखा
they're
स्ट्रीम
four?
पे दिखा कैसा दिख रहा है
That was
क्या?
actually a little spicy.
Okay.
टोफू मेरे को नहीं पसंद यार।
I don't need it. I don't need it. Another
This is
team.
good.
Green curry.
Sentinels. I think Sen are like 4 or 5.
भाई इतना घाई में क्यों खा रहे हैं? आराम से खाओ ना भाई।
If you feel strongly about DRX,
मिमी जी, आराम
if
से
you feel
खाओ।
strongly about
मिमी
DRX,
जी।
whatever. You can put Sen.
मिमी जी,
above.
आराम
Sen's
से
pretty
खाओ
good.
यार।
They're an upset team. They could go on a run. It's going to be tough though.
Okay.
Who's the next team?
You guys are just
अच्छा ये स्पाइसी फूड है शायद, ऐसा कुछ तो है।
food for me, and then they're eating the damn food.
Mm, spice.
All right, what's
wait,
number
that's
6?
Bro, what are they doing, chat?
Team Liquid and T1.
Trace is legitimately really good.
Trace.
I
Okay,
think
so
Trace is 6.
you're putting Trace in 6. Okay. Are they 6th place good, or are they like
Could be better.
could be better?
T1 have to be 7th.
भाई मिमी तो आराम से खा रही है। ये क्या स्पाइसी फूड है? एक्सक्यूज मी।
They're not going to. I'm not going to lie. I think Trace could be better than DRX.
So then
that
that-
one's actually spicy.
So then are we putting Team Liquid over here?
Yeah.
यड़ भग गई है, मिमी की यड़ भग
You
गई।
can't have mud without liquid. And I don't know how they made it. I don't know how they made it. I was on my hater arc after seeing the stage on. It was bad.
Yeah,
But they made it. They
भाई लाल हो गई पूरी भाई।
Oh, that's. I'm like
wait.
tearing up.
Actually.
Oh, wait, Liquid beat
Liquid
them
They
today.
beat them.
I know. That's my point. Where are they?
Trace is
Why are they not
underrated.
here?
DRX might be overrated.
I think this segment worked out really
Bro,
well.
what is happening? क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग? अच्छा सुनो सेटअप डुअल पीसी वाला दिखाना या स्टोरी ही दिखा दे, इंस्टा लॉगिन करनी पड़ेगी। हाँ रुक दिखा दो।
Kickoff
कोई तो आया इधर
finals,
मिलने
and
के
I
लिए
wanted to
इसको।
stop and see what a few of the fans had to say about who might win today. Who do you got going home with the W?
Oh, it's G2, easy clap. Easy.
Okay.
Facts,
G2, who you
facts,
got?
facts.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've gotten my heart broken 3 times. I think my sign says everything. I got G2 today.
All right, let's see what else they're saying.
G2.
अरे काय नाव त्याचं आपला ग्रिम
100% send. Let's go.
I'm also send 100%.
100% for Sen.
I'm gonna go G2. I'm going for send. G2!
I want Sentinels, but it's probably G2. I have no idea.
ये क्या, ये दीदी बहुत
Sentinels!
G2.
G2! G2!
Sentinels!
Sentinels.
Our fans are loving it.
ओ भाई क्या डेंजर है भाई। स्टोर में वैंडल दी आ रहा, एक वीक से जादू कर दे। आपको उपवास रखना पड़ेगा, हैवी वाला उपवास रखना पड़ेगा। सुबह उठ के आप टट्टी करने जाने से पहले आपको 1 गिलास दूध पीना होगा, और उसके बाद में आपको टट्टी का बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर आएगा, तो आपको टट्टी रुका के रखनी है आधे घंटे तक। ऐसा उपवास का ये प्रोसेस है। एंड फिर उसके बाद में आपको दोपहर में कुछ नहीं खाना है। दूसरे दिन आप देखोगे आपके स्टोर में वैंडल आई होगी। आई फॉलोड दिस फॉर रिकॉन फैंटम एंड इट वर्क। 3-0 कर दिया लिक्विड को। हाँ ना बनता है चैट। अच्छा हर्षिव चावला, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द स्पॉन्सर भाई। वेलकम टू द पाव गैंग। अरे अलर्ट्स नहीं दिख रहे ना चैट, अलर्ट्स नहीं आए ना। रुको, अलर्ट बॉक्स अपने को ऑन करना पड़ेगा शायद। अलर्ट्स नहीं दिखे ना, ये सेकंड पीसी की वजह से अलर्ट्स क्यों नहीं दिखे? Thank you so much, Frictive for the 40 and Harshiv for the sponsor. Welcome to the Power Gang. वो भी आया अलर्ट, लेकिन आवाज आ रहा है। विलनची नागिन निकाली, उसका आवाज आया तुम लोगों को, मेरे को नहीं आया। रुको, ये कुछ तो लफड़ा रहेगा, ये कुछ तो लफड़ा है। ओ हाँ, अब भी आएगा मुझे आवाज, रुको एक बार वापस ट्राई करते हैं। तुम लोगों को आया ना, मुझे नहीं आया वो। रुको रुको रुको, हाँ अभी आया मेरे को, अभी आया भाई। मैं सीख गया, डुअल पीसी सीख गया। टच वुड, कुछ गलती ना हो प्लीज। चलो अभी मैं तुम लोगों को दिखाता हूँ मेरा सेटअप डुअल पीसी वाला। अगर तुम लोग मेरे को ओ शिट, ओबीएस गलती से चालू कर दिया था मैंने ये पीसी पे। व्हाट आर दे डूइंग? हाँ मैं अभी अपना सेटअप दिखा रहा हूँ तुम लोगों को। मैंने जो डुअल पीसी सेटअप किया है आज पूरे दिन बिना सोए, माँ कसम बहुत ट्राई हार्ड किया हूँ मैं। तो मेरे इंस्टाग्राम पे अगर तुम लोग फॉलो नहीं करते तो अब भी फॉलो कर लो। व्हाट, ये लाइन कितनी अजीब लग रही है, ये क्या हुआ है मेरे को? छी, बेकार दाढ़ी। एनीवेज वॉच दिस। बीस्ट को यूज कर रहा हूं, पहली बार मैं ड्यूअल पीसी सेटअप कर रहा हूं। इस बीस्ट को यूज कर रहा हूं मैं, आरओजी का प्यारा लैपटॉप 4080 है बाय द वे इसमें। तो इसमें मैंने सेटअप किया है, अभी जस्ट खत्म हुआ है सब कुछ। अभी मैं फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम करूंगा। नीचे पूरा मेरे 2 कीबोर्ड देखा, नीचे वायरिंग देखा मेरा, ओपी वायरिंग इन द चैट रखे। ये अभी गेमिंग के लिए यूज करूंगा। और अपना स्ट्रीम डेक मेरे को लेने का ये देखा ये माँ कसम 22,000 का लेना पड़ेगा अगर लेना है तो इसलिए अपन ये देखो इजी भाई, ये मेरा स्ट्रीम डेक। और इधर डायरेक्ट स्विच टीम पॉम। ओके आ जाओ। ओपी वायरिंग अभी अपन करेंगे। वायरिंग जब अपने जो स्ट्रीम्स है ना ये हो जाएंगे ना तो अपन वायरिंग करेंगे। अभी प्लीज एक्सप्लेन मी दिस।
And you heard Riv say it, last year's kickoff champions looking to defend their crown here at the kickoff grand finals again. And I gotta say, quite impressive of Sentinels to be able to make
भाई
two grand
चैट देखो अपनी मेंबर ट्रेन हो रही है, मेंबर ट्रेन ओपी इन द चैट। प्रिक्टिव थैंक यू सो मच, राघव थैंक यू सो मच, डमन थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द स्पॉन्सर।
But in that lower bracket game against MIBR,
Thank you so much, Damon, Raghav, and Prictive for the sponsor. Welcome to the Power Gang.
Zeus has stepped up big time. Narrate coming alive back on the fade as well. And they're in a position now to try and upset G2 and get their revenge.
It is an uphill battle going up against the team that hasn't lost a map yet, hasn't had to reveal their entire map pool. Yeah, and you already got crushed by them. Dismantled.
Ooh, okay. Well, we got Split, Pearl, Abyss, and if necessary, we'll finally see some Fracture and then Haven to close it out.
So we're starting off with something new for G2. They've not shown their split yet. Sen have shown it 3 times, most recently beating MIBR. So clearly seeing some gap there and having the opportunity to put Sen into this game absolutely blind.
If we do go the distance to all 5 maps, we're going to see everything that G2 hasn't played yet, which is pretty cool. Bold choice to pick that split first. They have the tape on Sen, and Sen have literally no idea what they're going to be running. Maybe they bring in the chamber like we saw EG have with Ye on this map.
Yeah.
Maybe Leaf continues to play that role.
So many options.
Or he's on the Viper. They have options like you said.
Lock in.
The flexibility of the players.
Lock in.
especially
Let's freaking go.
is huge, but also
Let's
they
freaking
seem to
go,
have been
bro.
the defining team in the meta. When we talked to Valor,
चैट
he said,
मैं
you know, like,
मजाक
other
से
teams
हट के
are
बोल रहा हूँ यार।
behind
आई
them,
नो मैं
taking
50
their
बार
own.
अभी चीज ये बोल रहा हूँ तुम लोगों को। भाई अभी मैंने गलती से, हाँ मैं 50 बार बोल रहा हूँ ये चीज, लेकिन भाई मेरे को है ना बहुत प्रोफेशनल स्ट्रीमर वाला वाइब आ रहा है। मैं 2 पीसी संभाल रहा हूँ ना एक साथ, तो मेरे को बहुत प्रोफेशनल स्ट्रीमर वाला वाइब आ रहा है। ऐसा लग रहा है आज मैं स्ट्रीमर बन गया हूँ, एक फुल टाइम स्ट्रीमर। 2 पीसी लेके बैठा हूँ मैं, 2 पीसी। इंसान को एक पीसी नहीं मिलता, मैं 2 पीसी लेके बैठा हूँ, 2 पीसी पे साथ में काम कर रहा हूँ। OP.
Time to put it all together.
Which was why I was shocked when John Q2
Proud of you,
wanted to
Husband.
just go
Love you,
full
yaar.
investment
Hey,
into
Waka.
it.
I loved that idea from Sentinels and G2 as well. They don't want to be stuck in the past, playing the same stuff they have been before. They want to find the read on the meta that is going to put them
Final
ahead
Blazer? It's a
of
final
other
day,
teams.
bro. We
And I
got the
think
drip.
that's
We got
kind
the
of stuff
drip,
that's
bro.
gonna
It's
win you
finals.
games at international events. Americas has been the most Teo-pilled region. We've been playing so much Teo.
जगम्बो बजाएगा आज भाई, मेरे को देखना है bro. What's up today?
Going into Bangkok.
And in the case
आज
of
भाई
these
कैसे हो,
two
नींद हुआ?
squads,
सोया ही नहीं हूँ मैं ढंग से भाई।
Yoru, they have relied on that duelist to make a lot of space to nullify.
कोई award नहीं है,
the Taeho
finals का
on the
है,
opposite
finals का
side
award
by
है।
Drawing out util, being able to teleport away, jaw on
कोई
that
chat,
gen,
मुझे
no
बताओ,
surprise. And Sen, Yoru as well.
Yeah, it's nearly a mirror
क्या map है ये?
mode matchup here.
Wow.
The only
अच्छा
difference
सुनो ना,
Bang
मेरे को ये
Lock
बताओ
and
chat
Omen,
कि
the Astra, the biggest strengths there is the
you
line
guys
control from
want
Paranoia.
this?
You two are going to have a lot of tools in trap plays with all of the Breach util, the Astra
आ रहा
util,
क्यों नहीं है?
the KO util. I'm so excited to see what they have.
वो आ रहा नहीं है,
Games
रुको वटा
Arena,
वटा
it's now time for the grand
Riot
finals.
Games
Here we
Arena.
go. Just go ahead and send it over to your casters. A couple of fellow
आ रहा नहीं है बे?
esports geriatrics, my good friends. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, feeling like it at this point, honestly. Just aged and jaded with time is what apparently happens to you at esports. It's the grand finals of the American
Okay, नहीं आ रहा है, बताओ. Chat box on कर रहा है, करने का try कर रहा था मैं.
One team, they are looking for that title that's constantly eluded them. It's been 2 chances for G2 last year.
Okay, तो एक और चीज कि obviously अभी आज का अपना 1000 बार बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन वापस एक बारी कि पहला डुअल पीसी स्ट्रीम है, तो अगर मेरा आवाज ज्यादा आ रहा है, गेम का आवाज कम आ रहा है, कमेंटेटर्स और गेम का तुम लोग नहीं कंपेयर कर सकते. अगर पीस मतलब डेस्कटॉप ऑडियो ज्यादा आ रहा है, मेरा आवाज ज्यादा आ रहा है, तो बताना जरूर, ठीक है? Let's freaking go, bro. Let's freaking go.
With those Samsung SSDs, and we are into it with our grand final, a trophy on the line. And as you said, that is going to mean
गेम वॉल्यूम में नहीं बढ़ा सकता, ठीक है? ओए ये क्या UI दिखा बे? कुछ तो अलग सा UI दिखा अभी.
Fault line, salvos, all going to be combined, and it gets Jorgo that space deep up mid.
Let's go, bro.
Push them up in that forward
भाई क्या
spot.
दिख रहा हूँ ना आज में?
Slow going for now.
And we
Hello,
haven't
Lenny.
seen this composition have a mirror
ओए
match.
छी पटेली.
G2 have not shown
सब आ रही
it.
है.
But when other teams have tried to defend against this comp, when Sen are on the attack side, it is tough to hold space. There's so
कैमरा
much
स्क्रीन में
utility
गैप है,
pressure
हाँ वो
coming
अच्छा लग
towards
रहा है.
you. And Leaf gets tucked up, inserted really deep. Do they go for a re-clear?
Looks like they want to, but there's a gap in the wall, and Leaf already ahead of it. Flash
ये
trying
twerk
to
कर रहा
ready
है.
into the hands of Zekken, but he's
Zekken
none the
twerk कर
wiser.
रहा है.
It's gonna be just
hell
avoiding it
nah.
completely.
Hell
And
nah,
Leaf,
bro.
Potential to do the damage with the backstabber curve.
Bro,
Leaf
Leaf का क्या position था वो? Was that calculated?
And out of sight is next for the taking. John QT.
Was that calculated, bro?
He's going to anchor this one. He's going to be tested momentarily. Pushed
Good.
up onto the corner. Shots are landing for him though, but
Come on.
his allies
Come
being
on.
whittled away in the background.
वो भाई रिंगा रोसेस हो रहा है.
Around into the smoke.
Nah.
So in that
Smoke
chaos,
fade.
G2 are very aware of it, waiting for that
Billa
smoke to
gameplay.
fade.
Billa gameplay. He
Taking the
got
fight
2.
together.
Let's freaking go.
Moving it into that 2v1.
भाई लोग ने गेम साउंड बहुत कम रखा है.
Snakebite forces it
Nice.
forward. Zelsis earns himself that 1v1. It's clever positioning, but now it's about the timing. Swinging around, Jorgamo holding his ground. A tap as well. Wide! And a right click.
ए भाई अरे डिफ्यूज. ए बड़ा. ए बड़ा.
It's
अरे
individual play from Sen that gets
ए
the
बड़ा
job done.
डिफ्यूज.
Masterpiece. John Cutie comes out with genuine cinema in the pistol round.
पहला राउंड है भाई.
Those shots to be able to
अरे
make
वो लोग
it
भड़क जाएंगे ना
somewhat
तो बहुत
winnable for
मारेंगे.
Celsius, but it was still so tough. The G2 players at all times were trying to double up.
ए भाई वो लोग
and
बहुत
offer
मारते
Sen
हैं
no
यार.
opportunities
अभी
to
मत
take
उड़ी
1v1s.
खड़े रहे. अच्छा गावा
John
तब भी
still
उड़ी
managed to
मार
get
रहा
a
है यार.
couple, and Celsius separates them with a perfect snakebite placement. That's a Red Bull clutch that carries on the momentum and the excellent
खेला
gameplay
लेकिन
that
ना
we
बाकी
saw in
भारी
the
खेला
last
भारी
match
खेला.
from Celsius.
Full
He
support.
was untouchable at the beginning of the series against MIBR. Gets him on his feet early, pumped up, and that energy is going to help Sen.
यड़ भगाएंगे गेम प्ले. यड़ भगाएंगे गेम प्ले ऑलरेडी भाई.
It is an uphill climb.
It's so damn difficult. Best of fives in this fashion when G2 have that top seed advantage. They were almost perfect coming through the uppers. I mean, they didn't drop a map. Got to be careful though with his composition. That's a judge at that kind of range. And the salvos gonna add some necessary defense. Bit more firepower. The spikes drop down into the middle of nowhere. Flash and a TP. Full commitment by Jordan. Risks.
भाई क्राउड क्या है आज?
Still Sen only dropping the one
आज
player.
क्राउड देख रहे हो भाई? आज ओपी क्राउड है. आज है क्राउड.
It's almost impossible to hold B Heaven against this composition. Again, we haven't seen it with G2 on the attack side, but when Sen are attacking, you're running into Breach, Omen Paranoia. I mean, it's going to be Astra Stuns on the other side here, but you see how Zelsis had, what, like one tiny area that he
नहीं
could
touch
play and
मारेगा.
still
I
got
hope, bro.
stunned.
I
It
hope
looked
he
so
pops off.
comfortable. And yet
I
he
hope
got
he
the job
pops off.
done. Arguably because
अभी
G2
अभी
were
एक्चुअल
only
गेम
on
प्ले
the
चलेगा ना
pistols.
चैट. अभी गेम प्ले चलेगा.
doesn't
अभी तो लिजिट गेम प्ले चलेगा.
It'll get the job done. He's up to 5-0.
Whoa.
Bit of spam. Jorg taking a chip damage. Almost taking him out, but he's...
Abhi buy round hai inka.
With that ramp control, pushed up, the right jump spot. He's hoping and hunting for a bit of information to know if G2 have actually taken it.
And this is very similar to pistol round macro.
Refight.
Jorg has to get out. That was the same position that Leaf tucked himself into on the pistol round and got rewarded after Sen went for a reclear. This time, Sen not putting bodies on the line in the reclear, but using util instead and regaining presence information in a ramp. This is a spot where G2 often like to move to the opposite side, whereas instead here, they're grouping up for a hit onto A.
I'm just going to go for it now. Going to be sending forward to that util. That's a good drone. Suppression across the board.
Spam mein mara?
Spam into the smokes.
Excuse me?
Yeah, unlucky for Narrate, but
Walya?
defensive, understanding that the flood could come through.
Walya bhai ne spam karke mara hai.
Already though from G2. They didn't
Jagumbo getting the plant. He needs one off for his ult now.
Drone from Trent that it was completely empty, playing for the retake, and now they have Jonapi with Leaf ready to stop this.
दो जन main खेल रहे. Breach और Viper main खेलते हैं. Usually Breach और Astra main खेलते हैं.
Makes it awkward. Splash that's about to occur.
Clean.
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 Clone's going to be tagging and taking a couple of the bullets here. G2 just trying to force and fight their way out of this tricky spot.
John Cutie, come on. Come on. एक मार दे John Cutie, बस हो गया. एक मार दे, एक. एक, at least एक.
It's a 1v3 with time ticking against him.
Good.
Offering themselves up, but at this point, a little bit too late to go for the
कोई बात नहीं है. Let's go.
Survive 2 rifles in their hands. And a couple of ults as well.
Dipanjan, thank you for the 40. क्या ले और भाई prediction क्या है आज के? आज के prediction मेरे calculation के हिसाब से. अरे ये crowd का आवाज इतना कौन बढ़ाया भाई? आज के prediction मेरे calculation के हिसाब से दीपांजन जी.
Picking up a stinger into this next round.
Wow, good stun.
G2 are excited to play today as well.
We're going 5 maps. We're going 5 maps, 100%.
Though. So definitely a potential for him to come out of the dimensional drift and get a free pick with that light weaponry.
Gone for a B split.
Did he clear Zekken? I'm not sure Zekken even knows.
Might have missed it, but he's going to be pumping in that chaos destruction.
Nice stun. Nice trade.
The action, and
Celsius, my goal.
Stepped up to that challenge. Regardless, still, it's too much for him to overcome. Double faced up there by the G2 players, and side controllers garnered.
Picture perfect entry from G2 though. That's how you're supposed to use the Euro. Well, all the pressure's on Sen now.
Well, इनका plant पे ult मिल जाएगा. Okay.
Speaking of Biden and Dami second, he's offloading
1v1.
it into him, leaving it to the 1v1 though. Spike out into the open and GT. He was
Get up, stand up, bro.
Dude, this is different from Sen today. You see Sentinels on this stage prior to their match against MIBR,
Sentinels
like
that we know, bro. This is the Sen we know, bro. Let's freaking go.
All at the same time.
Bro,
Zekken. Trent and Valen on the entry. And John has been playing great ever since the pistol. Those ghost kills he got. He's also winning clutches.
Chat, 0 kill पे कौन है?
In order to beat G2 today,
0 kill पे कौन है chat? लेकिन मेरे को एक डर लग रहा है कि है ना भाई ये लोग बाय कर रहे हैं already और ये लोग का काम 25 ना हो जाए भाई.
The form they're bringing to the game is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's not like that was a bad round from G2. They had all the util followed up off Jorg's ultimate perfectly. Here's that util pressure into B heaven. Makes it difficult for Celsius to hold there.
कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है बैंक भाई आप स्मोक दो.
Jump spot. Sees the heads.
क्या बात
है. They choose to take the fight towards it. Pushing forward.
दोपहर की कुछ लफड़े का अपडेट नहीं ना. अभी वो लोग गायब हो गए. No lafda update. Good.
Still heaven needs to be regained.
Oh, he's alive. Nice.
More util where that came from.
Nice.
On every single
nice. 4-1. Let's go. Bro, where is this guy Clutch Gaming YT? Huh? Where is this guy Clutch Gaming YT chat?
Finds no results.
Where's that guy?
Zekken's got his ult to be able to play some kind of retake style here. Zelsis, we saw him ult a lot in mid. In previous matches where he's played on split.
मत चिल्ला भाई.
There's no Euro ult on the other side to try to apply pressure through that. There is Armageddon. It's possible that throwing out a Viper pit in this next round could be a little bit of a trap. Let's have a look at what he goes for early on here. Yep, he goes for the pit. All right, do they have a good game plan for taking space? Teo drone, stun.
Yep. They're throwing the kitchen sink at him at this point.
Good.
Dominate that position once more. Steps into the pit. And it's a blight onto the map, but not for Zelsis.
It was only Jonah P that actually scaled through mid.
Losing that though, it's a bit whiffy straight
कोई
through
बात
the
नहीं,
wall.
कोई बात
Armageddon's going to be offloaded anyway. On top of that with a Cosmic Divide.
3 ults है.
Use everything at your disposal. G2.
सेन पे 3 ults है. ये प्लान थोड़ा सा डायबॉलिकल है. साइड पे खेलने वाले वो लोग.
This is going to be a very tough post plan. You're holding on against Yoruworld. Second sees everybody, and John has his ult. They need to rely on Jorg finding a good timing through the pit in mid, and Zelsis has got the watch on.
Decade, it's being watched for.
Zelsis को मार दिया वो.
How did Jorg win that?
And with that, thrown into their sides with a TP reposition once more, but the Armageddon is a problem. TP again, step forwards, and John has dealt with him.
Smoke में दो जन.
Problem, Jorg. One less thing to worry about still. This is where it gets tight. Thick and heavy in terms of what's being laid down onto this side. Second side step, happy feet in the process. Snap to the side. A stun connects, and Trent is firing off.
Heavy gameplay. Heavy gameplay, भाई लोग. We need to lock in towards the game, chat. We need to lock in towards the game.
For this side that came through the upper bracket.
We can't stay loose. We can't stay loose, bro.
With an amazing stun lineup.
Gotta lock in.
That, knowing exactly that is going to catch on to.
We gotta lock in, chat.
That's tapping or diffusing.
Yeah, the stun was crazy.
I think Sen can feel pretty comfortable, but this becomes a super important round. G2 need to win it. They're on mostly light armor, but they have the ults to work around.
The money's a bit rough on either side as well.
You can run a fast hit here for G2. Yoruwalt finds people. Jonah P destroys them.
No hard committal from the G2 players. They clear out most of the way towards the site, and Jorg is going to set himself up. Viper's Pit as well. That's going to make it that much more difficult for the retake to occur for Sen.
छोटा चश्मा लाना पड़ेगा एक.
Okay, the retake's going to come
एक
from
थोड़ा
right
छोटा
side
चश्मा
now.
लेके आऊंगा.
And Valen's there. The Teho drone did not clear.
Missed them.
And if you run this retake, you're going to land into the Rolling Thunder. And Sen's economy is not amazing.
नहीं कर दे ult. कर दे भाई 4 जन ult. Oh my. नहीं यार. Okay.
A lot of players going to be collected, stunned up in the process. Second in and through towards the back. Masterful shot, returning with the fire once more, but Narrator's dropped down to help them out. Reinforcements are arriving rapid at that. What is that from Jorgamo? Snaps to the side, still alive. The pit causes chaos, causes confusion. Have onto the defuse.
Ah shit, bro. वो जगम्बू क्या मारा?
Waiting on the sidelines, but knows exactly when to strike.
That's what G2 needed to be able to get back into this game. The money's flipped. Sen and Al, the brokies on the defense side. What was this? What?
ये कुछ भी shot था भाई. ये कुछ भी. That was a diabolical shot, bro.
He's just been cheating all these years.
That was a diabolical shot.
Oh, that's crazy. But it was the ults that ended up winning it there for G2, and a great awareness of Valen's positioning. So now Sen, bad weaponry. They are going into Bang though, as the Guardian, and John
Final chashma.
Gonna be baiting for it.
Holding it up and holding it down. Bang Guardian, straight through the wall. Bullet's not going to be caring about that business.
Trent took damage from that. Actually, Trent and Valen both took damage from that. It's a nice little trap play. Sen are cooking.
It's the opening that they were hoping for, especially
कुछ update नहीं यार weekend by. गायब हो गए वो लोग.
Across the board here for G2.
I mean, you could easily.
Bro, लफड़ा कौन सा बताओ ना? अरे मेरे बिल्डिंग के बाहर लफड़ा चल रहा था, उसकी बात कर रहे हैं.
Super important. Sen don't know it's happened though necessarily, because it was off the back of util damage, so they might not realize these players are as vulnerable as they are. Valen's calling a re-hit onto B, and Sen are still here, lurking, waiting. This looks really bad for G2.
The util being held for both of these teams. It's going to be a clash. The danger mainly here for G2. They can hear it starts being
whoa.
Salvo's clearing the way, but it's going to use
util भाई क्या util?
It's a snake bite.
30 सेकंड बचे. जमापुर की टिकट निकलने वाली है G2 की.
Not shying away from the fight and the action. Paranoia on top of it with the orb.
क्यों किया ये TP ban?
To the back line, maybe just off the TP. Sound cue, something being heard off the back of it. Still
15 seconds.
They're swiveling around all over the place here, and time is running short.
Nice.
Shy of the mark still. Wrapping around, bullets are nailing.
Shit यार दोनों low है.
But players are weak enough that the slightest of breeze is going to be bringing them down to their knees. The 2v2
खुद ही मारा है भाई.
or back up. Popped up. And then he saw the positioning.
Hell
He's
nah.
one of these shots, John.
Hell nah.
Has just ripped it off the heads. And Zels sits alongside him.
The composure from G2 almost sailed them through those stormy waters. But Sen come out on top. Once more, the individual form has got to be praised. It's a 2v2 where the players...
Kaise?
60 health
Nah, bro,
between them.
that was hell nah
It's a
gameplay
different
right there.
Sentinels that have shown up to this game.
That was hell nah gameplay.
And G2
Bro, they are on.
just got themselves
Why
into
John
a better
Cutie
spot.
kya tap?
We were just talking about the fact that with that huge all-round that they got onto A, they've broken the Sentinels' economy. What matters that if you lose then to the eco?
Holy
Zels is, by the
freaking
way,
freak,
utterly
bro.
continuing that momentum from yesterday.
Oh my God.
11-4.
Chat क्या बोलते हैं?
There was no world in which you could have convinced me a week ago that
पूरा
Celsius
setup
would
दिख
be
रहा है
out
guys.
here diffing Leaf. Leaf looked like the best player
इसके
in
वजह से आज
Americas,
सेन जीतेगी chat.
kind of has been looking like that for longer than Zelsis has been having big impact games. We think of Zelsis as the glue guy that keeps Sentinels together.
Yeah. The emotional element that's going to be lifting the team out of tough times, but this is purely in the server in terms of his impact. I mean, he stepped up massively.
Very Zoji
Honestly,
चश्मा.
this time out,
Community
first time we've
post
had to
देख लो यार मेरा.
Yeah. As these compositions, I mean, listen, you look at these, I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be a slow game. Two teams testing, poking, prodding at each other. But there's been no wasted moments from either of them.
Anytime there's a
Brand
Euro
इसका
roll
brand
online,
है.
the attacking team is sending it. And
Brand
then
मेरे को याद नहीं
even
bro.
when they don't have the Euro
वो
online, they have so much attacking initiator
brr
power that they can
brr
take
की
space
कुछ तो.
really quickly. Maybe that means that G2 should be slowing things down a little, trying to bait out the Sen re-clears. But Sen have also had great reads. Like, for example, in that prior round, they kept the 4 players stacked over towards B with only Zek
Damon, thank you so much for the 40 rupees. Hush by Sen is winning this. Bro, shut up until it's done, not until it's done. Bro, shut up, please, kindly. Please shut up.
After the pistol, it should be said, it has been somewhat even in terms of the rounds. But G2 have been constantly under economic pressure, and now you see the result of that.
Jorgamo was the one to take that contact up towards ramp, so he pulled out a lot of that util prize. Elsis, this spot, not clear by drone.
Oh, clear नहीं किया. जमापुर, bye. Silver gameplay चल रहा है. Silver lobby है.
Softens up the target.
Is this silver lobby?
Still survives, still stands his ground.
That's a spot that you could argue is too high risk, high reward to play on an anti-eco.
I know the time.
I will super chat to you all my bank balance if Sen
The
wins.
Sen players are still confident enough to
Chat
make
वो
the
दोपहर
plays
वाला
and not
किधर
play
गया रे? वो
scared
शाम
in
वाला
these
सॉरी.
spots.
वो बोला था ना पूरा बंडल देगा. किधर गया साले? क्या नाम था रे उसका?
They applied a little bit of ramp pressure at
चलो
the start
scam
of the
करके
round,
चले
but
गया यार
John is
बंटा
still
है.
watching it. They've got 2 players in mid where they last saw G2, and 2 players playing for information.
35 seconds, Jiggle. Play it down to start.
Holy.
Like
Holy
we've
moly.
been talking, they're not shying away from the fight.
Gamers up, gamers up.
Willing to take risks, willing to take fights. G2 will be lucky to
मुंह
get
पे
a plant.
टीवी लगाया है क्या?
Barely alive, barely hanging on. The stun and the salvos might do the job, but it's a pick your poison situation. He's out into the open. He's honestly lucky to be grounded just that. Still, shut down. Send now up to 6.
चश्मा बदलने वाला हूँ दोस्तों अभी मैं. ये चश्मे का वय हो गया है वय. ये चश्मे का वय हो गया है.
Similar to last year. The low bracket run, kick off, finding momentum.
देखो उनको आवाज आ रहा है क्राउड में जो चिल्ला रहा है ना.
This Sen team went on a revival tour in 2024. This organization was a bit more of just like the clout org kind of.
यार बिना चश्मे का ही अच्छा लग रहा
है. They were popular, but weren't really doing too much. People were harkening back to the glory days of when Tens was on Reina. And then last year they proved that with the right squad, they could actually win trophies and bring them back to Sen City. Did a great job at the start of the year. Made top 4 champs as well, a second kind of peak. And now they're looking to run that back again in 2025.
टाइम आउट नहीं लिया है. 10 से क्या? हाँ 10 से.
G2 can't afford to let too much momentum build.
बिना चेहरे के बढ़िया लगते हैं आप.
They really do. You don't want echoes of the past as much as Sen want that. Resurgence of form through the lowers. Taking it all the way to Bangkok. For G2, they've been in this spot before. Making it to the finals, but never able to lift that trophy in Americas. Money in the back pocket, though, means that they've got rifles to work with, and a lot of util where that came from. 20 seconds into the round, steadily taking that control, but Senna being so good with the reclays and the refights, and you're seeing it again, used out.
Shot.
Ready once more. It's flashes exchanged. A quick tap to the side. Jogamo is able to at least return that kill.
They're falling back to B.
Not quite a trade, but it turns it into the 4v4.
G2 still got quite a bit of space, though.
Armageddon.
Oh, वापिस यही जा रहे हैं.
Bang goes forwards.
Yeah,
Bang
goes
opposite,
forward,
bro.
but Bang is ahead of it. Oh my.
Ay,
Timing to be
chakka
caught. Can hear it.
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है.
Ricocheting behind him.
एक flash डाल और peek कर.
And brought back into the fight and affray. Plant online for G2. No pushback. And not playing anybody on site.
They're going to wait for the Euro ultimate. Here
Here
comes
it is.
Second's retake.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift is going to give full information now for retake to occur. Spots the one. So Yoru player though. Jogamo has potentially evacuation, but I'm not too sure how many TPs he's actually got. Inside the smoke to play around, weaving in and out, and it's about that timing. Missed it. Narrate finds it. Salvos pushing him back and away.
हाँ,
So
कसम दुनिया भर का util यार chat.
to the early hours of this. Narrate sticking. Happens to the
Nice,
defuse already.
nice, good.
And it is a perfection
Easy.
in motion. Sentinels.
कल करो ये सब.
Just dissecting with precision all across the site. They know exactly what is
तेरा
going
stream
on.
late है क्या? नहीं बे?
Amazing protocols there from Sen.
तेरा stream late है
On
chat?
the retake, they're in. They take
क्या scene
space,
है?
and then they have two players ready to catch the Heaven reflank. Bang goes with them. Bang is part of this retake and then teleports back up to Heaven to be able to play with Zelsis. So you don't just put everything on Zelsis to stop the
नहीं,
Heaven
low
reflank.
latency भी चल रहा है.
Valen was
भाई
holding
700
Paul
जन
for
देख रहे हैं
way
ये
too
टाइम
long,
पे
but it
4
wouldn't have
बजे.
mattered anyway.
Mama
That's
would be
3
proud,
retakes in a
bro.
row. Senna running away with this
मम्मी
map.
को बताऊंगा कल. मेरी दादी भी आज पूछती है इतने रात को तेरे को लोग देखते हैं उनको बोल सो जाए. मेरी दादी कॉल की थी रे बोलती है तू क्या कर रहा है कुछ अक्ल है क्या तेरे को सुबह सो रहा है तू ऐसा भाई सुना दी मेरे को बोलती है तेरे को कुछ लोन वोन भरने का है क्या एकदम डेड सीरियस बोलिया क्या तेरे को कुछ कर्जा वर्जा है क्या इतना मेहनत कर रहा है तू मैं बोला अरे नहीं तो मेरा दादा बोलता है उस दादी को अरे नहीं उसका पैशन है इसलिए कर रहा है वो पैशनेटली कर रहा है तो दादी बोलती है क्या फैशन वैशन नहीं बताया मेरे को ऐसा बोली.
If Jogamo manages to get a kill, he has the dimensional drift, and that could change the texture of this fight.
भाई दादी सीरियसली बोल दी भाई कर्जा और जाएगा.
Bang is so far forward.
क्यूटी है भाई बहुत सपोर्टिव है.
Himself inside of and TP to get away from it.
They're doing this stuff constantly. I mean, again, it's on a situation where G2 have got a weaker buy, but they're so happy to take aggressive fights and find the timings. They're playing with zero respect, and I think that's really knocking G2.
It's definite key.
30 seconds
Players
left.
though look to way up forwards. The gun might just give away the plot. Bang takes the timing and takes their heads away. Spikes drop down in the middle of nowhere here.
Wings Bike आगे चल रहा है आपकी स्ट्रीम वो ट्विच पे देख रहे रहेंगे ना फिर.
Jogamo rips it from behind as a dimensional drift.
तो ऐसा करने का अगर दोनों का साथ में देख रहे हो ना तो जिसका ओ भाई साहब जिसका आगे चल रहा है ना उसको पॉज करके रखने का और फिर इसको सिंक करने का और फिर खोलने का.
It's too clean. It looks lovely. But at the same time, G2
भाई बैंक का हाथ कितना कांप रहा था देखा तुम लोगों ने.
So far in Americas, they're getting caught. They're not double pairing smokes together. They're not aware of certain angles. And they're not anticipating
Toxic?
these
Bro, they are not
replays,
even
which
close to what G2 was doing in the first game.
Wonderfully timed.
G2 तो बहुत VM कर रही थी बहुत VM कर रही थी bro.
Kind of painfully in the past about them choking when it came to the finish line in certain America's tournaments before.
Mid
They're gonna have to turn this around.
इससे पर अल्ट किया है. Bro 4 जने B पे. Wow. Wow, what? Nah. G2 okay, let's just say कि G2 ये मैप पे strong नहीं है.
Flash in your face, you are blinded up. And very little chance, very little opportunity for Jonah P to pave a way to victory. It's a 9-3
half
split.
9-3 half.
Utter domination.
Utter domination for real.
If you listen to the analysts
BM क्या
on
होता
this
है? BM
show,
मतलब
you'd
bad
be
manners.
expecting domination in this match, not this way around. No. Both of these squads have managed to battle against upsets in the bracket so far.
हिमांशु भाई ने 100 रुपए दिया है सुपर चैट पर दादी W मेरे भाई. Thank you so much हिमांशु.
They've brought their final form. G2 yet to show up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the huge 100 मेरे भाई.
And will they be able to keep that momentum going? That is the big question. We're going to be finding out after
भाई तू तो बोल रहा था G2 का नॉर्मल सेन का ट्राई हार्ड होता है. भाई उस दिन तो वैसा लग रहा था. उस दिन वैसा लग रहा था जनरली G2 was dominating.
Stuck pain for that whole
भाई वही है यार, ये गेम है ना, ये गेम थोड़ा सा डायबॉलिकल है, समझो। आज सेन का है ना पीक दिन चल रहा है, मैं अगर सीरियसली बोलूं तो। जेकन पहले से मार रहा है, कुत्ता बना रहा है, नरेट मारे जा रहा है, कुत्ता बना रहा है, समझो। इस पे ना बहुत डिपेंडेंट होता है गेम यार, इस पे बहुत डिपेंडेंट होता है गेम, समझ रहे हो। हर एक इंसान का नॉर्मल गेम प्ले एक होता है जो हर दिन होता है, और एक गेम प्ले ऐसा होता है जो उसके दिन के दिन होता है। ये मेरे को लगता है भाई ब्रो। तो ऐसे तो G2 का दिन होगा उस दिन में भी बता नहीं सकते भाई, क्योंकि G2 तो बैक टू बैक जीती है एसएन के अगेंस्ट। तो अभी अपन कुछ भी बोल नहीं सकते। G2 भी कमबैक्स बहुत हैवी करती है, अगर वो लोग हारे भी, इवन इफ दे आर 2-0 डाउन दिस गेम, they might do anything bro, they might do wonders, who knows, excuse me. Tariqs at the arena, क्या at Riot Games Arena, Sentinels vs G2 VCT kickoff finals। भाई किसी दिन VCT पैसिफिक मुंबई में होगी, आई होप, और हम लोग सारे गेम्स वो अरीना से करेंगे, VCT अरीना लाइव स्ट्रीम, अगर हम लोग को दिया, अलाउ किया तो। G2 pick split? Nah, hell nah, bro.
And honestly, playing with utmost confidence, but sometimes that's what it takes. Here against G2, it's a matchup where, listen, G2 have the advantage of that upper bracket. They can choose which maps they end up going to in terms of banning two of them.
भाई मास्टर्स बैंकॉक पे जाओ ना, you are partnered with Riot anyways। अरे वैसा नहीं होता यार, वो मतलब बहुत सारी चीजें होती है।
Didn't even show this map before. Another advantage they've got going.
ऐसा क्या हो सकते हैं, जाओ ना बोल के टिकट निकाल के, ऐसा बहुत खर्चा है भाई बड़ा।
At the same time, it feels like Sen knew exactly what to expect in this game.
किसी दिन जाएंगे भाई लोग ऐसे अपन भी इंटरनेशनल अपने खर्चे पे, लेकिन तब तक ग्राइंड बोलते।
Heavy stack players from the G2 side. Salvos clearing out towards Ven. That's a fault line up on top of the angle. He's trying to play and defend his teammate. Stuns are going to be fading, but flash into the face when the clone goes down. Still off to the round. Poor. Okay, push forwards all the way. JunQT, leader not just in name.
Nice, nice, beautiful.
They are cleaning up.
भाई लेकिन दो जन लो है, अगर ट्रेंट को 1v1v1 मिला ना तो वो निकाल लेगा। Nah, he's not expecting a hell guy.
John's been amazing.
See, why won't he check hell? Tell me, why won't he check hell?
He looked fabulous with a ghost in hand. 13-5. And he's not at the top of the scoreboard. Like it's just
हम लोग स्ट्रीम देखेंगे दबा के, आप रेडी हो जाओ जाने के लिए, चैंपियंस जाना तो बनता है। लेट्स गो भाई।
So far to be getting big value, big individual moments, and they're not here.
Hell nah bro।
10-3.
ये तो बाय बाय कर रहा है भाई तब से। अरे बाय बाय नहीं, तेरे साथ ही आएगा वो बैंकॉक। बाय बाय कर यार।
They've been actually really heavily focused on maximizing orb value.
Understanding the importance as well. Get your ult online, it just allows you to disrespect defensive util.
Off angle था?
Second can just run in, ping out the players' positions. The threat of that fault line salvo combo. Zekin can take liberties here, just trying to fight for this space. He's not going to give up a gun if he does go down. He's only got the ghost in hand. The rest of his team going to be trying to split this one up and through. So he will fall. It's a refight by G2, doubled up together. But as I said, it only handed over to Ghost. And that is just unaware of the space that could be taken.
भाई vlog डालो ना कोई।
Valen with incredibly wrong read there on what was going on.
Timing from George, slips his way right through the back.
And those
vlog last कौन सा डाले थे अपन ने?
This is going to be
लास्ट व्लॉग कौन सा था चैट अपना? अपना राइट न्यूज़पेपर में नाम आया था वो वाला था ना लास्ट व्लॉग? आई गेस नहीं वो पार्टी वाला था। पार्टी वाला था, पार्टी वाला था।
It was actually quite a nice strat from Sen in this round as well. They sent
Surge Boy और Hydra Boy पार्टअप में थे वो वाला।
Alone through B main. There's John getting the kill. But the rest of them, they smoked B heaven to make it feel like it was a full B main hit. and then they actually flashed up through mid into B heaven. So hoping to try to catch some
11-3 चल रहा है भाई. What time हो गया? अभी block करें मतलब? Cool भाई, करेंगे भाई लोग. मेरे को more often block करने का है. Honestly.
That play completely.
Holy shit, I'm...
He is. Cut the end of that off, but he is frying.
Yeah, he is frying.
That's probably what he meant to say.
That's not the word that I think that anyone has a problem with.
No, I can fill in the gaps. A quick play from Sen again. Well, not Sen, I should say G2. That's going to be that. Util expended and an orb reclaimed. Poor position by Trent, just jiggling. Almost receiving a few bullets as well for the trouble, but Drone sets it forward, an attempt to spam as well from Jonah.
Shot.
He's trying to be brave, and you have to be at this point.
Imagine.
But Sentinels are ones.
मतलब 1 सेकंड पहले उसने क्लोन नहीं छोड़ा रहता तो वो टकले पे लगता है उसका शॉट. Oh my god.
A 3v4 and John just causing a bit of a, or calling, sorry, a bit of a pause in the round. Bang took pressure in mid and there takes a fight.
Okay.
Head taken. Valen wins the smokes battle.
I won't be surprised अगर G2 एक 11-3 comeback करती है.
Heavily on A. Sen without any space at all in the map right now. So things not looking great here. But a reminder that this is also pretty much a bonus. He's only Zekken that ended up full buying into this one. I think he's fairly confident he can get his Euro online and go into the next with, what, like a Bucky or something. He'll be fine.
Hasibor Hasnain, shout out to you.
G2 need this and they need it cleanly, and Valen's going to have to come up with more than just the kill on Bang in mid.
One hell of a trial awaiting him, and Salva's going to make it that much more difficult. Spraying them down is the only chance he had. At least it takes one down to the grave. Heaven watchful onto the angle. Again, the util is just perfect. Buys that time and that space. Dimensional drift is going to be committed. That's Zekken. He's using it, getting the info. Double drop down. Backs to the possible position, but now they should know where these players.
Easy round. Easy round. They're winning a bonus now. They are whiffing. Jogemo just whiffed that.
Spray down into the body for just a bit of extra spice. It's Sentinels up to that 12.
Narrate is on. Narrate is on, baby. My goat is on.
This year. Zekken's entries have been fabulous. Narrate, who we've seen struggle with his own individual performance.
कितना मेहनत करते हो हॉर्स भाई, inspirational for year. Atticus भाई, love you यार. Thank you for the 40 bro. Let's go भाई. मजबूत घिसेंगे भाई और फिर अपन मचाएंगे. फिर हर Sunday.
This version of Sen is going to be almost impossible to stop.
पूरा दिन बाहर जाएंगे कहीं पे. माँ कसम. हर संडे नहीं, हफ्ते में 2 बार. हफ्ते में 2 बार हम लोग जाएंगे कहीं पे बाहर. फिर व्लॉग्स आएंगे. नहीं, पहले ही व्लॉग करना चाहिए. व्लॉग्स करेंगे भाई, व्लॉग्स करेंगे.
Very exposed position for Narrate to be playing now. Zelsis cleared as well.
और भाई डेंजर है. Zelsis डेंजर है.
At the end of the day, G2 finding these players and finding a couple of heads for their troubles. Zekken, too much to overcome into that spot.
हर संडे बहरूस.
G2 get the 4.
मुझे लगा हर संडे गिव अवे.
This would have to be the first of 9 rounds in a row.
भाई गिव अवे चल रहा है डिस्कॉर्ड पे 1000 वैलोरेंट पॉइंट्स का, जाके ज्वाइन करो.
I mean, if we're thinking back to Sen's ridiculous 19-21 game that we saw in the match against MIBR, they went up 9-3 in that one, and they did kind of toss a bit of a lead, but it wasn't a 12-3.
Congratulations, Amit bhai.
At some point, doesn't matter how well G2 are playing. They need Sen to unplug their monitors, I think, to lose this.
There's just no room for errors there from G2, despite winning it. Maybe call it that silver line.
Bhai Dylan ये सही चल रहा है.
Smiles on their faces, keeping cheery demeanor. Now ult offloaded nice and early. This is Jogamo just tracking down these players. He sees the wall.
Zelsis just running for his life.
Right in the coverage. Narrate there to help him out over the shoulder.
डिस्कॉर्ड की लिंक कहाँ से मिलेगी? एक्सक्लेमेशन डिस्कॉर्ड डालना, वहाँ पे हैशटैग गिवअवेज करके चैनल है, बस उधर जाके क्लिक करना है वो इमोजी पे और रूल्स पढ़ लेना उधर जो भी है.
I'd love to hear the comms in that moment too. They're 12-4 up. I'm sure they're getting a little silly, getting a bit excited.
Maybe screaming for help.
Here's the triple push.
And this is what's needed from G2, honestly. Triple push from them. No kills found. Backs himself up.
खत्म करो चलो अगला मैप पेरल लगने वाला अगला मैप
Play this advantage. A lot of difficulties. 50-second mark into this round here. Sen
they are ready with the ult
getting into it. All walking away here. Salva's going to be used out towards Vent, but G2 planted
भाई वो
themselves into mid.
एक्चुअली
They're not
अल्ट
taking
कर
full
देगा यार
control
मिड
of that area.
नहीं कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा है
Little bit of info gathered towards mid, so they're not going to commit that rolling thunder. Gonna have it for a retake.
A lot on balance.
नाइस अल्ट
Still
भाई
Armageddon. Forced to respect it. TP forward. Zekken cuts up the angles, cuts up the gap, and a perfect flash. And
So good.
Spam
Oh
gets
my
it that time,
God,
it gets
Bang.
sentinels. They can feel it.
Wow.
Split in the water, and they are hunting it
Oh.
down. Trent.
Oh.
Slightly ajar there. Leaf
Shit.
takes himself down to hell. Wait a second.
2v2
Spoke too soon,
Nah.
but Zekken.
Nope. Zekken
gonna
OP
salvage
baby
this operation. And with
चलो
it,
GG
an early
GG
finish to the
oh
map.
wow
TP
clean bro clean
That's a 13
bro
star.
is smooth
It is best of
smooth
five
bro
finals.
Not the way most of us expected this to begin, but my God,
Okay,
the
okay, you
set
know what,
look
chat?
awesome.
स्प्लिट था ठीक है ये स्प्लिट था इतना हम लोग हैप्पी नहीं हो सकते क्योंकि ये सन का वन ऑफ द ओपीएस्टिक मैप है बराबर है वन ऑफ द ओपीएस्टिक मैप है ये सन का तो ये अभी से ही इतना खुश नहीं हो सकते अभी भी बाकी है अभी भी बाकी है यार विषय बाकी है बरोबर ना तो मेरे हिसाब से वी शुड नॉट बी हैप्पी राइट नाउ इट्स नॉट डन until it's done who you are supporting you know it भाई डिस्कॉर्ड चेक करना मैंने पीसी रेट करने डाला है हाँ देखता हूँ अभी G2 का पिक था वेट G2 ने पिक किया ये हेल नहा भाई ब्रो G2 ने पिक किया ये ओ हेल नहा ब्रो वेट दैट मीन्स अ ट्वीट इनकमिंग why would G2 pick split against Sen? Hell nah. Hashtag VCT Americas. चैट तुम लोगों ने ये देखा स्टेज 1 का ड्रॉज आ गया है कैन वी हैव सम इतनी शक्ति हमें देना इन द चैट क्या है ये भाई ये क्या है भाई ये क्या है भाई ये क्या ग्रुप है अल्फा ग्रुप में डाल दिया है भाई G2 countered Sen's strat on Pearl last game. Could be possible that Sen came up with new. We are gone for real. Who knows, bro? Who knows? What do you guys think? Is G cooked or G stands a chance? PRX Valore. ये कौन है? Deteriorating. Fanboy. Okay. Normal account. इसने प्रेडिक्ट किया है कि G एक मैप निकालेगी DRX के अगेंस्ट G 2-0 हार जाएगी पेपर एक्स के अगेंस्ट ना दिस गाय डजंट नो द बॉल G क्लियर्स पेपर एक्स जी पे ऑफ है ओह शिट आई गेस मदर इंडिया फॉरगॉट टू टर्न ऑन जी पे दोस्तों इट्स ओके अभी अगर आप अभी कोई गूगल पे डोनेशन कर रहे हो वो उसका नोटिफिकेशन आएगा जब मदर इंडिया उठेगी 6:30 या 7 o'clock को वाओ व्हाट ए फ्रिकिंग चेटअप दिस इज ब्यूटीफुल दिस इज अमेजिंग ब्रो दिस इज एक्चुअली अमेजिंग, बहुत ब्यूटीफुल है। कितना बड़ा, लंबा, कितना वाइड मॉनिटर है भाई। ओए ये क्या है? ओ अच्छा, भाई ने हर जगह, ये दिखाऊं, ये वाला तेरा जो वॉलपेपर है ना, उसका मैंने बनाया था, रुक दिखा दो। ओ शिट, वाह, मैं स्ट्रीमिंग पीसी वाला कीबोर्ड यूज कर रहा था। अभी कैसा प्रोफेशनल स्ट्रीमर बन गया ना ब्रो मैं। तो स्ट्रीमिंग पीसी वगैरह है ना ब्रो एक्चुअली, तो इसलिए सीन हो जा रहा है यार, मैं कंफ्यूज हो जा रहा हूँ। Alright, what's this, baby? What's this? Guess who made this? Guess who made this, baby? It's your boy. अरे ये कैसा है chat? How is it? मतलब इजी था, बस मेरे को ये करना, क्या उसे कहते हैं, शेड वगैरह करना पसंद है, तो शेड्स मैंने बस किया, बाकी यार ट्रेसिंग वेसिंग था। तांजिरो बेड, वो मैंने एक कैप्शन रखा था बहुत ही अच्छा इंस्टाग्राम पे, देयर इज अ लोर बिहाइंड इट। क्या
भाई सुबह की स्ट्रीम भी, भाई सुबह की स्ट्रीम भी टीवी पे चल रही है। कौन है आदमी? भाई सुबह की स्ट्रीम भी।
जागते रहो। अभी मैं 2 मिनट में, हर 2 मिनट में ये करूंगा। हाँ चैट, आई फील मेरे को हर 2 मिनट में ये करना चाहिए यार अपनी चैट के लिए। जागते रहो।
भाई सुबह
माई चेटअप हाथ में है। वाह, ओ माय गॉड, दिस गाय। अरे भाई वार्निंग दे देता, काय का जागते रहो का? मत करो, कुछ लोग स्ट्रीम देखते देखते सोते हैं। हाँ यार बराबर, एक्चुअली में इमेजिन ना उन लोगों का, अभी अभी सोचो कोई तो बंदा ईयरफोन पहन के सोया है और उसके कान में कोई अभी कुछ बोल दे, मतलब मैं कुछ बोल दूंगा ऐसा, तो भाई वो कैसा दचक के उठेगा ना। अभी मैं बोलूंगा नहीं क्योंकि तुम लोग ने ये, कोई टीवी पे देख रहा है यार। चैट क्या सीन हो रहा है बताओ क्या? यहाँ पे है ना, यहाँ पे कैमरा दिख रहा है मुझे, बराबर है, और यहाँ पे लाइट आ रही है मेरे सर पे, बराबर है, तो मुझे है ना एकदम क्लियरली दिख रहा है फ्लैश बैंग। यहाँ पे है ना फुल फ्लैश बैंग हो रहा है यार, मैं ऐसा चमक रहा है भाई। रुको, भाई डब्ल्यू राइट, शाउट आउट टू राइट फॉर सेंडिंग दिस। गंदा हो गया थोड़ा, ऐसे ही पड़ा हुआ था। छी कितना गंदा ये क्या, कोई हग दिया है इस पे? नहीं, भाई पटेली के लिए ऐसे पहनते कुछ कुछ लोग, ये देखो ऐसे, और मेरे पे अच्छा लग रहा है, तो मतलब मैं कौन हुआ? पटेली गेमर। ब्रो मैंने अपना जैकेट लैपटॉप को दिया हूँ, खुद कुछ नहीं पहना हूँ, उसको कोल्ड हो रहा था, फीवर भी है, पंखा तेज चल रहा था इसकी। वो भाई हम लोग पागल लोग हैं यार, हम लोग अपने को रात में कुछ तो होता है चैट, अपने को डॉक्टर बिक्टर को दिखाना चाहिए, मजाक से हटके। चैट, इज दिस रियल? Chat, is this real? Bro, why do I feel it's heavily fake? Bro, इसने देखो ना, इसका नाम है Oh my. Bro, एक डिजाइनर है तो 100% उसका भाई ना, हैज टू बी अ कैप। अगर इसके पास ये इतना महंगा अगर ये है ग्राफिक टैबलेट है तो ब्रो ही हैज टू हैव हिज आर्ट स्टेशन इन हिज प्रोफाइल, लेकिन नहीं है तो इसका मतलब ये उसने फोटोशॉप करके चिपकाया है। दैट्स दैट ये फोटोशॉप है, ये फोटोशॉप है, मैं नहीं मानता। सेंड मी अदर एंगल्स, सेंड मी यू पोजिंग ऑन इट। हाँ, ओ लॉक इन चेटअप, भाई मेरे को देखो, चिन देखो मेरा नीचे था पहले, अभी कैसा है ना भाई, जिमर हो गया ना मैं। अभी जिमर हो गया, अभी नहीं मानता भाई किसी को। चड्डी गेमर इज बैक, इन एक्शन। Alright, it's time.
Better than Aspas, who is breaking kill records, I would say. Leaf was still having.
अबे मेरे को बताओ, वो जीतने के बाद वो तांबिया क्यों दे रहे हैं ये लोग? ये देखो, ये तांबिया क्यों दे रहे हैं जीतने के बाद? ये क्या तांबिया है भाई? बट भाई ओके एटलीस्ट पिछले साल से तो बहुत अच्छे है ये ट्रॉफीज, थैंक गॉड। अबे बस कर यार, इतना मत चिल्ला भाई। चेक अपना वो कौन है, दे नॉट लाइक अस वाला ग्रैमी जो जीता, उसने ऐसी पहनी थी कैप, ऐसी बस ऐसे ही रखी थी उसने, ऐसे Kendrick Lamar ऐसे।
Seconds up close. Clone to lead the charge. He's up and over as well on top of it. There's going to be thorns. Salvo's stuns offloaded. Everything collapsing and colliding into these players.
Oh my god.
And there's a full separation onto the site. There's just Sentinels left to look in dismay as they were dismantled.
Sen's attacking rounds, when they do these B execs, have a couple of different options, and a lot of it comes down to where they want to put Zekken. Do they want to flash through the smoke in case there's somebody playing a tight crossfire right next to the smoke? Do you want to try to send Zekken with a teleport into back halls and take a fight against someone like Valen, who's going to be anchoring there? You will see Sen rotate between these options based on what they think G2 are doing. In this round, G2 went for a refight off the back of Jonah P's flash. Worked magnificently.
No plan down for Sen either, so full control on the eco for them over towards A main. As we mentioned prior on Split, a lot of priority being placed in just trying to earn up these ults, especially at Dimensional Drift. Going up against Double Sentinel is going to be one of the only ways you can break through and try and increase the tempo, play a bit faster.
Stop saying that.
Trent's one of those players where he's going to be using the drone to re-clear through A main a ton. And so it is important from a macro sense that Sen push him back at the start of the round and force out that drone re-clear early, where they could still be re-hitting. I think so far so good from John's IGLing. And it looks like this B setup's going to be tested again. Once more, Valen in backside. What's the option with Zekken? Yeah, this time going for the Halls dive.
Yeah. So we'll see it. It's a TP. It's a flash. Almost perfect, but anti-flash, or at least a dodge from Valen. It's
कोई नहीं
He's happy to
Eco,
add
eco,
that
eco.
extra level of
कोई
reinforcement.
बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. Calm down, calm down. Eco है.
It's an impossibility for John at this point. Jonah P's
कोई
gonna
बात
step
नहीं.
up. He's the one who needs the kills.
Calm
but he'll
down.
be happy as well. Just
Calm
that his
down.
team can
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात.
sort of salvage some of that weaponry.
So far, Jonah P and Valen have held onto the B site admirably. And 6 kills for Jonah. As you said, puts him 1 away from that Steel Garden. Bonus round for G2 coming up. And Valen did a great job of being able to hold on to this. Is he going to be able to do the same when Zekken has a rifle in hand?
Spike down B. One.
John's calling for some A-main control at the start of this as we get back into the 3rd round here. This is the anti-bonus for Sentinels, looking to try to push Trent back.
All right, boys.
And the
Fire
Vice
round.
setup has swapped.
It's a hell of a amount of damage early off the rip. As you said, the Vice setup has swapped
वो-
around. We'll see if that
वो wall क्या है रे?
out of mind to these Sen players.
थोड़ी सी diabolical सी wall है.
Ahead.
Zekken inside.
In that default spot.
Nice.
There's slipping his way in through the back. This
Jama.
is
Jama.
nicely indeed. Still dropped down almost single digits. Going to be regenerating back up and alive. G2 trying to opt into the retake, making sure that they hold on to control towards the back and Art. Be able to put the squeeze down onto these Sentinels players. Especially with Zekken this low. Flash through and around. Cuts up to the corner.
Nice Zekken.
It still off to the side.
Nice.
The players are lining
महंगा round, but ठीक है 2v2.
for the taking. It's a 2v2 at that. Slipping around
Nice.
to the corners. 1v1. Bang versus Leaf. Sees his players, the position's noted. Bang out wide, Henter missing. Rattling, the lead fired off. And it's the right click that does it.
Leaf on the board, and G2 with the round win. It's not pretty at the end there, but Leaf is using his movement quite well to bait out shots from Bang and secure the damage.
चलो.
Not
सोना है
necessarily
अभी.
clean head.
अभी हो गया, अभी हो गया.
Seen from him earlier on, but he
नहीं
got the
अभी
job
अभी
done. This was
भगवान
G2
बचा सकते
thriving in the
सिर्फ. अभी
chaos.
सिर्फ भगवान
Joel
बचा सकते
biding his
दोस्तों. अभी
time and
GG.
just wandering into backside, willing to take a risk in that spot.
You doctor? Oh my.
Excuse me, Trent.
Let's put the pressure out immediately onto
Excuse
Sentinels
me,
here.
what you
140
doing?
economy.
Yeah, I actually thought that that was a bonus round from... sorry, of course, it's a bonus round from G2. It's broken the Sen economy, though, completely, hasn't it?
It's going to be flourishing in terms of that money, but so that ult earned up all that prior work that was being put down by Sentinel, so Zekken cleared away, earned a bit of a path potentially for a win, and a threat there. Oh, and he's going for it, man. I mean, that's just a clone into the face as well. Leaf was knife out there. I think Zekken just expected that he could potentially get that timing with the Bucky, but...
It's one of those awkward situations where you turn around a corner and bump into somebody and you've thrown their handbag all over the floor. Oh! He wasn't expecting to see someone.
I respect the play. I really do. At that, hold on. Jorgamo's gone down. Where was he going? He was all the way into their spawn.
Desperation गेम प्ले चल रहा है.
One second, excuse
मेरे
me.
हिसाब से एक टाइम आउट जरूरी
I
है.
mean, well, same for Jorg.
Calm down करने के लिए खुद को.
I'm looking at the crosses on the map and I'm like, wait a second.
The Yorus have swapped positions and died in enemy spawns.
I've got X-ray and my brain's being turned into a pretzel. It's like, well, how do these players feel?
Well, we're going to end up seeing Sentinels group up to try to make something happen on B. Thorns popped. John was loving calling these splits through B-Link before, sending 3-4 players in.
Nice, nice.
Oh, completely catching Trent. Trent not
Crazy, bro,
go
crazy.
For that mid-rotate. That was dangerous.
Oh shit. Oh, nice smoke, nice. हाँ, अच्छा. ये pull था मेरे को लगा team smoke है. Nice, beautiful, beautiful peek, Zelsis. Oh my god, what a round. What a round.
Position is accounted for, and the gun's being picked up as well. Inside the smoke, there's no stepping forwards into that. The domain of Bang.
Chat, what a round, bhai.
G2 got completely flummoxed there, and I got to admit,
yeah,
so
completely
did I.
flummoxed.
I mean, look at this is how we open the round. Then Jorgamo throws his life away in a 5v4 advantage situation.
What happened with Jorg?
And G2 getting caught on the rotate.
Good job.
Sit on him, bro. Sit on him.
The Vice wall, they just got completely caught out by giving the whole middle of the map to Sen.
And you'd think that, you know, wouldn't really be as much of a problem for G2 running this double Sentinel comp. A lot of mid-round information that they can have to work with here, but Things in the hands of a few of these G2 players. They've got a lot to try and push back now. There's a ton of util waiting, but an Armageddon at the back feet. Time being taken, knives out, just trying to evacuate.
ये क्या sight है यार? Oh my god, bro.
Variety of thorns as well.
Oh my god.
Wow. Slows down the approach.
This is a big investment from Jorgamo.
He's committing it. Dimensional drift despite the weaponry not being too good.
भाई वो smoke क्या time पे fade हुआ? भाई क्या unlucky है Jagumbo. Oh my. Bro, क्या हो रहा है ये game में? Wow.
The players, the attempt by G2 with that retake.
भाई क्या timing gameplay. Oh my god, what a peak. Wow. Wow.
A really questionable decision by G2 to even be investing the ult in the first place. And then
Insane,
Jorg
bro,
throwing
insane.
good money after bad. Feels like because he's popped the ult, he's got to find a pick out the back of it, and was hoping that he could find a timing as the plant was going down, and it looked like there wasn't too much support on site.
Okay, let me just book.
But G2 are now going to have weapons back. Let's go! And technically, G2 are still in the lead, but these last couple of rounds are not looking good. Leaf now with an operator, looking to take a pick through mid.
The Horns is going to force him to respect that line nice and early, but the expectation is there, not quite. Sen. Zekken, who just walks straight back into that line, a side angle. Leaf reposted, TP's back as well. There's a bit of a skirmish occurring here as well. Bullets fired off. A main being contested. A Prowler just to make sure you can clear out that trip. It's been a problem. Then they're going to play a slower game and a slower round. That's the Phantom in hands, and bang. Doesn't push his way back and away from this angle. Anticipating the repeat.
Double missed shots there from Leaf, and a really difficult shot to hit the second one.
And these players are just toppling, man. This is G2's defense getting picked to pieces. Tapestry just unraveling before our eyes, and leaves it just to the three of them. Valen has to go re-exploring, but danger spot to do it as well.
3 G2 players whiffing on defensive lines here to open up the map completely for Sentinels.
There's no polite way to say it, but listen, maybe Trent can be that savior.
He's
got it. Hello.
कोई मुझे सर्च करके बताओ कि रात में आधी रात में खजूर खाना सेफ है क्या या मैं जमा हो सकता हूँ जल्दी बताओ 2 खजूर लेके आओ खजूर अच्छा हो जाएगा भाई खजूर और चने अपना पेट जो है उस भूख से मिट जाएगा नाइस 2v1 committed the ult what a peek
Even when things start to go a little bit wrong,
जमा हो जाओगे
clutch potential.
सब लोग सेफ बोल रहे भाई
G2, it doesn't matter. Discipline, coordination, zero hesitation from these Sen players, and a timeout has been forced out of G2.
Josh RT has got to get in the ear of the G2 players right now, because they're not playing up to scratch. If they want a chance of being able to lift a trophy, you've got to be seeing better stuff out of them than this. Trent does admirably in this spot. I mean, no qualms with what he's doing here, but to lose Jorgamo and then Valen both taking those fights over towards B-Link without it being some big set take. I mean, it was just Narrate poking his nose in, wondering if he could get a free fight. And he did. And 3 kills to boot.
Yeah.
Leaf as well in spots where he would usually be dominating. Yes, he got the opener against Zekken, but then he got shoved off the A-line by, again, just a solo player.
G2G timeout यहाँ पे.
If there's one word to describe this series so far, it's just disrespect.
Yes,
Sen are taking liberties, man. Bang. Like you mentioned, he solo lurks through A. Plenty of opportunities for G2 to coordinate a double peek together to clear it. Player back side, Leaf going for the never swing, but it's all individual.
It is. I mean, I think they were trying to hope that Bang would be focused on the player back side. When Leaf
कल ना
took his
पैसिफिक के
timing
फाइनल्स के लिए मैं अच्छे से बन टर्न के आऊंगा बाल अच्छे से ना सेट करके आऊंगा भाई यार ये बाल अच्छे ही लग रहे हैं ड्रिप भी थोड़ा दूसरा पहन के आएंगे ठीक है ना
You feel confident.
फाइनल्स है भाई फाइनल्स एकदम टिप टॉप रहने चाहिए
It is a Sentinels today.
भाई लोग जो लाइक नहीं करेगा ना यार उसको टट्टी नहीं होगी I am sorry.
Themselves that turned up onto the stage. And that's what Kaplan's been looking for, waiting for.
Tico में यहाँ पे ult निकाला है. This can be huge.
Have been showcased. It's a blind. You hear the drone as well. Has to be respect on either side here. So G2, it was a very forward approach.
It's a nice idea actually from G2. You focus on Leaf. Leaf teleports
Charge and heavy big hit G2 के.
He was baiting all along for Jorgamo, but Sen cleared it with a flash and a drone. Really good awareness from Sen to defuse that trap. And now you look at the A side, it is theirs for the taking.
Yeah. All that heavy emphasis with bodies of G2, making sure that they can hold down B long. They've got very little in terms of the way of information.
In theory, coming into this game, G2 more time to prep, VODs to watch. You're thinking that G2 should be the ones coming out with the anti, but Sen have had such great awareness of what G2's tricks are.
Look at this from Sentinels, man. You're up against Stingers.
Nah, this is bad.
To the close quarters fight as well, just ripping them to shreds.
Never mind.
It's relentless. They're not stepping
he
back.
might actually ace it.
Not giving G2
नहीं,
a chance
Lala.
for a weakness that they can potentially capitalize off. And an
भाई ले लेना साइड है भाई ले लेना. अरे ऑफ चला रहा है ये. Bro, this can.
Second could go for it, flash into the face. They know that Leaf's up onto the site and he's lurking, creeping, crawling behind.
Ace bhai, please
to
maan
deal with every single angle.
They're giving it a
Slowly closing in.
Staring at each other. The way that this round has ended and the way that it played out, I think showcased the difference in mentality between these two teams today as well.
चट खजूर खा के बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है यार, मतलब भूख मिट गई, legit भूख मिट गई. अच्छा है यार, जो लोग मतलब फैट लॉस वगैरह कर रहे हैं, मैंने रील देखी थी मालूम कि जब तुम्हें ना अगर फैट लॉस कर रहे हो और कैलोरी डेफिसिट में हो और तुमको अगर भूख लगती है ना तो तुम्हें ब्लैक कॉफी और ड्राई फ्रूट्स खाने चाहिए जब तुम्हें भूख लगती है. थोड़े से डेट्स वगैरह खाओगे ना.
No, the expected play is what G2 live and breathe.
खजूर गरम होते हैं, हाँ बराबर है.
High risk, high reward plays are just working out over and over and over again. And Sen are hitting like this.
Tejo drone completely cleared B long. I mean, utterly cleared B long. So they're not worried about the operator being there. They know that it's somewhere around mid, but Khelraay believes in his haunt maybe a little too much. Although that was going towards Art. Maybe just getting in position for a Prowler.
First kill for G2. It's been a while. So they potentially had that first kill advantage. It's a 5v4 now that they're not going to want to let slip.
Okay.
Been on the side of Sentinels the last few rounds. Here, Dimensional Drift now, committed. Zekken turns himself his way towards it. He's going to be picking out these players' positions, and he knows exactly where they are. Flash, just to make it awkward, just to make it tricky. Salvos, and again, pushed forwards. It's out of the frying pan into the fire. Trem will attempt to return.
नहीं मैं मार के रहूँगा.
Let's drop Zekken.
Bang is very alone.
Dodge, Bang is super alone right now.
मत कर लाला ये सब.
Backup arriving, G2.
Oh my god.
John QT's having a sidestep this with a Hunter's Fury up in his face. Cosmic Divide. And John QT ahead
John
of it.
QT का game है पूरा.
Buying that space, buying that timing. Dart broken and dealt with. Cuts it up close here. It's going to come down to the gunfights.
भाई मिसाइल्स आ रहे हैं लेकिन ये जिंदा रहेगा ना तब तक तभी.
Take these individuality. They do it.
भाई वो flash.
Just not set up for that refight.
कोई नहीं. 4-all. Bro, this is going to be close, huh?
At your feet, just kind of working against him there. So G2, they answer back.
This is going to be close.
They're going to make it even in this map.
A better round.
इसलिए रमजान के फास्ट के बाद सबसे पहले डेट्स खाते हैं.
They were looking for this aggression from Bang to deliver results, and instead, it's one where it flies back in their face and Sen end up looking a little separated. Leaf picks up the operator again. Swapping things around, a deeper trademark placement. Sitting that one a little more passively. This time pushing it up.
कहाँ पे? मेरे को इन गेम टेक्स्ट किया था सो जा करके जब मैं टेस्ट कर रहा था अपना ये. क्या पता किधर है?
Leaf. He's got a rendezvous just set in towards the back.
I miss him, bro. I miss him in game.
Yeah, potential to go for the peak, but he did that last round, so it doesn't want to be too predictable. Needs to mix it up. Sen though, all eyes towards mid, taking our control. Prowler spots it out, so they know exactly where that operator is going to be lying. Good tag, Zekken. Still want to try and take this fight. Looks likely they're going to be using Util on top of it and leave. He's just cycling through the weaponry.
भाई Zekken का क्या
worried about the split coming through Art, through mid, and around behind him. Pushing Trent completely out through water there. Made Leaf's position look bad. Now Jorg is the last hope for G2. He's got a weird spot here in A main.
He has to dominate this fight. If he wins this one out, means that A main is not going to be safe for him.
Bang is losing every fight I see.
So Bang, drop. No more smokes as well to play around, but we'll see if Sen have the protocols to try and reclear this one. Dimensional Drift is earned up, so Jorg can get out back to safety. Spots him out. 2 through main. Doesn't know where the last is, but Zealous is the corner position to play indeed. They've been watching the VODs. They're going to know he's around Art. Time. dwindling though. It's running short. The longer they take, the more stall that Sen are going to be operating off of. Jogamo, he's left with his head on a swivel. He knows that there's that potential for the reflank, but you can already hear it ticking away with the spike.
अबे यार जॉन क्यूटी मरा उसका अल्ट आ सकता था.
And shots need to be fired, bodies need to topple. G2 need to really win this one out, defend that defuse that's really coming through, and Valen.
कोई नहीं.
And they take the lead.
भाई जॉन क्यूटी का एक किल पे अल्ट था रे, अगर वो जिंदा रहता ना तो वो possible था ये round.
Resemble much more what was happening in G2 Sen the first time we saw these two teams play on Pearl as well. Jorgamo dominating A main. Sen struggling with it a little. For example, with Bang getting caught. And the positioning in the post plant is very predictable. As you said, Zelsis is always going to be over towards Art.
Bro, these kids are playing so scrimmy, bro.
That's actually such a great comment, though, from Leaf, because it shows what we're talking about. They are taking risks where you wouldn't normally expect them to. But that point of view from Leaf might be one of the reasons. And listen, no disrespect to Leaf, he's been amazing, but he has been on a lot of teams that have choked their opportunities. Not just with G2, but also in the past with his Cloud9 teams. They've been known to drop out of playoff moments. And I think maybe some of that is not necessarily because G2 frees up in important games, but because they're not willing to go for the play, to take the risk, to make the big moment in the spot where it matters most.
This is why I hate G2. Bro, that's not
play a fair, honest game of Valorant.
That's not something to hate for, bhai.
Expecting the opponent to be scared of losing.
Because
that's what makes the difference between a match and a scrim. In a scrim, who cares if you lose it? People are running it down.
If you're losing, you're learning.
Right, but in a match, it actually does have weight. It has importance, and so people don't normally take risks that are gonna devastate you if they don't work.
KCG थी kickoff 2024 में. ओ भाई ये नहीं पता था मेरे को.
They gotta go and make the play and play together.
फिर उसके बाद में डाउनहिल चली गई भाई पूरी केसी.
In the past, something to draw on from prior experience. I mean, Sentinels have it.
I remember stage 2 में तो वो लोग जमा हो गए थे.
Like to win, Leaf being defended here. A lot of the utilities to be committed. Okay. Phone's going to be taking a bullet for Zekken, not slowing down in the slightest. Wants to try and take these angles back and away from them, but TP backs. Trying to set themselves up into a potential Art split. In through A.
Trent going for the drone.
Armageddon. He's going to clear out most of the way into pit, but it pours and it pushes the players in forwards into it. That's a deep
भाई nice kill. भाई क्या हो रहा है ये बैकसाइड वाले जमा हो गए. And he's still alive, bro.
In the smoke.
Yeah.
अच्छा ये अकेला है मुझे लगा दो जन. Okay.
Still, it's going to be darts and util ricocheting outwards. Finally dropped and dealt with. TP's on top of it. Everybody playing back.
John
getting themselves into that post, and he's just using the salvos here to start recall. John lucky to cross and lucky to keep his life intact. There's bullets flying down on top of him. Nightfall, not quite. That's going to be the steel guard.
That's going to help with the retake. They need the guns.
Almost certainly. Pushed back, just a pull. It's going to be minus time for them. Still, fight needs to be 1 out second. He's the one with the right foot swinging wide and around.
Nice. Then nice. And then also again nice. And once more, nice. Beautiful.
Zekken
Beautiful in the chat.
Managed to dip out in A main and came back still with the Phantom in hand. But composure's a great word because G2 lost it there. That's a solo play from Jorgamo. He wasn't synced with Trent. Whether that's a comms issue, whether that's Jorg being too aggro, Trent being too passive, hard to say from the outside. But the flash didn't catch properly and it wasn't coordinated. G2 on another eco. 5-5, but Sen very likely to be the winners of this half.
Money just rolling for them. It's an eco push from G2 out towards mid. They're not shying away, making it known that they've taken that control, just rattling off the bullets, which the rate's going to be able to hit.
Haven't really seen any classic huge impact from Leaf pushing out on defense.
Out towards the B site. Got a dimensional drift forward as well. Double step up over towards the wall. Not sure if that was just not comms in order, but still Sen are going to get easy and open access to this B site. There's no one holding to try and anchor. It's a retake flash that's planted. Up onto the high ground by Jonah P, but they don't have the weaponry.
विषय एकदम chilling से. कोई hard scene नहीं है.
Play from Sen. Relying on their util, relying on the better spam.
विषय.
Not caring about the smokes that are available from Valen.
It's fast from G2. Regain control towards backside back halls. They know that there's going to be players pushed up into the corner. Leaf's going to be spotting at least a few of them. And oh no, revealed and spammed down. Box, not a sufficient defense. And the rifles, as we said, happy to play into it here for Sentinels. They know they've got the util. And with that firepower advantage, it's just inevitability.
That B execute is one that was allowing G2 a couple of rounds at the beginning of this half. We saw them run it in round 1 and round 3, I
भाई लोगों को
believe.
कास्टिंग का कितना पैसा मिलता रहेगा एक दिन का? पता नहीं यार, मेरे को कास्टिंग रेट्स नहीं पता.
held it with Valen and Jonah P. This time Sen choose an anti.
बट अच्छा खासा मिलता है, अच्छा खासा मिलता होगा भाई. They are like the best in the world.
Over towards mid, John using that condition.
I mean, at least in their region.
To find a bit of a free round. G2 would need to win this one just to tie things up here.
Here's a fast take out towards A. There's no pushback from G2, just a few shock darts.
The reaction though from mid, Leaf, Jorg walking up.
All the way out. Back spotted just onto the shoulder. He's gonna have to B-hop his way to safety and leave. This is disrespect.
Good morning, Teju.
Fighting fire with fire. It's been a thorn in the sides for G2 consistently, but look at the awareness.
Yeah, they got the read. I was just saying we hadn't
Beautiful
seen
bang.
Leaf pushing
This is
on
the
defense
bang.
very much. And there, the one round
This
he
is the
does
bang.
it. Hearing
Bang
both
bang.
and Celsius run
रात भर
towards the
बात
rest of the team
कर.
in
तू
A.
मेरे साथ है चल.
Gets caught. At the same time, though,
भाई एक और आ
G2
रहा है.
have full knowledge that
John
everyone
P आ
on
रहा
is
है.
in that position. So now you see John, bang, very
Shuffling
cautious,
shot.
extremely diligent reclear through mid, through spawn. Wondering if there could be another nipping at their heels. And Jonah, he's thinking about it, but at the moment he's just playing to contain and playing for sound, hoping he can hear them if they rotate back to B.
Yeah.
And it's allowing G2 to keep this triple stack on the A site. Danger not fully averted here through John's calling.
Sen going to be setting themselves up. There's no time for a pivot either. We're down to 30 seconds, roughly, when his hit might come through, but they're calling for contact. It's quiet.
walk in कर रहे.
All for Sentinels, and they're hoping that somebody just opens themselves up, but that's going to be
Oh
a call
shit.
made forwards,
Oh shit.
pressing
Bro.
the advantage that potentially they've
Bro.
got, but it is chaos all
2v2.
across the site. And Jordan,
भाई,
make sure to
Spike
step into
aim in
that
है अभी भी.
smoke.
Oh,
Find
look
the
at this.
Yeah, and this is going to be still with 12
Bro,
seconds remaining. Jonah P, he's taking out bang. Celsius left in that impossible scenario. He's jumping around, he's leaping around, util out into his hands.
Oh,
Wins out the
time,
first
yaar.
Yeah, it's just ran short. And so 6-6.
Bro, 6 all half हो गया chat. ये game OT जा रहा है.
But G2 will
We
be
are
so much
having
happier about their
another
performance
20
there. It's
OT.
Still not what we've seen from them.
20 OT game होने वाला है ये. 20 OT game. भाई कैसे वैलिन मारा यार वो. He stuck to it, bro.
The whole of split, sorry. Santa still looking sharp though.
That was the better half than we had last time.
Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying.
Smiles on their faces. And
Ajba, I played pickleball today for the first time. It was fun. Damn, bro.
Now Riv is standing by.
भाई मेरे को तो लॉन टेनिस खेलना है भाई. पिकलबॉल नहीं खेलना. मेरे को लॉन टेनिस खेलना है. लॉन टेनिस में बहुत हेवी विषय होता है ना.
We are back here in the streamer booth, and I'm joined again by Tarek, and this time Masayoshi. A little bit better of a game here, Masa. I'm going to come to you first. Yeah. How are you feeling about the game? How's Sen looking so far? What do you think the outcome's going to be?
Dude, they're looking collective. They're like one unit right now. Honestly, I think we're going to have a great BO5 on our hands. Yeah.
All right, Tarek, talk to me about what Zelsis is kind of making you feel right now. This guy is just popping off.
Oh, he's giving me feelings that I haven't felt in a long time. Honestly, I'm proud of him more than anything. I don't know what he's changed up in his game or his routine, but he's just really sharp right now, and it's impressive because he always shows up when the pressure's on. So big shout out to Zelsis. He's that guy. So round of applause for him.
And Masa, maybe your first time, I'm not sure, I can't remember, but are you enjoying it? How's the venue been? What's it been like?
Dude, it's been amazing. The energy's great. From both sides of the team, loving it. Yeah, it's a great time.
Heck yeah. Tarek, yesterday I talked to Rob for a moment, and I just want to kind of get some clearance on this. You also said you may not come today, but you still came today, and things seem to be going all right. You know, is that aura not there? Are the planets aligning for you now? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't think I'm a jinx. That's the problem, and that might be the problem actually. No, but it's the grand finals, and we've already qualified for Bangkok, and I wanted to be here to support the team, so that's why I came out. But I'm praying that they can keep up this form. So let's see.
You're going to be going to Bangkok?
I will be at Bangkok. I will be. Yeah. So
he's gonna be. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Masayoshi. Any last words?
Go Sen.
There it is. Go Sen. Let's go right back to the casters and see what they have to say about the game.
It's so tragic what we're going to be doing to Masayoshi after this.
Any last words?
Caught on camera there.
HT है, अब तो हाई का रिप्लाई दे दो.
Rib's about to execute him off camera.
Hi.
All right, 6-6 going into it here. I'm really glad that Tarek's brought up Zelsis as a focal point, because in the previous game that we were watching of G2 playing against San on Pearl, Zelsis was that weak point. He was actually getting abused playing this B-Link position. But yeah, I don't know if he ate his Weetabix or if he's been taking the cold showers or whatever it is to get ready for this game. But we'll let Tarek do the investigative journalism on that, and for us, just witness the difference.
Stepping forwards, hold on. Only the one reveal. Shock darts to try and push these players back, but they are caught into the corner. G2, that's an emergency evacuation with the Thorns to try and help it.
The reaction over towards B, though. Realizing that A main is pushed, B should be weak.
Last catches, that's information. Celsius setting that one off, but still the committal into the site. G2, you can hear it now, the rumble of the footsteps. John QT, got the salvos primed, but it's not something you can really use off of just the sound cue to try and deny the plan. They're a bit too slow for that.
Activity in the post plan, good to see from G2. They got red last time by Sentinels on split.
It's all about catching that player right there, so Celsius taking out this lane position. A lot of control for G2, and the flashes are beautiful on that. They're meeting them pound for pound with these pistols in hand. Shock darts rebounding. Cacophony of util. John left to pick up those pieces. See if you can forge a path to victory into this pistol. But he knows he's got a lot to do and a lot to account for. Leaf making sure that
मैं कितने दिन से नहीं सोया, अच्छे से नहीं सोया since मतलब अभी कल परसों से.
It's a narrow lead at that, but they're going to want to keep it going.
चिल्ले रे देखो क्या है मालूम क्या ऑब्वियसली ऐसा थकान फील होता है ऑब्वियसली ऐसा डिजी फील होता है जब तुम कम सोते हो लेकिन द एडवांटेज ऑफ
It's all about anticipating it on split.
Nice boys.
of this thing is कि मैं अगर भले नहीं सो रहा हूँ ना तो भी मैं एक जगह पे बैठ के हूँ अगर मेरा हलचल हो रहा रहता तो फिर मैं जमा हो जाता समझो अगर चलना वगैरह रहता मेरे को तो भी कूल इसलिए आई गेस मैं 1-2 घंटा सो के भी बीच में ही ऐसा नैप लेके ना आधा घंटा नैप लेके भी मैं सरवाइव कर पा रहा हूँ अच्छे से मतलब एनर्जी में आज तो भाई मैं ऑन हूँ भाई पता नहीं कैसे जबकि मैं सोया ही नहीं हूँ आज आई एम ऑन पर आज सोऊंगा मैं अच्छे से आफ्टर दिस गेम
you can see Leaf playing around his own vice.
एडवांटेजेस में एक पैसा भी मिलता है इसमें वॉच पार्टी का तो ना पैसा मिलता है भाई more than half of the streams are copyrighted
without giving away exactly what you're up to. So Sen, I think, are going to have to be playing really clean retake style or early fighting towards A and B main.
Might be able to cook up a kill or two. These players are hyper pushed up and pressured into the corners here, but
Jamapur.
With that many bodies and a weaponry differential, it's almost inevitable.
Usually, you're going to see teams trying to die to spike in
जिम
that
में
spot
प्रॉपर
so that they
स्लीप
don't
भी तो
feed
इम्पोर्टेंट है हाँ मेरा क्या हो सकते हैं एक हफ्ते का 4 वर्कआउट्स होता है 3 हो गया एक नहीं किया अगले हफ्ते कंटिन्यू करूंगा
Probably your 2 best ultimates for winning attack side rounds.
एक लेग वर्कआउट डे रह गया मेरा बस बट मैंने लेग्स हिट किए थे एक बार ऑलरेडी तो
now want to fight for an ult orb. Do they think, all right, Jorg is probably going to be fighting for A main ult orb. Should we set up a trap play over there? You can't fight for them both. So there's a little bit of a risk.
Copyrighted मतलब अबे गाने बजते हैं ना वो copyright आता है.
One or the other decision is.
Yeah.
Does look like they want to brawl in A main though.
The stars are already laid down.
Jorgamo not necessarily with them.
Now they're going to see that early util being used. In fact, Jorg's making his way over towards Dart and mid. Things being sent. It's going to be deep Dart and a clone on top of it. Taking control of the middle of the map, and that's going to be putting him into confusion. Adding some question marks to the backs of the minds of these Sen players, wondering where these players could be from G2. It's a deep TP. It's going straight into the side as well, and Jorgamo might be looking for a cheeky kill, so John is quite aware of it.
अरे माँ कसम यार ये स्टिंगर डेंजर गन है यार मार ही नहीं पाया बनता है नाइस ये मेन पे तब से
playmaker he's got to worry about being pressured on multiple fronts, but just backs himself, and if he plays his life, the longer
3v3 वो 8 से एकदम लेट आ रहा है ओ मिस किया बैन
worried about this one, just missing these timings. 2 outlaw bullets, no fruition, and getting a move on attack.
Wait, they got time to go B.
Straight to mid, but Bang knows all at this point.
Can Zelsis get there in time? If Zelsis runs, they'll hear him and they'll know where to anticipate him, so he's got to take the slower timing. which probably allows Val in the plant.
30 seconds left.
Celsius is going to be deading those thorns, but all deaded. G2 not giving up the site though. Everybody grouped up towards it, and that flash drops down, but G2, it's not quite made for the retake there. Bang's forced to just save, scurry away the rifle for a rainy day, which is going to be next round.
G2 baited out the wall in that position.
बहुत बढ़िया भाई. अकेला फ्लैश करके उतर गया रे वो.
Play off-site, and some of them might have been split up. And instead, all three of them are just crouched in front of the wall, waiting to punish Celsius. This round definitely got tricky. G2 are leaving it completely up to Trent with his drone and with his recon to try to clear A main alone, which means he has to play so safe. And this round, they actually ended up clearing A main by going through through the site and then back into A main, backwards on themselves.
Yeah.
So, awkward. And it might give Sen the idea that fighting for A main actually is the right choice.
Not to get much easier though for Sentinels at this point, because bonus round conversion of G2.
Yeah, G2 are fully back into this.
And a dimensional drift for Jorgamo to play with.
You do not want to allow G2 an opportunity to feel like they're back in the game. You caught them off at the beginning. You hit them with a big punch. They were reeling. They didn't look like their mental was in it either, and now Sen have let off the pressure a little.
This is respect being showcased. I mean, you can see it. Weaker weapons by Sen, but still offloaded towards these ultimates, and a lot of emphasis being placed. They've got to win out this A main fight as well. There's flashes at their feet, and the TP is forced out, so they've cleared out A main. No worries here for G2, but players getting a bit of a move on. Sentinels looking to try and see if they can shore up the defense over towards A, but it's pulled them away, and they've lost information across the map at the same time.
One of the things that John was doing so well on defense split was recognizing when G2 were going for fast hits and full gamble rotating. So G2 ended up getting red. I think again here they were expecting Jorg's Euroult to be the signal for a fast A execute. And now they're forced to go and re-explore and look for info.
I do like these moves being made. Drone even just spotted as well, Valen, so
They've
got a nice timing though. Narrate, he just used a haunt to clear B long. G2 have heard that, seen that, now they can just walk up, knowing that Sen are pretty much relying on util to get info here rather than bodies and guns.
रोटेट इसलिए मारे क्योंकि वो स्क्रॉलर से चेक किया था या रिकॉन से चेक किया था कि बिलोंग पे कोई है क्या. भाई ये क्या है, ये क्या पूरे मैप को भर दिया इन लोगों ने.
Still his team is willing to bail him out. Make sure they've got that gunplay happening, working. There's only 12 seconds left, and you've got to try and stick this at some point here to seize. Hard committed, and the guns, they're just not there for Sen. They can't try and play fast and loose into this one, but maybe Celsius from behind.
With the Sen bundle.
But they're aware of it. They spot him out as the rifles making sure they've got that swift dismissal.
कोई बात नहीं.
Full
भाई लोग 10-6 हो गया.
Exactly where John is and where he's going to be trying to play towards. It's 10-6. G2.
John क्यूटी को भर रहा है ये.
More than a string of rounds.
John क्यूटी को भर रहा है ये. इसको लेना पड़ेगा आड़ी मेरे. ज़्यादा बच रहा है.
Very dangerous if not been able to take it, but G2 were allowed the opportunity to play slow, play scrappy, because any of these long-range fights are just destined to go the way of G2 with their rifles. Kaplan's called a tactical timeout.
Timeout आ चुका है. कल्पना भाई का.
They've lost 4 rounds at the beginning here of Pearl. It's actually quite early to go for a tac timeout. I know it's 10-6, and if G2 start getting more and more rounds on the board, it could almost be game over, but
फोन लगा के बात करो और भाई. नहीं अभी जरूरत नहीं है. जब जरूरत होती है तभी कॉल करने का, कभी भी नहीं करने का. भाई साहब.
One of the things might be to focus pretty heavy on A main control.
इसका नाम क्या था मैं भूल गया शायद.
Into that spot.
John क्यूटी जैसे ही कुछ तो नाम था इसका.
Might be to avoid areas where Jonah P can get value out of the Vice ultimate, because that's something G2 are surely going to be using in round 17 here.
And I think as well, all the more likely as well. It's just the fact that Sen need to win this. They are scraping the bottom of the barrel with their buy. Their money and economy is going to be plummeting if they end up losing this one, despite the loser's advantage or loser's bonus that they have just from losing the rounds. 4 in a row so far. G2.
Second का print out लेके आया है भाई घर से.
They're going to be punching Sen down. And for Sen, it is that must win. Like you said, it's not too much in terms of tactics, because the
Josh RT भाई की body मेरी तरह है.
Round being played, but Cap could call a little bit of a set play, maybe see if they can get an early advantage. It's one thing you can do on the backside of this.
I mean, I think the adjustment, just looking at the minimap here for Sentinels, is going to be to have Zekken set up early with Astra and Teho utility to lock down B long. Look here, he's got 30 seconds off the back of this gate crash to play aggressive B long, and then he's got another one, so a minute on the clock where he can lock down B alone.
G2 are making moves.
He's going to be under pressure here because this is a B split.
It is. No one's really got to try and watch his back.
Okay, nice.
Forced.
जॉन भी अल्ट करने वाला है टीपी छोड़ के रखना चाहिए ना उसने सीटी को ओह वाओ दैट वाज अ स्मार्ट अल्ट भाई दैट वाज अ स्मार्ट अल्ट उसको वही जगह थी बचने के लिए
They knew it left a little gap there and he covered it with the op. It's so good from G2.
Plant down on top of it.
Crazy na bhai.
Halls is about to get annihilated with Teho util.
And here it is. Salvos. You pushed G2 forwards, but they're backing away. They're saving.
They're saving! 4v5 on B, allowing G2 to get up to 11 in that spot. I mean, we very rarely see big saves like this. Yeah. The strat worked perfectly for G2 coming out of this. We've got enough time with the save to watch it all in slow-mo. G2 are not even thinking about going hunting for guns yet. They're like, all right, now surely the retake's coming through at some point, right?
ठीक है मतलब कुछ तो रहेगा प्लान रहेगा दिमाग में चैट कुछ तो प्लान रहेगा दिमाग में इसलिए सावे हो रहा है ये
Yeah, their economy is in tatters. It's what your
कुछ तो प्लान रहेगा कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है That's a nice move to save
maybe less.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably less, probably more like 15 if you're looking at the numbers. So
उनका क्रेडिट स्लो था बराबर
It's the percentage play.
All right.
But this match
they had a
so
plan
far
जिसकी वजह से उन्होंने सेव किया एंड ये राउंड के लिए खेल रहे
हैं and being rewarded for it. And now you're giving the game to G2 a little.
बराबर 12-6 पे इको हो जाता but yeah 4 भी ठीक है
It's 5 in a row for G2. Looking to make it 6. Stepping forwards. It's a flash and a dart. It's going to clear the way over towards A main. Drone. Making it feel like they're trying to go a bit of an AX second. It's pulling players away from them, and it is essentially looking like with a bit of spam, making sure to lock down that spot in a position. It's just the one choke point to worry about. There's that late lurk from Leaf, which could be a bit of a problem, but now Senna using a drone, just trying to clear this one out, and they just see Leaf, so they know exactly what's going to be occurring. Potential
मत कर
Valen's just spraying down, committing into
walk in कर लिए दो जन
the rifle play. Jonah P hard committing. He's going to be stepping up onto the site now. Wincon's needed for G2 here. Sees at the feet. It's going to be locking it down on top of it. There's going to be smokes in the face. A cosmic divide. Pure chaos. And not a lot to play with. Trent still sticking. Nothing from Sentinels to push this one back, but they're happy to wait it out. Zekken, he's got a dimensional drift for this retake. He's going to be joining his team momentarily as soon as this cosmic divide dissipates.
Zekken पे ult है
late retake attempt because Zekken was so far away.
Time to turn up the tempo. Jonah P, did he make a sound cue here? He has to be potentially that knife in the back, but no. Reveals it early, just gets the one before the trade comes through. Leaf watching up and over the angle. Flash is not doing too much at all. Zekken, Shorty knocks him down. 4 bullets left. Unbelievable.
Superstar performance from Zekken. Hits the Red Bull clutch in a spot that you should never see somebody win. They had to wait for him to go all the way, marching from B to A.
What was that shot, bro?
Rips the dimensional drift and somehow takes it.
What was that shot, bro?
He used 3 different weapons for the 3 different kills.
Oh my god!
But the shot on Leaf is spectacular. It's a pre-fire, anticipating that peek through.
Oh shit, I just dropped my lens.
What a hero when Sen needed it. They would have been out of the game.
Truly. They truly would have. Let's put the op into Zekken's hands. Adds a bit of extra bite to the defense. Got to deal with that util though. That's going to be spotting it out. Flash up and over the top. Jorgamo, do you dare step over this? Sees, don't think that connected. Does not indeed. He's going to be spamming around to the corners, into the common positions in case
insane bhai kya mara wo yaar
with the reclear now getting the drone in, but this
Zekken fighting Trent over towards A main.
Yeah, fluidity from Sentinels trying to make a go of it, just barely a shoulder to the jiggle. but a shot missed nevertheless. Thorns at the feet of the G2 players. Narrate just going for a bit of a peek.
Bold, very bold.
Leaves it to the 4v4.
No util, no double swing. Is Zelsis going to go for a jump up here?
Surely not, though.
Left. Zelsis could be that playmaker, tucked to the corner into this spot.
He's in a tough position because they've given up the whole of B.
भाई वो जोगेम्बो का वो TP उधर ही फंसा है.
If they trigger this, put it up, and it's going towards his side. Starts it down, dodges the flash. Shocks are flying forwards, but the Thorn's still dead anyway. That dart is inside the smoke. They are unaware of this.
Wow, 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 wow. भाई ये क्या मस्त वॉल है चैट. क्या आउटप्ले वॉल है भाई ये.
Put him in the vice grip.
Insane भाई.
Let's do a lot from
Take
this
notes,
spot.
chat. Take notes.
Only 9 seconds remaining. The tap.
Take notes.
There's discipline now in from Sen, and they realize that they've won it.
Crazy wall, crazy wall. That was a banger wall.
There was a couple milliseconds there, honestly, where Jorg might have been able to get the spike down, but chooses to play for the attack side off instead. 11-8.
By G2 is so rich, chat.
Tactical timeout here. And Sen, they've got themselves back into it. It was looking absolutely dire.
G2 is so rich.
But with 2 big rounds. I mean, especially from Zekken, the one prior that we watched, 1v3. They've managed to cut the gap.
Timeout आते हुए यहाँ पे other side of G2.
So one of the big
G2 को लग रहा है comeback आ सकता है, लेकिन क्या chat को लग रहा है ये कि timeout आ सकता है? Chat का पता नहीं. मेरे हिसाब से G2 ये game जीत रहा है. तो ये 1-all होने वाला है.
To teleport away to halls. And in this last one, Zekken was part of like the skirmish, let's say,
for real the ball though.
Reclear.
ऐसे clutch के बाद Zelsis इतना शांत कैसे बैठ रहा है?
And that means
because they are in.
It's not so much that people are dying in A main,
losing side, right?
But G2 are
not
controlling A main at any point, and that makes
11-8 is not a good score.
Really difficult. It almost takes them off the table. Good luck running an A split if you know, if you're going to be running into Zekken in that area. So that's one of the things that I think Josh RT will be assessing. Is it worth it to be trying to invest more resources over towards A, or should we just assume that Sen are leaving B quite weak and start trying to find Zelsis?
There's a lot to think about. G2 trying to play this attack now.
Trent का अल्ट है एक और में. Sentinels के पास वाइस अल्ट है रिटेक के लिए, नरेट का अल्ट है. Okay, so they have good ults. John Cutie का भी अल्ट load up हो रहा है.
He's probably not going to be meeting too many players, but you never know. Bit of presence from mid, but for G2 here and
But the thing again, G2 is rich. तो even though ये गेम हारती है, ये राउंड हारती है, अगला राउंड वापस बाय रहेगा. But then they won't have buy if they win the next round as well. But for that they need to win this round first.
I don't know if we're going to see them go.
And for that we need to watch the match. चुपचाप. तो अभी चुप बैठो.
Malin and Jonah are drifting back towards the middle of the map. But it's a B-leaning default anyway, whereas usually they've been going towards Art or B-Link.
Yeah.
So Josh has adjusted something, and yeah, it is going to be that late round, mid-round kind of re-clear towards A main. And I think they'll be expecting to meet Zekken here. It would be most standard, but Narrate's just given away that it's the Fade covering this spot now.
He just needed the mid-round info with that Prowler.
He can't fight it as well as Zekken would be able to. Fade doesn't have the ability to teleport out.
Looks like he's still going to square up, though. Just jiggling. A few bullets laid off, and he does have the knife full as well to try and help him out. Okay, kick it
Bro,
in.
what a shot.
Trent, full speed ahead. Now he's getting a move on. A quick tap, seeing if there is that response in terms of the util, and with the smokes in the face of Zekken. Can't quite make
Bro,
a play.
no way. Okay.
Holding down
TP करने वाला है Zekken उधर.
It's critical for the Sen retake occurring here, and for G2, they're looking to take it one step further. They've lurked their way all the way through.
No. Nice!
The window, but it's being watched for.
Oh shit.
My God, just finding the cranium.
Nah,
and
bro,
just
yeah.
finds himself in through main. 2v4 in the blink of an eye with a Hunter's Fury at that. Tail end of it, getting that damage. Blast through into the smoke.
Yeah. 1-all.
It's 12 rounds now for G2. And 4
1-all
chances
it
for Sen
is.
to try and claim OT.
We got a game here, bro.
Lovely value coming out of the back of the tactical timeout from Josh RT. I really like that B-leaning default into the A-main re-clear. Don't quite understand what Narrate was thinking, holding his space there. Throwing out the Nightfall is fine, but you got to play behind cover and wait for your teammates to play in. He just tried the wide swing.
It's okay.
G2 slow, controlled, getting their heads back into the game, making sure they prioritize those fundamentals. And now they're on map point.
क्या चिल्लम चिल्ली हो रही है भाई?
Just the
मुंह बंद करो ना.
difficulty for Sentinels to try and hold this one back. Dimensional Drift. Jorgamo is going to grab that information once more. It's going to be using it to see if he can set the path and clear the way. They know the wall's not quite there. Jorgamo knives out, just trying to bait that fight out. Still Jorgamo, how is he getting the one before the trade comes through? Shorty's out.
Oh my god, bhai.
This is desperation from Sentinels. But
oh, almost.
Not quite. G2, they even up that scoreline. It's 1-1 in the maps. And Valen just testing the crowd, arms up in the sky. Got a long way yet to go with this.
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. अगला मैप क्या है? अगला मैप क्या है? फल तो टटी मैप है, तो टेंशन की बात नहीं है. फ्रैक्चर है अगला मैप. अगला मैप अबीस है. चैट अबीस पे ऑन अ स्केल ऑफ 1 to 10 हाउ सेंटिनल्स प्ले एंड हाउ G2 प्ले. ब्रो व्हाट ए वॉलपेपर. ब्यूटीफुल. क्यूटी कुत्ता. दूसरा एंगल आया कहाँ पे? Bro. Bro. भाई साहब, भाई ड्रीम सेटअप बना के रखा है यार इसने. विश्वतीन भाई, ड्रीम सेटअप भाई. क्रेजी, इनसेन भाई. चलो इसी बात पे 50 मेंबर गिफ्ट एटलीस्ट. क्या बोलते चैट? 50 10 ठीक है चलो भाई. लेकिन यार क्या सेटअप है यार आपका. वेल डन भाई, वेल डन. दिस इज ब्यूटीफुल. भाई मेरे को इतने बड़े टीवी पे कभी PS पे खेलना है यार. ये माइल्स मोराल्स खेल रहा है टटी गेम. ओ ये वाला शॉट बहुत मस्त है भाई. भाई ये वाला शॉट बहुत मस्त है. वेट ये माइल्स मोराल्स है या द अमेजिंग है? अच्छा वीडियो लगाई है. भाई मुझे ये सस्ता में मिला तो मैंने ले लिया. देखो i9 14 Gen RTX 4090. वाओ ब्यूटीफुल सेटअप. चट ये ऐसा स्टैंड कितने का मिलता है? ये स्टैंड से वेंटिलेशन काफी अच्छा होता रहेगा ना चैट? हाँ चैट, ये सोनोस टट्टी आप भाई माइल्स मोराल्स बेस्ट PS गेम है तो आपने खेले नहीं रहेगे भाई. माइल्स मोराल्स वन ऑफ द मोस्ट बोरिंग गेम है जो मैंने खेला है. एंड काफी अच्छा है बट काफी ओकेश गेम है. ₹300 का मिलता है भाई. मैं भी ले लूं क्या फिर? 1000 तक अच्छा आता है कूलिंग पैड. डेडपुल एंड वुल्फ्रेंड इंडी टिकट रिसेप्ट टैक इनवॉइस. ये क्या सीन है? ये क्या सीन है? ये सब क्या भेज रहा है? लड़की था मैं. व्हाट ब्रो, व्हाट इज रॉन्ग विथ यू गाइस? चैट किसने किसने देखा नया नाइफ? किसने किसने देखा नया नाइफ दूसरों को यूज करते हुए? हाउ इज इट? इट इज बैड ब्रो, न्यू नाइफ इज बैड। ओबे तुम लोगों ने आरजीएक्स करैम्बिट नो अपग्रेड देखी है? भाई क्या डेंजर दिखती है। किस कोई तो यूज कर रहा था इसमें वीसीडी में। भाई मेरे को जो मजा आया देखने, आरजीएक्स 2.0 करैम्बिट शोकेस। अबे वो लेवल के हिसाब से दिखा दे, वो कहाँ पे है? हाँ देखो यही है, यही है। कितनी सी दिखती है देखो ना। अपन अपन करेंगे। रुको मैं अभी करता हूँ ना भाई वैलोरेंट चालू करके। भाई मेरे को जनरली देखने का कैसा दिखता है, बहुत फनी दिखता है भाई वो। कंगना रनौत ने डाला है। ए ये देखो इधर गिव अवे चल रहा है अपना, हैशटैग गिव अवे में इधर क्लिक करने का है, गिव अवे में एंटर कर सकते हो। फिर आग बंद करो। 8594 पासवर्ड 685496। ये क्या एक नया आया है भाई मार्केट में? प्लीज क्लिक ऑन एलिमेंट्स दैट आर आइडेंटिकल। ये क्या आया है बे? आइडेंटिकल मतलब क्या होता है? अच्छा अबे कप्चा मेरा रॉन्ग हो गया कैसे? भाई कप्चा का क्वेश्चन ही इतना डेंजर था भाई तुम्हारा। हट, इतना डेंजर कैसे यार कप्चा का ये? सिलेक्ट द इमेज दैट फिट्स द सीन शोन बिलो। भाई ये कितना टफ है। बॉट हो तुम, शट अप। सालो कुछ भी लिखते हो हाँ? कर लिया ना भाई कप्चा। ओए कप्चा, कप्चा गेम प्ले। कप्चा भाई चैट, इज इट जस्ट मी या तुम्हारा भी गेम चालू होने इतना टाइम लगता है? हाँ टाइम लगता है ना, टॉटी गेम है यार। इतना इतना क्यों टाइम लगता है भाई? गेम खुलने में इतना टाइम किसी का अगर लगता है तो यार इट्स बैड। टेंजू 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 टेंजू। हाँ अभी मैं गेम कैप्चर वगैरह नहीं चालू कर सकता। ओ भाई ये एनकोडिंग ओवरलोड हो रहा है। हो गया सही, हो गया फट से सही हो गया भाई। वो नहीं हुआ, अटक रहा है स्ट्रीम, अटक रहा है स्ट्रीम, अटक रहा है। लैग हो रहा है, आई नो लैग हो रहा है दोस्तों। रुको जरा रुको, बेबी काम डाउन, बेबी काम डाउन। ओवरलोड काहे हो रहा है भाई? ओवरलोड काहे होत रही भाई? चट ओवरलोड क्यों हो रहा है? चलो अभी सही हो गया। अच्छा लैपटॉप है ना, चार्जिंग पे नहीं था इसलिए ओवरलोड हो रहा था। लैपटॉप चार्जिंग पे नहीं था इसलिए लोड हो रहा था चैट। अबे गेम चालू हो रहा है यार, मेरे को नाइफ देखना था यार। अबे यार चलो बाद में देखते, बाद में देखते। अभी ठीक हो गया।
It's not just important. At this point, it's hard to kind of like scale your mind to that kind of fashion.
Okay.
Think about it. There's a difference.
स्लो है क्या
John.
भाई तू थोड़ा सा? अरे
Potential
keep it
counterplay for
plugged,
maybe
yes.
Some of the stuff
Do
that
you
Leaf
think
likes to
only
get up
rich
to, you know,
families
when
can
he's
afford
trying to
a
take
gaming
good
career? No.
control by bunny hopping around the corner. He's got his TP in predictable locations.
I think it must be. We often see G2 on the defense side tucking. Actually, they can play.
What you stream from laptop? Check my Instagram story for context.
I've got to imagine that either John is going to be looking to break the very predictable placement of the rendezvous, or he's looking to just do damage and clear out that spot. Have to keep an eye on that one. Certainly was something that they could have gone for.
आज पहला दिन है ना रे अपना डुअल पीसी का, इसलिए थोड़ा अपने को समझने के लिए टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन हो जाएगा, कुछ सीन नहीं है।
G2 not
चिल्लाओ और माँ कसम चिल्लाओ।
Here as we get started in an important pistol, G2 are clearing out B with 4 players.
Deep push.
And no one to hear this.
No. All relatively unknown. The Sen side of things. Not that it's going to slow them down at all here. Leaf is primed and ready, at least onto their position.
I can't use that.
Postured away, back.
I can't use that.
Ray ended up flying forward to the
I can't use that.
Sight, so
Full
getting into this post plan.
I can't use that.
Control, but a flank unaccounted for.
It's only Bang watching it. Zelsis goes back as well to try to help with this.
And Salvo's just that primed and ready. He dodges it, but here it is. Tapping to the foots and the rifle, not quite as the pistols in hand. Jorg is doing enough for them. Overwhelming the presence that Senna trying to get going over towards their defense. And that is just phenomenal work.
Capture card से कर रहे हैं, yes sir.
Exactly as they drew it up. The flank worked to perfection. Sentinels didn't actually have a good idea of where that retake was coming from. I thought that with Sen having only seen the chamber in backside, Teodron not being broken, full heaven control in post, I thought they might read the fact that that was coming.
अच्छा मुझे बताओ चैट, अगर मैं लैपटॉप ये चलो 8 घंटे के लिए चार्जिंग पे यूज कर रहा हूँ अगर, तो लैपटॉप पे कुछ बुरा असर होगा? गेमिंग लैपटॉप है एकदम डेंजर 4080 है इसमें।
उसका कैप्चर कार्ड है tough to win on a map if you're losing pistol and bonus rounds regularly. In the rifles, they were keeping it very competitive on Pearl. You can't afford to lose out on a trophy and think back and think,
कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता लैपटॉप पे।
Yeah. That's Valorant at the end of the day. Jorg.
Obviously बैटरी लाइफ का इशू होएगा ना।
Evacuate, get the hell out of there. It's been swarmed and swamped.
इन बैटरी लाइफ की क्या ही जरूरत है ना?
They want to try and take the fight straight to them. On top of it, you can see them rattling forward to the pistol bullets. And this time, Jorgamo not likely to survive. Leaf hard committed off into the corner. It's an aftershock at that. Trying to push them back and away. All being used here, and he just sees the shoulders peeking through on the sides of the smokes. And last-ditch effort and play by
It's built to work that way.
They can do
Oh.
that damage, maybe claim a couple of guns in the
तो
process.
लैपटॉप को सिर्फ चार्जिंग पे यूज करा करो हैं?
By G2.
I do like what
They are built like this. भाई देखो मैंने पहले से कभी लैपटॉप यूज नहीं किया, इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा हूँ।
We saw a really good one against MIBR as well. They're coming in here with ideas. They're trying to disrupt G2 and apply pressure to them, but as yet unshaken.
लाइफ स्पैन कम हो जाता है लैपटॉप का, 8 साल चलना होगा तो वो 5-6 साल बाद दिक्कत देगा। चलेगा।
Sen have got to make sure that they're playing with a bit of discipline here. And watching out for G2 to make the play, because normally initiative is going to be with the team that has the lower weaponry.
Yeah.
Deep trademark in mid, giving them passive information. And Jorg is set up to go for a flash peek off Leaf's contact on B. Now this looks really similar to the pistol round setup for Sentinels. Narrate goes through mid, smokes himself off,
GPU full potential पे यूज नहीं होता, तभी मेरा वो ओवरलोड आया ना जब मैंने Valorant चालू किया।
Regroup with the rest of the team. Send the drone forwards, just seeing Valen. Dash committal, seconds in on the site.
Okay, Vian.
Game for G2.
John takes the orb and now he takes the plant and he's got Armageddon online, round 3, which is impressive. especially considering you don't win the pistol.
If you don't use it on charge all the time, your battery life will reduce faster. जब पूरे time charging पे रहता है तो battery doesn't have to work, so doesn't mess up.
Grenade as well, so much util. Although there's the salvos used early from John.
It's the push and pull. Both sides just trying to exchange out that util as well, and seeing G2 hoping that they can get a better side of it. Zekken though, basically the only one playing forwards onto that. Flasher does connect. It's good in the process.
So continue plugged in रखते फिर.
Running short at that, and the raid forwards and put in a bit of a pinch. The Armageddon has to be offloaded here. Means that nobody's going to be able to stick this one, but they're overlapping. A lot of their util still ticking. Leaf's been knocked off the map at some point in the end. The pull is a savior at the end of the day.
चलो match देखते दोस्तों आ जाओ.
It's going to be that.
Match देखते. Let's go.
Time trying to get into these retakes.
And I had a questioning tone in my voice when I was saying that John used the salvo early. But actually, with the salvo and with Zekken fighting on site, it made G2 pretty confident they were running an on-site post-plant setup. And so G2 ended up investing a lot of utility to try to get through this smoke here that we're watching. Whereas instead, G2 are a good enough team if they realize you're playing full off-site, they're holding onto all of that util and then chucking it at you in A main. And getting a much earlier tap on the spike, it must be said as well. So nice awareness from Sen. Playing things in a pretty advanced way. Narrate continues to pick up this almost like Cypher duty.
Yes, Croxy.
Go forwards in mid, throw out the smoke, break the door.
Just applying pressure onto the A players as they go into that hit. The setup from G2 again, they had a familiar one to the prior one, so this is open sight and open access for Sentinels.
They've realized that G2 are not fighting for this area of the map, so they're getting free plant.
Yeah.
Can't argue with it.
You can put in a test towards G2 to see how well they can retake. With an op in the hands of Leaf too, it's going to be slowing them down a step. Drone is used to clear the way. Broken. Tied to the corner, not anticipated. John QT playing ahead of the curve when it comes to G2, seeing if they can at least make a way for it, but it's that rolling retreat that's being ordered.
What a shot!
Hitting. Still a lot to tangle. And still valid with the two, but
वाह वैलिन भाई वाह वाह वैलिन भाई ओपन में योगा कर रहे भाई बताओ कोई वैलिन भाई को अरे क्या चल रहा है ये
If you think about the defensive setups we've seen from G2, you're worried about mid because that's where
ROG G16 bro.
In tucked positions behind boxes. You are actually worried about B main as well because that's where the operator is going to be a large amount of the time. You're also worried about that jump spot that Leaf has been playing with the chamber in A main. But as long as you hard clear A main,
भाई साहब भड़क गया ना भड़क गया.
An eco round here for G2. And if they want to make some kind of adjustment, it wouldn't really be for this round. You don't want to showcase your strategic change too early.
Smoke at the feet, no slowing down the Sentinels though.
What a shot, Zekken!
Oh my god, man, he's doing backflips in the air trying to contest with that.
Why Zekken का aim? वो जब वो ऐसा ज़ाबज़ूब खेलता है ना Zekken, तब उसका aim पता नहीं कैसे इतना danger हो जाता है chat है ना? Like insane, bro.
It's going to get them up to other big ultimates that they can use in the post plan.
Yeah, Senna thinking about it as well.
John should be running.
Exactly, they're sending John in, take these fights because, again, he's one away from the Armageddon once more.
To be honest, he doesn't even need to really die in this spot or get the kill because that ult orb over in A main is pretty free, but he's going to get it anyway. Right, coming into this next round, if G2 don't take a tactical timeout...
I don't know, I think better systems helps a lot in becoming a better player. But they are too expensive as well. Hence it's almost impossible for someone who isn't from a well-to-do family. Yes, but...
Off someone's contact.
Trouble is,
it's kind of true. It's kind of true, bro. लेकिन है ना, मतलब बाहर के देश में तो at least वहाँ पे affordable rates पे मिलते हैं gaming PCs. मतलब हर दूसरे बंदे के घर पे रहता है. तो I feel उनमें वो kind of easy रहता रहेगा. अपने यहाँ पे obviously tough है. Like मैं खुद गेमिंग जब शुरू किया था तब मेरा 10th हो गया था और ऑलमोस्ट 11 शुरू होने वाला था. आजकल बंदे लोग मतलब 5th 6th में क्लास में 5th 6th क्लास में 7th 8th क्लास में और वो लोग इमॉर्टल है. So that's a good thing, bro.
TP's backs away and that's, oh my, it's all going apart, isn't it, for G2? Conventional Drift, the Hunter's Fury, any attempt to salvage this fight But the tags, okay, landing in the end was Zekken cleaned up, and that's a plant. Still not committed, but Sentinel's now going into the next wave of things here. Jumping down, flash forwards, but the shot's missing, going wide of the Outlaw. No damage done, no kills to be found. G2 still making this awkward, but Sen, make sure to defend their IGLs back, make sure that they can't step over.
Oh my god, Leaf.
Not accounting for that. Leaf rips it off the shoulders. A 2v3, they got to take a step.
कहाँ से आ रहा है भाई ये एक नंबर राउंड एक नंबर 4-2
taps out wide. That's just the first layer of things, and now he's going to worry about the
Bro,
fight.
he's aware.
There is that level of awareness.
He's aware.
Taking a fight towards
Wow.
it, isolating it, but no bullets left. Gets the
No
reload.
flash.
Time ticking against him, but only 18 health to work with. And Khelraay knows it. The con for the rest of his team, communication is clear. Goes for that jump spot with a shorty just to seal the deal.
Sen are looking like the same form that they were in on Split in terms of being ahead of the game. John is reading stuff really well, and I'm super impressed with the anti-stratton that they've got going on. To shift up their composition, add the Tejo in, and be so aware of the threats that G2 have around the map.
It's not about how we do it, it's not about how we do it.
So that's the Sen motto for when they get a sloppy round win, basically. It's not about how we do it, it's just about that we do it. But to be honest with you, I'm pretty content with what I'm seeing from them. I feel like the execution's decent. John was in a pushed up position there, so you see him use the salvo early. And the rest of Sen...
कौन सा लैपटॉप है? ROG G16 RTX 4080.
Josh RT needs to have this tag time out with his team because they made the adjustment themselves and it didn't work. So now
भाई चैट लेकिन मजाक से हटके मैं अपने पैसों से कभी नहीं ले पाता है ये वाला लैपटॉप 1,70,000 का कुछ तो है ये लैपटॉप.
They might cook up a little bit of an eco play. I mean, I've got the preview. I can see the minimap of where G2 are currently.
भैया जी आपके जो बाल है चैट मेरा फ्यूचर शायद ऐसा ही है यार इन लोग के एयरलाइन जैसा. हाँ
They're not full retreating, so they're not allowing G2 to get easy retakes.
Yeah. It's just enough where G2 have to respect it and use util, but not enough that they can just kind of waltz in, run, not clear the corners.
And one thing that also
अभी जी लेता हूँ भाई जितना जी सकता हूँ. उसके बाद में तो टकला हो जाऊंगा.
Multiple players waiting for them.
उसके पहली शादी करनी होगी भाई.
Although, got to say, the timing they've taken here is so early.
Yeah, it's just bang left to contain this mid push that's occurring as well.
Oh my, whoa.
They've slowed it down.
Look, he
oh,
boy,
no way they're gonna get too easy. Oh, shit.
It's too late. That's slightest of timing.
Nice.
So bang left to pick up the pieces.
Good trades, bro. Good trades.
These players off onto the flank. The target.
Radio part, bang.
Now it's Trent who's been put under a bit of a squeeze. Has to offload that util just to see if he can buy some space and time. And even with that discipline, trying to slow down the shot to the Sheriff, it's bang that still contains the pace.
Leaf's got a potential to win this one if he was in position to take any fights with the Twitter force, but instead it's going to be on Jorg, I think, hitting something absurd if G2 won a chance.
Zekken ult लेके घूम रहा है ना उधर.
First off and
wait, what? Okay.
Leaf there. TP back behind.
पीछे. Nah, bro, 1v1 आ गया यार.
Too soon. And now, hold on, he's going to be able to get half of this. The star was late to be placed. He's sticking it all away. He's sticking it all away. Bang thinks it's a fake tap. Bang thinks it's a fake tap. What a clutch! Even Al just not expecting it, and the kills are rounded out. Leaf has just stolen a round away from them. Was he in Astro form? Could he not hear that he was sticking that?
I think it must have been. He was the last player alive, and he's in Astral form as the tap goes because he's placing the star. I think he just missed the sound cue, to be honest.
Yeah. अच्छा उसको sound ही नहीं आया.
That's my chamber. That's my chamber.
Chat उसको sound ही नहीं आया.
These last couple of rounds, because Leaf almost pulled off a bit of a clutch previously.
क्योंकि वो योगा कर रहा था.
Really seeing
Hell Naha movement right there.
Kickoff 2025 so far.
Yeah, it's rearing its head. Despite the Teo pick that they're using to try and punish the common positions that Leaf wants to play in, pushed up towards Library, where his TP might be laying. They hit a jump spot. Zekken peeking through into the smoke. It's going to be fading. No danger though, no players to receive him just yet.
असल फॉर्म में साउंड नहीं आता क्या पता कास्टर बोले.
Might be incentivized to try and get some value done. Just going to be removing the drone. Still steps up to the challenge.
G2 only just picking up these timings. It feels like Zekken was good.
Are you serious?
What is this from G2?
भाई ये क्या है?
As a smoke drops
ये
down, so Zekken
कौन
can
सा?
recross.
Bro,
I mean,
check
it's just
MPC.
instinctual.
Yeah, just reading the timing play there so well. It looked like Zekken had almost caught it.
Can't snap to the drone in time. He's going to be suppressed here, and Leaf is in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, has to respect that now, so he's going to be cleared out towards A. Sen, get access to the site once more.
Narrate's doing a great job on this pinch as well. All of the mid control that they've been getting, he's been playing for Heaven control in a lot of these A splits, and it gives them much better post-plant positions.
He's going to be that real difficult player out towards the link. No command. Waves coming outwards. Senna holding this one too for nail.
Nice turn. Hold करके रखो भाई.
They know they have to play up onto the side.
Oh, they're gonna double peek this. Oh, they're gonna triple peek.
Potentially even more. Calls for the collapse and calls for the help of the rest of his team.
Jamapur की ticket.
What G2 were aiming for.
Jamapur की ticket confirm.
Beautiful
W's
round
in
from
the chat.
Sentinels. Even despite Zekken getting timinged and spanned
W's
through that
in the
smoke,
chat.
they take full mid control. John Cudy's Tejo. Insane value, insane impact. Pushing back Leaf and stopping him from taking early positions, and then drones into A and pushes Leaf away again. And Narrate is getting set up for these cross-map paranoias to also push the chamber further and further. Takes Heaven control, and then is the backstab against the retake. Every game plan here from Sen is working. It feels very similar to Split.
Yeah.
और टाइम आउट आ गया चैट ये क्या माउस पैड है यार जगम्बो का हाँ? अरे जगम्बो एक चैड मानुस है चैड और वो ऐसा कर रहा है टाइम आउट है टाइम आउट
You can feel the pressure on G2
अभी नहीं हो रहा ना लैग हां
अभी
नहीं हो रहा
as well in this best of 5 where G2 should have the advantages. They can, push the map pool into any direction they want without fail. And yet, still, it's Sentinels coming in with just these little twists and turns that are adding to their composition. They're thinking about ways to disrupt.
15 सेकंड chat.
Josh RT is looking to try to make
delay बहुत काय में
get his team back into the game.
मेरे स्ट्रीम में
I think G2 are getting having a real struggle.
अबे यार गेम चालू होने में
don't have the ability to threaten Leaf or Jorg playing mid.
अबे यार मैंने तो निकाला था
बाद में देखते बाद में information. It's not even the threat of just getting
upgraded variant लग गया यार.
That they then have rotates cut off.
Variants पे full upgrade है. अच्छा.
They have to worry so much about mid.
अबे यार मेरे को लगा. भाई येलो पे भी होना चाहिए क्योंकि शायद मैंने इन गेम में ना येलो देखा था. देखते रुको.
Round where they would love a miracle, but unlikely to happen. Drone heard for Joe's just trying to break this one as well, deny that information, but. Go button's going to be called. Zekken, he's got that dash active. Got to wait for the util though to try and make a go of things. And there's a dart up and overhead on either side as well. It's trying to be counteracted by G2. They definitely play towards the side.
Oh my god, Zekken.
For him. Up and above onto Heaven. Maybe there's a timing to be taken, but
nice.
The flashes.
भाई यार, ओबे Zekken का aim है ना. Crazy है बे.
Leaf is miles away.
अभी तो दे गए. अभी तो दे दो भाई.
John Cutie here because he'll be able to get a. He's getting the. He's getting the ult orb anyway from the
cheers of the crowd.
Yeah. Leaf,
Sala
player, throws himself.
Hell nah, bro.
Against the rocks.
Nah.
That is the overwhelming pressure from Sen and from Zekken in this round. It is absolutely flawless.
Enemy kill.
Even with the Khelraay in there too. But Josh RT's tactical timeout is for this next round.
पत्ता गोभी नाम चाहिए लीफ का.
As worried about the fact that they
alright टाइम आउट लिए थे G2 ने वो इस मैप के लिए इस राउंड के लिए लिए थे. देखते what they do now.
Together on their defense side, and Sen will be reluctant to allow them.
Okay, we 2-1-2 खेल रहे हैं.
Getting the salvos just in case.
Yeah, same kind of setup. They're not actually using the salvos A main, so Leaf could be going for that A main jump kind of control. But he hasn't tried it once this game, I don't think.
No, it's a much more passive setup. Taken, as you mentioned before, it's like this trap play.
Yeah, this is the trap play. So Leaf is on an off angle. He takes contact and Jorgamo flashes in.
Is the Armageddon going to be there in time? It's a flash as well. He wants to take
Oh my god. भाई अच्छा फ्लैश आ रहा था अभी वो. लेकिन भाई नसीब का कुछ तो सीन हो गया है मेरे को तो लगता है. नसीब का कुछ तो सीन हो गया है.
Leaf and Jorgamo of
disaster. Absolute disaster for G2.
Got to save.
I think Sen was super ready for that. That's something that G2 have run before. A trap play that they've relied on a couple of times in this map already. Yeah. And you see the positioning of the Armageddon. I mean, if we get to watch it on the replay, it may have been that Jordan was actually forced to take that time because the Armageddon was on top of him over towards Danger Cliffs.
Hacker.
Whether or not he was forced, he still had an opportunity to get.
Why इतना पीछे थे अपन? Bre. Hacker.
Sentinels, one of the best
क्या
teams
बात कर रहा है मलिक?
watched at making sure that they know the small gaps and windows of opportunity that Taeho gives you to take those fights as well. It's not necessarily the threat of the ult like the Armageddon, you can't really stand your ground against it, but look at this. They deal with this handedly. Didn't catch the kill onto Leaf, but he's trying to evacuate into heaven and they're just spamming it.
अच्छा फ्लैश था यार, दो मार सकता था वो, लेकिन they were ready.
Good awareness of how that's going to affect Leaf. And Jorg, though he wasn't completely forced.
Gooner, bro, just playing exits.
That's a first on broadcast.
Gooner मतलब क्या chat?
Look at that Arsenal fan.
Yes, yeah.
Look at that fan of the soccer team, Arsenal.
Of course, Arsenal mentioned.
Goodness me.
That's what he was referring to.
Wow, that's a bold one. That's taken me out.
Gooner बोलते हैं Arsenal fans को.
That is funny. Familiar scenes from Leaf. This time Suppressor. That was a knife towards the back, and he is caught into the angle. It's good with the ult, but he's got so much util at the back feet and a flash into his face as well. It's purely full uncomfortability. But Leaf survives.
Gunners बोलते हैं ना उनको तो.
Enough time board as well for him to just reposition with the rendezvous.
Yeah, but they've got them completely contained on B. I mean, look at these positions from Valen and from Jorg.
Yeah. No exit plan for Sentinels. You're going to have to batter your way through this one. Square up, take the fight straight to them. Everyone really quite close and personal up onto the site. No one playing off to a degree, and that's back open wide. Zelsis now going to be commenting the fights occurring and decisions need to be made. Sentinels have to come out of the path. There's only 2 of them remaining. A 2v3, there's timing still. Clone dealt with, and Leaf.
नहीं है कोई है वो है.
To slowly collapse onto him. He is low though, brings it at 2v2.
बाकी दोनों
Still
long.
uncomfortable for Sentinels, but it's definitely winnable, and it comes down
wow,
to
bang 1v1.
1v1, unable to capitalize. Valen.
कोई नहीं, कितना मारेंगे भाई, कितना मारेंगे?
Valen has been there for his team today.
बस हो गया यार, chat समझ गया, बस करो.
Some difficult rounds, but they are needing it. You see him after he wins this one, staring up towards the ceiling, praying for another one to come his way. Or maybe just taking a breath after how frantic these moments are. It feels Herculean for G2 to get rounds today, which is such the opposite of what we've seen from them in kickoff. Everything has looked too easy up until this point. Yeah. This is the first time they've been tested, and my God, what a test it is. G2 need another to make this look competitive. And Sen going back to the well of these A splits by the look of things.
इसके बाद fracture है.
Big presence from G2 up through mid.
Look at this. So, on the ropes. Salvo saved this round, Brent, so not used in the same spots.
बस करो ना
He's already conditioned Leaf. He's not going to start the round in those kind of areas.
Yeah, and feels a bit impromptu.
But the Taeho drone is so fast at being able to clear out both A main and the site.
Trent is hyper committed. Needs to make a play. His back just opens up wide. He somehow gets 2, and he's still alive. Alive and kicking and ripping Sentinels to shreds.
मचा दिया Trent ने.
The slightest of windows, and he capitalizes, jumps on it, pounces on it almost immediately, and a refight taken out towards A main. This is rapid. Shock darts trying to force him out wide. Jorgamo, that's a spike drop down on top of it. Bang! Needs to go for another re-swing, and he's found 2 of his own.
1v2.
3 total into the round. It would have to be an ace. 2 left to stand.
Spike पे बैठ रहा.
Gonna be fading just in a moment. He hears the footsteps and knows what to expect.
They don't know he's here.
They don't know. He's crossed up onto the corner. Opened up into the
shoulder.
Oh
shit, bro! Again, bro.
Well, Trent has just given them a miracle. We didn't get to see it. I mean, the observers expected Trent to die. He should have died.
Yeah.
The entry player, the Taeho drone, they created a spot where Trent was only able to occupy a tiny little area in his anchor position on A, and yet somehow he gets 3 out of this, playing off the flash from Jonah P wonderfully, and then comes back to deal with Zeka.
Trent being the opener and the closer of that final round, exactly what G2 needed.
Nice! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Feeling it and keeping his team in it. And we're going to be sending it down to Rivers standing by. And listen, this is purely coincidental, but he's standing by with Trent's dad and brother.
Like is with Sen today, yeah, fact. Sentinels का नसीब तो चल रहा है. Wait, Trent के father
I am here with Trent's dad and brother Jason and Hunter. Thank you so much for joining me. We actually just saw Trent get a triple, so that's got to feel good. But otherwise, friends, family, and of course, how's it feel to be here at the arena?
Oh, this is awesome. I love this. We come out here a lot and just cheering him on.
Crazy.
Excited for Bangkok.
Crazy, Uncle G.
Yeah.
OP.
You watch a lot of EMEA, Hunter. How do you feel like we're matching up right now here in Americas versus the squads?
You know, I do watch a lot of the different regions. I think it's interesting because we usually stay ahead. We practice a lot, so we usually stay ahead on the comps and the metas. And I see that we're playing a lot of Yoru, and some other teams over in EMEA are playing a little bit different comps. So I'm excited to see how that matches up in Bangkok.
And being Trent's brother, was there ever like a timeline when you're beating Trent in games? Is there ever a time after one of these games where you're like, hey man, I kind of saw you did something wrong? Is it like that?
It's funny. I grew up playing like Call of Duty and Counter-Strike and stuff, right? And
you can't take that name.
If he wants to play me in that, I'll whoop his ass. But he's definitely way better than me at Valorant. I've played a few times. I'll text him after the games. I think last time we played Sen on Pearl, I texted him after the match, and he had like a flick on Pearl. Like guy was coming out of art, and or he was coming out of main, and he was looking at art. And got him those. I texted him after that. It was pretty cool.
Awesome. And final question for you before I let you enjoy the game.
वो ये गोल गोल घूम नहीं सकता ऐसे छोटे में. लेकिन देखो ना कितना अजीब दिखता है. एक अलग ही नाइफ दिखता है ये. Crazy लगता है लेकिन देखो ना कितना fast लग रहा है bro. ये chat quality कैसा लग रहा है गेम का? Quality कैसा लग रहा है गेम का?
Hopefully they can hear us.
FPS देखो मेरे को कितने आ रहे हैं.
To hear you for next half. Thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate your time. And best of luck to the team in the game. Back to you.
I love that. I mean, just channeling the older brother energy. I mean, that's a big fan of whatever that was, man. I mean,
yeah, I'm not sure I could find.
गंदा लग रहा है. ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हो? अरे dual PC है अपना इसलिए पूछा यार.
Like checkers or something.
तू बकवास.
Study for months.
सालों.
I could win.
Connect 4.
भाई इंडिया में पता नहीं इतने supporting parents कब मिलेंगे ऐसे टाइप के टूर्नामेंट्स के लिए.
G2, the pressure is still on.
उस लेवल का खेलोगे उनको बताओ उनको पैसा लाके दोगे ये देखो गेम से खेला कमाया तो क्यों नहीं सपोर्ट करेंगे भाई?
Leaf trying to play ahead of that one way before it blooms and blossoms up onto the corner. Stock jumps down into the feed, jumps forward, he sees the head, and that's a lot of bullets rattled off and away.
कोई तो गिर रहा है.
Clone gone. Okay, trick me out for a second. All good. Zelsis ahead of the smoke.
Poppy gameplay. Nice.
Right from the backside as well. They're anticipating. The G2 are going to go for that refight.
भाई Zelsis भी बहुत low है. और they are falling back already, chat.
Pistol round. Lying in wait for them, but not out of the danger zone just yet. It's a quick wrap around.
Graphics low थी. हाँ मैंने graphics low की.
Making away over towards B.
Sen have needed a pistol.
ये अच्छी बोल रहे हो
they're already ahead. They're 7-5 up, right? But they lost both of the pistols over towards Pearl. They were losing some like bonus round situations as well.
यार Sunday है ना तो आज सब late उठेंगे ना साला. या तो आज कोई सोएगा ही नहीं.
But also a spot where you don't really know where these post-plant positions are going to be. You're expecting G2 to go for some kind of play. They're down people. Leaf. He's only got a classic to be able to work with.
एकदम बढ़िया क्रैकल भाई.
Burned up pretty much all of his headhunter bullets. Though he has one left if he wants to do
Game नहीं
something
खेलने वाला
stylish.
सिर्फ stream.
It's damage done to Zelsis.
It should be Sen's round.
It should be. Steps forward.
Oh, what a shot!
When that was the low player, not even necessary. Slightly overkill, but it turns into the 3v3.
3v3 आ गया बे.
Nah,
bro, Leaf ने round हाथ में ला दिया ये.
Unfavorable spot and position, and a shock dart's flying forward. Still, they're low, and Zekken needs to hold the line.
Oh, nice.
Push them back. Sheriff in hand.
Oh shit! Why Zekken is too good.
Weapon differential there from Zekken as well. You can't win a wallbang fight like that. Great positioning.
Zekken भाई तू है कुछ
on as far wide as an angle as he could take. And Sen take a pistol.
GOAT gamer है भाई ये. Insane.
Like I said, they'll feel like it was owed to them, but also
they've just been so good in the rifle round situations.
They've still been playing G2 close.
Yeah.
Surely
I went
this
for
is what it takes to push them
early
over the line
morning
to get a 2-1
bike
lead in
ride
this
today.
series.
Damn.
It's now Sen's map to win, I would say.
Yeah, players from Sentinel start. Celsius is going to be feeling tested and
Chamati, 5 second gaming wide.
Seconds off by himself.
Chamati.
Stun's still going to be connecting, going for the, oh my goodness, going for the flash
Bro,
peek around
bonus
the
निकाल रहे हैं ये लोग ऐसा.
Nade knocked down, they want to fight this
Oh,
one.
अच्छा, buy round है. Oh, they forced it.
Could be overzealous, but these guys are just winning it out
वो
regardless.
लोग force किए ना chat ये. हाँ देखो stingers गिरा है उधर.
Celsius is so good. When Zekken backs off, Celsius flashes himself in. Impossible. And Johnny purely prioritizing the ult orb there.
खड़े क्यों हो? नींद आ रहा था रे.
A shutdown, meticulous.
मैं ऑफिस में बैठ के स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ. ये देखो इनको.
Nice and good for the
चमाटी पड़ेगी आपको चमाटी.
Levels of danger to it, but just holding it down towards A main in this one. Not dropping anybody, so there's the danger here. And
Zach.
They know. Great little duo play. So where's he taking the Outlaw then? Over on that same off angle that we saw Leaf playing. So Leaf actually might end up taking contact here against the same spot. Although he's looking to just control this area rather than hunt for a kill, I would imagine, because he's the only player on G2 pressuring B.
ऑफिस ही घर है. वाह वाह, ये तो डेंजरस. यार मेरा लेफ्ट शोल्डर का क्या सीन है पता नहीं यार. शायद उस पे सो गया था मैं, इसलिए ना.
Through main. Knife's not going to be catching on to Trent.
बहुत uncomfy लगता है.
Just the full duration out of that drone, it can slowly creep towards A main, take back control. Probably going to be aware of the fact there was that refight, hard refight from Zelfsys, a bit of a conditioning from him, so G2 need to be wary that they could pounce on their bonus.
Drone doesn't catch onto Jorgamo. Isn't deep enough to force out his gate crash either. No threat of the suppression, and this was what we were talking about earlier.
What
a shot! What is that?
वो लैग क्या था?
He's so ready for it though. He plays in that spot himself all the
अंदर देख
time.
लिया
He
मैंने.
just knows the crosshair placement. That's a hard shot to hit.
This
Even
one,
if you notice somebody there.
This timing might be hard to hit.
Still going for it. Wait, he's calling the players back over towards B.
He's using the trademark.
Oh, Omen's gonna flash that and they're gonna peek.
And Bang was in that spot just a moment ago.
ये लैग क्या है?
And just that Jorgamo insert in through mid. Thriving in the chaos, a deep flash into the corner. Khelraay has no options whatsoever. Flawless from G2. Well navigated against the send bonus.
Sleeping position के कारण दर्द हो रहेगा mostly.
And I am already, and this is very early to say this, but I'm already a little worried about what Sen are doing in mid. They committed super heavy to the B track, and that's
भाई तुम लोग डरा रहे हो यार ये लिख के.
But they had a single Tejo drone to re-clear through middle there, and otherwise.
ये चैट ये लोग डरा रहे मेरे को यार चैट में. क्या सीन है भाई?
Do whatever he wanted.
सो जाओ क्या जाके?
As soon as one of the G2 players gets a sniff of that, it's going to be difficult for Sen to hold on. One of the goals might be to try to force out that Tejo drone as early in the round as you possibly can, because then it applies max pressure later on. Flash, fake teleport.
Yeah, really creating the threats in the back of the minds of the Sen players.
ऐसा नहीं है ना. भाई डरा रहे यार तुम लोग चमन लोगों क्या भाई?
Actually, so they used the Omen flash, but still have to watch mid.
Spot in the corner as Zelfsys throws out the knife.
लेकिन ऑफ निकाला वो बी पे लगा के रखा है.
Shock darts up against it.
Who is in?
Nate's still going to be good for it. Now a flash of his own, trying to play himself back in, but
क्या
Jorgamo was way
flash
ahead of it. On top of it,
Oh
flick
my
of the
God.
wrist. I mean, what an adjustment by Leaf. They're picking center pieces with their defense.
Mid is such a gap right now, and that means that all of the rotates have to go through
Hell nah.
spawn. They're so late, these rotates. Zekken can't even connect with the rest of the team. It's going to be a 3-person save. It's not really the A anchoring that is the problem in this round, even though it might look like that because they lost the sight. It's the fact that you can't get reinforcements in there.
Yeah, losing control of mid early, there needs to be the idea in Sen's mind
and that's
to
why
clear it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, even though it's right at the beginning of this half, it already looks worrying, actually, because the protocols are not really there. You saw in this round, Khelraay throws a paranoia, and you got to expect, in his head, he's thinking, well, I'm throwing that for John. John is then supposed to swing out through a smoke and make sure there's no one there. But they're not willing to commit to that. All right, fair enough. Joe didn't like that skin that he was using. He'd like a different one, please.
I'm not sure if that was intentional. All good.
But you've put yourself in a rough spot here, Sen, actually, because it looked like they were going to run away with this. They had the, you know, the idea of winning a pistol. It's a good idea.
भाई क्या डरा रहे यार चैट में भाई मेरे को.
Sync up some kind of Yoru breach combo. It's a bit concerning. G2 could close the gap.
The salvos, there's little gaps and windows of play there. Come spot to see if they can see through mid. They know that Zekken is holding on to this operator. It's pretty apparent from the previous round at least.
Fake TP again. Khelraay will have heard that. Does it force out drone from John?
And John's just jump spotting.
Yeah, I mean, droning this early on in the round is terrible because then you've just got nothing to give you info when they might be going for an exec at the minute mark.
But this is literally rinse and repeat of what we just saw. I mean, G2 can go into this A hit, wait the drone, aftershock into the corner. That's meant to be the punish. So John's forced to cancel and just, whoops, get the hell out of there.
Leaf can't cross.
And still gets out with the one.
Leaf cannot cross.
How's he cross it? Yeah, this is it. Risks need to be taken, but as a roll in front, then is going to be knocking you sky high. Zelsis, can he still stay alive and kicking? Threading the needle, Trent just trying to get himself way into the side here. Bit of spam and an offloaded with the ult. I mean, Zelsis is just doing that just to try and survive. Up through mid though. That is creeping. Leaf still that backstab play occurring. And this is the danger,
very bad chat.
as you mentioned. But
ऐसे jokes मत करा करो यार.
Play with Bang. Gonna be the playmaker once more. He's been doing it over and over again. Time. It's going to be at the back of his mind, but he doesn't know where Leaf is still creeping. He can't really hard commit to these players that are working their way over towards B. Plant, out towards Cliff. Deep flash, dodged. And Leaf's still there. He's holding it down. Out forwards, Bang, creeping closer. Onto the side now, and he's applying pressure of his own. He's trying to get Sentinel straight back into this fight, but sidestepping. It's good movement from Jonah P. Caught with a reload out into the open. And Jonah P and Zelsis forced to do a lot into this spot. And the backstab finally comes through.
That round is chaos, absolute chaos. Both teams had lost control on that. There was an attempt from G2 to try to commit into A once Zelsis went for the flash. Only Trent ran in. Really rare to see that level of discoordination from G2. And Sen again had that gap through mid where Leaf found a pick. It was anyone's round to take. But Sen had come out with the goods. I mean, this is mad. You do not see G2 make that kind of mistake very often. Bang and John QT do a good job of applying pressure.
No more sign on the mic. You hear me? Give me a fist bump. I just need to...
I won't hear that. What does he need? Probably some tactical adjustment.
I don't know. I mean, it sounds more like I would imagine, and this is speculation at this point, that it's a little similar to what we were talking about earlier. In prior games, do you remember we showcased this?
For real, भाई ऐसे लोग बहुत annoying होते हैं जो mic में फूंक मारते भाई. बहुत annoying, very annoying, very annoying.
Is emotionally attached to the game, is attached to his own performance and his ability to win.
नहीं चैट. डर इसलिए लगा क्योंकि मेरे मतलब नोइंग्स में ऐसा केस हुआ है भाई मेरे एज के बंदे के साथ और वो
I need you guys to actually clear this gap with
me. अभी की बात है.
Then I'll stop sighing on the microphone.
और तुम लोग अभी ऐसा लिख रहे हो तो मेरे को बुरा लगा भाई. और मुझे डर लगा भाई. Genuine बोल रहा हूँ. तुम लोग मजाक में बोल रहे हो.
It's the mid gap. I'm telling you, it's the mid gap. Even in that round that they won just then in round 17, there's an enormous mid gap, and Narrate is clearly not happy about having to deal with it himself. And I would agree. I don't think they're doing a good job of defending against it. So, what's the adjustment from Kaplan?
सो जाऊंगा भाई मैं.
Are they going to fight mid?
अबे बिना सोए क्या मैं कसरत कर रहा हूँ कोई?
Looks like it. I mean,
Narrate is just going to tuck himself into here.
So, they know the gate crash is only going up on the left side of mid. I think the plan might just be smoke up when I hear it, play anti-flash, see if they can peek, and this time, okay, it's a committal with a dimensional drift, so there's no punish in sight, and Jogamo's going to be getting a lot of information. This is a different twist into it, despite the adjustments that Sen are trying to make.
Pull up हो रहा है Jacken भाई पे.
Jogamo needs to really respect, I think, that they've got a variety of players just tapping away with the bullets there, crossing them up onto the angles. Leaf has been dealt with, he was cut up onto the side. There's still no plant here for G2. Time has been bought for these Sen players, and they are rapidly approaching. Hold on, there's a timing!
Oh, what a play.
Jogamo's ahead of it. Drone at his feet, not worried about it. No defense inside.
This is a tough retake. एक kill पे ult आ जाएगा लेकिन.
Down for the Sen retake, especially with the op into the hands of Zekken. He has to be a passive player. It's the rest of his team now that need to step up, and Bang does so.
भाई ये ऊपर खेल रहा है ये चमन जिंगा.
Sure to apply that pressure evenly, but they still need to worry about this.
Omen check करेगा. Yeah, nice, goated.
Here's the danger,
nah bro.
Down onto them.
Nah bro.
Raining from above, the Ray can stick this one. The smokes into their faces, and what is the
half done.
option? It's a pull. Still got half though. These players are so low. Wait a minute. Trent is pulling off just an absolute miracle. Despite the win con, Second has no choice just to watch from the sidelines here and try and survive away from the sphere, but just encased by it. There's no saving that operator.
And that's a pretty big problem for Sentinels, because now their eco's in a really rough spot too. Seconds one away from Bladestorm. Maybe they can make a play for an orb. But it's all of the chip damage that was done earlier that allows the spam to come through. The spam is really
आप डॉक्टर सालुंकी के रिलेटिव हो क्या? हाँ सालो मैं छोड़ो तुम लोग बन चुके हो.
Look at that.
तुम लोग बन चुके हो chat.
You've got to remember that the coaches are not live to the players in that spot. So Kaplan's not worried about throwing off the team morale, but even from the snippet we heard earlier, you know that Sen are starting to feel very frustrated about this, despite being in the lead. It's a weird spot. They're in the lead, but they're almost more frustrated than G2 are right now.
They can feel the momentum slipping away from them. The money in this round, not great. Inside the smoke, G2 got to be aware of the fact that there is some danger here, and yet you can see Bang is trying to replenish the smoke that he was in. Just gets caught with the random spam. That's underhanded. Did he blind himself? Oh, what's happening? They're chasing the kills down. G2 not really willing to let anybody on Sen survive, and decision made for them. Don't want to give away too many more ults when G2 are so much closer to it. I mean, 2 away. Got to try and play for the long con here, but Sentinels are struggling to get a grip into this half.
They certainly are. Now, previous round, they had a game plan. Kaplan gave them a game plan coming out of the tag timeout, but they couldn't really execute it because Jordan had no ult, so it just broke whatever they were trying. Do they go back to that game plan? Are they going to stick with what their coach told them, or do we see an adjustment? They have a lot of ultimates, but Sen's comp, I don't know, like your Omen ult and your Bladestorm aren't necessarily doing too much unless Seconds frying. But the Cosmic Divide is definitely going to put a bit of a difference into the retake.
Heavy stack of players from Sentinels. Fault line, 2 of them stunned up. In through the
nice.
Finding ahead of it.
This
is the difference. Sen trying to take it, a bit of argy-bargy onto the side.
भाई कैसा बैंक का aim है ना यार robotic.
But not expecting the backstab.
Good round, bhai. Good round. Very important round to keep the lead.
Heavy stack on B.
Very good.
G2 not ready for it.
2v4.
They were expecting, I've got to imagine, Sen to be more worried about mid based on the conditioning.
When भाई ने 200 रुपए दिया है भाई, thank you so much यार. भाई इन सब की तरफ से मैं माफी मांगता हूँ. आप मस्त गेम एंजॉय करो. मैं भी आपकी वॉच पार्टी बहुत एंजॉय करता, इसलिए देख रहा हूँ. मस्त बिना सोए स्ट्रीम खत्म होगी, उसके बाद ही सोऊंगा. अब तो लव यू यार वेन. थैंक यू यार. थैंक यू यार. ये लोग, अरे ये लोग मजाक में बोल रहे, मेरे को भी पता है. अगर लेकिन मेरे सराउंडिंग में ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं रहता ना, तो मैं भी मजाक में ही लेता. लेकिन थोड़ा हो जाता है यार इफेक्ट. क्या बताओ.
Missed him into the corner. Armageddon's not going to give away the position. It's going to push them straight into his grasp, though, and it's intelligent at that. It's the major benefit of it. And John, he's lucky to be alive there, but with it, he gets the information he was looking for. They know where Trent is. Stunned up, out into the corner. Still loses it, but it's an impossibility at this point. Cliffside plan.
9-11. Thank you so much for the huge doso.
Let's see if this game plan continues from Sentinels. They're 2 away. 2 rounds away from being able to take both map picks from G2 with really nice ideas. But most of the preset ideas came in the first half, and now they're kind of scrambling. It's a lot of improv stuff, audible calls, trying to figure out and adapt on the fly. So far, though, the adjustment in that round that worked was heavy fight the site, tried to flood in, tried to anchor, stack the site that G2 were going for, and worry about the mid lurk later. If Leaf realizes that, he might be able to find a quicker lurk time, and there's always a counter.
हर्ष भाई चिल रहो. मैं भी आपके साथ बिना सोए स्ट्रीम देख रहा.
He's not where he wanted the trademark. He was trying to clear out a potential push up.
Love you, peace, bye.
That timing's been missed for him, so still going to be taking it. He's lurking his way up through mid. Like you said, Sen are just willing to give up the entirety of that middle section. Trust that they can flood defend in time if the hit does start to come in. I mean, it's slow going for G2. Early drone.
Early drone. And now they don't have much to reclear mid. They're going to have to do it with bodies.
Drone forwards. Race cut to the side. That's a rolling thunder that will be connecting.
भाई मेरे को लगा ओमन बाहर गिर रहा है. Bro, he TP'd so nice. What a nice TP. Wow, narrate. ठीक है. Nice. Oh my God, Lee.
Finally takes that timing. Have to go straight through
Nice,
mid.
Scooby-Doo.
To find out though from those straggling players, and Sentinels have an opening.
क्या बात है?
A window for them.
क्या बात
forced
है?
to get off that plant. It's danger there with the salvos raining down from above, but John is low. Knives in the hands of Zekken. What is the play they're going to cook up in this spot? Cosmic Divide. This is going to force send forwards. Gives Valin that space.
Bro, अभी अगर Valin मर गिर जाता तो मजा आता ही. Oh boy, copy.
Dash forwards. It was saved just for this. One with a stun, anything to try and coordinate this attempt, and they have cleared up most of the side. They got to know these players playing behind Pillar.
It's not a good plan.
Not really. They have to double up now and take this fight towards them, but still no kills that could be earned by G2. Despite it not being a good plan, time is ticking. It's going to wait for Sentinels here to force the issue. Salvos.
Oh, अच्छा इसके लिए रुके थे.
And it's rain out of rifles that time.
My IGL, my GOTY gamer, W Zone the QT in the chat.
For Sen to be able to get it across the line.
My God.
W Zone the QT in the chat.
Patience from Sen. A second on the clock to spare. And they used all of that time to wait for John's util to come back online. Yeah. They used
Love
to
you,
stun
bro.
updraft dash to clear any post-plant positions that were going to be close. And then the salvo pushes everybody into both of the Sen players on the retake.
Insane levels of discipline required to wait that out when the time is ticking.
Zone भाई सब भाई से फ्लेक्स करने लग जाता है. भाई दानव यार Zelsis. भाई पैशन दिखता है चैट. कुछ भी बोलो पैशन दिखता है. है कि नहीं?
Looked so good.
Sent up to 12. One more step is all they need to take the lead in this best of 5 grand finals.
Jorgamo going for the Euro World up mid again.
He's looking for that information.
Hasn't found Narrate.
Yeah, spots the one. Clear out most of the way towards heaven as well.
Full retake. Now you're playing this against a Cosmic Divide from Bang, so on-site post-plant positions are probably going to be required.
They're picking it out like they are somewhat aware, but G2, a couple of players off onto the side as a Cosmic Divide to split them up, and that's why Trent is playing up and close.
What is that stun?
The line, just a slight whiffage, but still the kills are raining down upon them. Jorgamo, he TP'd back into the spawn angle, I believe. Tried to cut it up behind them. They dealt with it, at least partially. The salvos now drop down onto the cliffside. Slide down the way! Drop down! And Trent has no choice but to just
क्या level का throw है? Trent भाई?
John's found the kill.
Hello?
The slightest to Taps and Jonah B.
Bro, they literally threw that round. They threw the game.
Sentinels take the lead.
जाओ Trent भाई जाओ. जाओ ऐसे ही घर पे जाओ.
That's an unreal map. So much scrambling on the fly. And you
Hell naha gameplay by Trent. Hell naha gameplay.
Didn't believe the full way. I mean, they're like trying to make sure that everybody's
बैंक
mental
कितना
is on
awkward हो रहा
track.
है. भाई मुझे ये वापस देखना है. चैट बैंक को देखो ना, बैंक को देखो. अरे ये देखो.
From inside, Sen's
बैंक को देखो.
themselves, so they themselves didn't believe the full way. I mean, they're like trying to make sure that everybody's mental is on track. And rebounding, calling, getting input from the coaches. And yet they find those hidden reserves to push it across the line towards the end. The pistol desperately needed too, to set them on the right track. But a 13-9 victory, upsetting G2 on the 2 maps so far in the BO5 that they picked. Sen have got their eyes firmly on that trophy, and Zelsis, from what we've heard in the comms, guiding the ship beautifully.
Yeah. Just an emotional anchor for the team when it's needed as well, keeping everybody's mental resilience in check, because that's the big test of best of 5s. Sometimes it doesn't come down to the strategy, and it did to some degree, but you have to keep the mentals intact. You have to understand you can win in those moments, even when you're knocked down. Sentinels have proved that so far, and now it's up to G2 to see if they can answer back.
ट्रेंट वैसे भी मरता नहीं, वो भाग सकता था. Bro, he could have ran away. ये चेंबर नहीं गया क्या? Look at this. Look at this face. Look at that face, bro. Bye. I swear. Wait. I feel the passion Zelsis has for the game. What a vibe he is. I love you. आई मीन दैट ट्वीट ब्रो। ये क्या है? डब्ल्यू वॉच पार्टी पार्टनर ओइला क्यूटी गर्ल क्यूटी क्यूटी गेमिंग वाईटी क्यूटी क्यूटी न्यू एडिशन टू द सेटअप। ओ ब्रो व्हाट इज दिस लैपटॉप? इधर को बजाने आता है? साइनर साइफर CY9 आवर CY9 आवर आधा है ये क्या? सबके स्टोर में रिकॉन फैंटम, इसके स्टोर में क्या है? क्या फ्लेक्स कर रहा है ये? सारे तो मिड स्किन्स है, क्या फ्लेक्स कर रहा है? ओ सॉलिड सॉलिड स्टोर। ठीक है प्ले भाई एक बार वेल्डल गोल पे। हाँ चलो वेल्डल वेल्डल अलग है। वेल्डल क्या है? ये क्या है चैट? टेस्ट योर वैलोरेंट एजेंट। अबे सेम ही तो है ये। आज का पहला एजेंट है वाइपर माई कोट। कंट्रोलर है 2020 के बाद आया। हिमालय नहीं है। मेल कंट्रोलर 2020 के बाद कोई आया है? कोई नहीं आया ना। हार्बर वे कलर वे क्या? Guess the pixelated bro. Oh my god. Is this even possible, chat? Is this even possible? Breach. I'll go with breach. I'll go with breach. Chat क्या लग रहा है ये कौन है? फिनिक्स कैसे हो सकता है? चेंबर भी नहीं हो सकता ये मेरे हिसाब से। ये ब्रीच ही है। चैट में कोई गेस नहीं किया यार। ओनली द गोट डिड इट। Select the map name and choose a call out. Bro, this is so easy. This is so easy. Hold up. Guess the rank. सब लोगों के इन गेम नाम खुले हुए। बस इतू सा। यार टफ है यार ये तो चैट। दैट नाइफ वाज क्वेश्चनेबल। आई मीन इट वाज डिसेंट। दिस डिसीजन वाज वेरी नाइस। इट्स अ डायमंड। हाँ अरे ब्रो ये क्या ऐड आ रही है भाई? मेरे को डिस्पर्शन में डाल देगी ये ऐड। Guess the agente by ability. भाई वाह ब्रो, नो वे, व्हाट इज दिस? मैं बताऊँ ये क्या है? मैं बताऊँ ये क्या है? मेरे को समझ गया ये क्या है. विंगमैन नहीं है ये. ओ माय गॉड, कोई कोई किया चैट में गेस? कोई नहीं किया. चैट तो मरी है भाई. नहीं, सब लोग चिल करके देख रहे रहेंगे, या तो आधे तो मेरे को लगता है चालू रख रख के सो गए रहेंगे.
हे, क्या तुम सो गए हो? हेलो, उठ जाओ.
कौन कौन उठा बताओ. अभी भी गेको गेको लिख रहे हो. अरे योरू है बाबा ये. बोनस, गेस द एबिलिटी नेम. डायमेंशनल ड्रिफ्ट. उठ गए. देखो देखो, सब उठ गए, एक साथ उठ गए सब लोग. सब लोग एक साथ उठ गए भाई. देख रहे हो चैट कैसी फास्ट चली है. गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग. चलो आ जाओ, इसका गेस बताओ. गेस द वेपन स्किन. एरिस्ट्रोकैट तो नहीं है. बुलबुला बुलडॉग मेरे पास है यार ये. अंडर सिटी बुलडॉग. अंडर सिटी बुलडॉग ये देखना है. शिमर बुलडॉग ये. डेप्स बुलडॉग ये. ओपी गेमर. गेस द कोट. I shouldn't have to say this because you know my wife, but stay clear of my explosions. That's the easiest shit, bro.
I shouldn't have to say this because, you know, my vibe, but...
Easiest. New addition to the setup. Yeah. Got the immortal buddy too. Oh my god, what a beautiful setup. वो ये सॉन्गर है. अभी मैं वैलोडल खेल सकता हूँ वापस. वाह, इस सब अपन सब खेल सकते हैं चैट. चलो आज का चालू हो रहा है मैच. लेडीज है. कंट्रोलर ट्राई करते हो. क्लो डाल देता हूँ डायरेक्ट. अबे रेडियंट है, कंट्रोलर है. रेडियंट कंट्रोलर कौन आया नया? एस्ट्रा. इजी डब्स. ये कौन है अभी? इजी भाई. बाल किसके और ऐसे. ये वैलोडल थोड़ा इजी होता है. नाइस कॉम. मैप कौन सा भूल गया मैं. फ्रैक्चर तो नहीं है ना? फ्रैक्चर है यार. तब भी ये कॉम्प है. अरे भाई ये तो बीटी होने वाला है देखने. ओह माय फेवरेट. ओह माय गोटेड प्लेयर. Oh my god! Bro, how can I whiff that?
chaotic. It will be scrappy if any of these other fracture games or anything to judge.
Fade लिख रहा है चैट में, ये देखो इसका तो अलग ही चल रहा है. Fade लिख रहा है भाई बंदा.
Sen are going to be able to hold on to tower control. That
Brimi आता भाई वो. Brimi boy.
Celsius started the round there and
Brimi
then slips in front, but G2's
उपवास था,
pistol
कल breakfast मिलेगा, आज
walking through
finally
dish. They ran the same pistol previously.
Realizing it's the potential opener. Hello, suppression to Zek, and he actually can't evacuate away from this play.
G2 attack कर रहा है.
This is a call by Sentinels. They want to fight this one forwards into the spawn, see if they can catch Trent unaware. He's got to hear these rumble of the footsteps, and he's playing
Sword by.
off angles right by the
Oh भाई pinch हो रहा है. Oh my god.
He does just that.
4 जन आ रहे थे एक बंदे को मारने.
With a 2-player disadvantage now, forced to see if they can make risks and plays of their own, but Narrate is just swept away. G2 fully in control.
तुम्हारा PC specs exclamation specs डाली है नवाब जी.
For G2 to open on the pistol, and not just in terms of the shooting, but also in terms of the execution. Jorg blast packs out into sight. They get the plant, and the positioning could not be better from Trent. If you're the solo player taking hauls in your ranked games like that, tuck into that corner. I mean, you've just got the best chance of success. Yeah. Picture perfect from him.
Okay, Croxy.
Without support. You were telling a story about it being really down to execution, ideas, your preparation. G2 have found an empty B site over here as well. There is some element of luck sometimes on Fracture, of whether the defense decides to go aggressive in a certain area.
4 lanes, the coin flip.
There is more of that in this map than most others.
Celsius. Oh, he just peeks his gun out. Tracking the boombot in case he needed to swiftly get rid of it, but this is going to be a plan down for G2. Everybody up and ready to take this one. Not just that, I mean, the post-plan positions are pretty impeccable. Tower control, main control. It's going to be hard for Sen to get anything done.
Another big thing that the Yoru doesn't give you, if we want to talk about comp analysis just for a moment as well, is the raise nade for plant denial. You still have salvos, you still have aftershock. Sen are not going to be too worried about that kind of stuff, but they don't have as much utility.
यार बेचारा मांडी डाल के बैठ गया उधर. हिलने की जगह नहीं है बेचारे.
And the hunt begins for a couple of kills. See if he can string together.
Bro, Vice is a diabolical agent, chat. Not gonna lie.
Too close though. Jorg not given as many orbs as perhaps he was hunting for, hungry for. But there's yet to be a kill from the side of Sentinels. Double flawless.
Yeah, just spotting it. Betrayed by the bundle, it's unfortunate.
The Sen bundle giveth and the Sen bundle taketh away.
But this is their chance for Sentinels to get back into things. A bit more even footing. In fact, it's largely on the side of Sentinels when it comes to that economy.
It's the pistol round setup again. Trent, the only player towards Hall's side. His job to wait for a push, to drone, to get information, and then potentially have Jorgamo blast pack through and crunch a player like Zekken.
Bit of noise being made. Seems to be an awareness from the Sentinels players, but Smokes are going to be dividing up the site now. It's all up onto G2. Jorgamo will make an attempt to conquer. And speaking of
wow, bro is fighting his own demons
from that spot, putting him into a really uncomfortable position. With him gone, they don't have to worry about the A main flank too much. And G2 don't really have the weaponry to be taken straight up
G2 वाले. तो अच्छा है, बाय राउंड तो निकल रहा है. Wow. Wow, goated gameplay by Celsius. क्या clean मारा ना Celsius ने.
Lot to contest with there. Sound cues all around him, and so
shit by goated Celsius Gaming Oddy's channel in the chat.
It's a bonus round that's exactly the same as your pistol round because you've already given them a chance to learn the lessons from that first loss. And here the lesson was we need to be earlier onto Trent. We can't allow him to just get back into that fast position already. And I caught him with a wave of flashes. I mean, breach flash, Yoru flash.
Go.
And then they could turn around and deal with the pack from G2.
Critically as well. I mean, G2 haven't been able to keep the ball rolling in terms of ultimates gained.
No.
There's 4 orbs to choose from on Fracture. If you take it slow and steady, you might be able to make your way towards it. It's part of the danger on this map.
Last time we saw G2 play, they were fast tempo, which is a little bit unusual. You expect them to be more of that slower defaulting team. But on this map, they just ran a bunch of fast set plays.
Oh, the re-peek! Put a boombot in your face just makes it a bit of a mistake there still. John QT just layering down that cover.
ये decider map जाने वाला है. This map is going to win by G2.
Yeah, that's so good.
Leave here's the reposition of Bang and knows to punish. Dimensional drift going to be expended though. Zekken has got to do something to try and turn the tide of this fight. sweeping their way out through the smokes. A bit of ground's going to be gained out through and wide. G2 running down these players.
Oh bhai, oh bhai. दोनों भी डेंजर है भाई. मार रहा है फिर भी मतलब मार रहा है एक भी मार रहा है तो उसको टी बैक करके जा रहा है.
A lot of it though was quick, well
कोई भी रे पांचों को टी बैक करने वाला है, मुंह पे बैठने वाला है पांचों.
Trying to use overwhelming utility advantages. This is very nice, as you pointed out. The audio cue given there. The other thing though that G2 was super ready for was any kind of flood attempt. It's not just the Thorns, they were also, you know, eyes on those smokes, waiting for Bang to run through with a flash. And the silver lining around G2 not getting early ults online is that they're about to access a immediate arsenal.
Senna playing a bit more loose onto the other side of things, trying to earn an ult to their own. They grabbed an orb for Zeltis. He has the sealed garden if they get into position. So Zekken has really got to hold on to spawn control. His team are here. Nade, push them back in case there is that flood attempt. A bit of spam. Oh, Leaf. Gotta be careful.
1 HP Leaf.
Be really careful like that. Here's that ult. I just talked about it. Gonna be playing a bit of a difference. Leaf goes down though. That's an aftershock. Meant to deal with this one. Shorty in hand. He's up on high ground. Just laying down death from above. Still, it's Sentinels. But managed to regain control of the side. It comes down to the spam straight down main. These players are toppling Sentinels. It looked like they had an advantage, but just like that, turn of a dime, Talk on the wrong way, a tap. They've earned half, but guns out wide.
Now Valen has
got the ult, orbital strike. Your outs are dwindling. Your options are out. And what can Zekken do? Salvos to work against. The rapid spike approaching. He's forced to save it away.
Zekken had a decent opportunity, actually, of being able to get a kill on sand that could maybe have turned something. G2 in odd post-plant spots there, scramble away with a victory. That's a Jorgamo play, if I've ever seen one. But they're relying on spam here to be able to get the job done. And then just got the ult online.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about, though, this bank of ultimates is up now for G2. And this is very concerning for Sen. G2 weren't forced to use them early in the half. And now, assuming they can navigate an anti-eco, it's going to be really difficult for Sen to win any of these eco swing rounds.
Going for heaven? What is that? Oh, just, okay.
All right,
no
so
attempt to nav it, yeah.
Yeah, stopping any kind of flood.
Bang is feeling the heat. My God, what a shot to hit. But they know where he is now with only 2 bullets left to work with. It's a quick cleanup indeed by Jonah P. The Thorns popped off as the flood attempt is occurring. Sentinels just trapped up in the brambles. No chance in hell to see if they can turn the tide of that fight.
I think G2 have got really solid awareness of how to stop these flood attempts from coming through. It'd have to be a 1v4.
Zekken has done crazy stuff in the past, but he doesn't know where this Sand player is. Flashback. Perfect timing. Jonah P just spams it down even though he was blinded up. 5-1.
And still big ultimates available for G2, right?
Oh,
I mean,
my.
enormous ultimates available.
They're huge.
In fact, though, Sen have caught up a little bit. But this round is going to mean everything for the first half. Sen down 5-1. And if they lose this, they'll have invested a bunch of ultimates. Their guns are going to be mostly disappearing.
क्या हुआ? जोना मारा? मार रहे भी जीतू वाले मतलब?
It's their pistol round strat again.
जीतू का अच्छा मैप है क्या ये चैट?
Holding the fault line.
मैं बताऊँ क्यों हार रही है सेन? अब देखो गेम प्ले.
Not sure if they heard that one as a rolling
Oh भाई साहब 5 किलोमीटर ऊपर गया वो. What the hell?
Bang. Makes an attempt of it, putting a squeeze
nah,
onto the side
bro.
players, but G2
aim चल रहा G2 का ये मैप पे.
Holding it down, they know what to expect.
And so much good utility to stop the flood from coming through. Jorg deliberately got breach ulted there, by the way. He got catapulted in by his own breach.
वो जानबूझ के किया उन लोगों ने चैट वो देखा?
Sending him in.
Crazy ना?
And that's what I'm talking about. Sen.
ऐसा.
They gotta save this.
ऐसा जिस दिन मेरी कॉम्पी टीम खेलने लग गई ना यार, उस दिन मैं रेडियंट जा पाऊंगा. सिर्फ इस कारण की वजह से मैं रेडियंट नहीं जा पा रहा, मालूम? कितना ट्राई करूं यार.
And now G2 still have Visal, Armageddon. They are completely running away with this map.
Incredibly
Pick to Sen ka hai, exactly.
And at this point as well,
Ulta hi ho raha hai ye game mein.
I mean, G2, they've conditioned them heavily over towards A. They could just turn the side over towards B.
G2 ka pick Sen
already
GT.
starting to think.
Sen ka pick
It's
G2
way
GT.
too early, by the way, but I'm already starting to think about Haven and the fact that we haven't seen either of these teams there.
No, it's been a kind of a soft ban for both of them, almost a perma, where they just have been avoiding it.
And yet it's the decider for the trophy if G2 continue this momentum.
It's hard to stop teams. Yeah, I mean, I do like the play from Zekin. He fake drones over the top just in case, but I think with...
Bichara bhai, kya jama ho gaya na udhar wo.
Gives it away that that's not the real one.
You don't think that's reasonable?
It's cheeky, but doesn't quite work out for them.
Oh,
Forces the
timeout
timeout
aa
from
gaya.
Sen, as we were saying, because this is a map that is
Sen wants
just
to end here.
rapidly
I don't know if
it's 6-1
ये map पे खत्म करने आएगा Sen.
Is there anything that complicated about what G2 are doing? It's not tough for John to get the read on. They're running
Good
splits
morning,
on them.
Bachal
They're
ji.
picking A or
Bachal
B,
ji.
and they're running a
Bachal,
split.
Bachal.
But Sen can't stop them. And Sen can't get Flood rotates through because they're getting blocked by the Thorns, by the Brim Molly. The utility is just creating a clear pathway for G2 to get into the site. And unless Sentinels have really good set retakes...
Good morning, my god. Hey, good morning, Kunal. Hello, Sky. Good morning.
Focusing on set retakes and focusing on early round aggression
Twix
in
karo.
a certain area, so that if you realize it's an A split early on, you can go and take Tree, go take Arcade, and
Normal chal raha hai abhi.
flank going in the retake, so that you're not all stuck.
दूर रख भाई पानी, गेम खेलना है.
But these site anchor
कीबोर्ड के
players
ऊपर
are just
रखेगा.
getting completely left on an island.
भाई वो वाटर बॉय की वजह से हार रहे हैं मतलब अपन.
Because it's all been A.
This is bad. This is bad.
G2 looking over towards B main.
Okay, but also look at Zelsis. How is he going to be able to get value from this spot? I mean, you're about to face so much util, and there is no help coming.
I mean, Trent's holding on to the Armageddon. This is probably going to be used to clear the way, especially if this drone spots him, which no one is here.
But Senar react pushing.
Right here, yeah, they're through. Already on through the choke point. It's a fault line. Armageddon, there's no chance.
You're done so.
You're done so. Straight into the open arms and the fire in line. The G2 are
Kya
waiting for.
watt lagai bhai.
It's the wall, I think, that was triggered. They got to know that there was something up on towards the flank. Something was smelling up, and it's onto Zekin. Layering down. That's suppressive fire indeed. Gets the one. Still alive. 56 health to work with. He's making his way forward.
Wow.
John QT stops them.
Clean shots, bhai. Clean shots.
Needed here for Sentinels.
Beautiful
Zekin
shots.
relocates, takes the rope. Oh, and John is too good for
Bhai
it.
sab,
What a
the
day
cutie.
for John QT. Captain IGL of Sentinels guides them to their second round. So it was that adjustment I was talking about, trying to push out the opposite side of the map so that you have a flank going on. And G2, they actually did read it, as you were saying. The Vice Wall gave them the cue. They just couldn't win the fight at Tree. Oh. And they couldn't get past John.
I took care of it.
Is that going to work as a tactical adjustment, adjustment for the rest of the half? There's 4 rounds left to be played. Does it force G2 to slow down?
Very spread out. This is an awkward smoke to try and get past.
They actually are defaulting for the first time here, G2.
Yeah.
They've not just picked the strat from the playbook.
Leak didn't get any acknowledgement from the deep flash that he just threw out there through the smoke, so they know that B main was clear.
But Sentinels weren't simply picking a timing and pushing. They were using the fact that Zelsis knew it was a B hit to push out halls. So the fact that G2 are defaulting right now, it's not really putting a threat.
Is why you Barca fan and Madrid
fan.
fan.
Wait a minute, it's an aftershock.
Nice read.
Yeah, John barely gets out of dodge. They know the breach is going to be on the south side with a play like that. Drone of their own as well. Clears the way through A main, but this is all 5 players grouped up. Normally they've been opting into the A splits. You can see eyes are trained. Sentinels are worried about the potential threat of drop, and if they try and contact play into it, it's a Steel Garden.
कोई drop ये बार आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा है.
Split up the site. Util of their own going to be used and expended, trying to slow them all the way down, but Jogamo's straight in there.
It's amazing retake ultimates here for Sentinels. Zekin can give them full info for the breach ult.
And here it is, Dimensional Drift. It's going to point into the direction for his team to let loose, really. As you mentioned, potential there with a breach shot, but John QT has gone down. Jogamo's found one onto Bang as well. And the ults let loose. There's 20 seconds left into this. Zekin's just trying to buy some time for the rest of his team to get in. He could be the difference maker. 13
Oh my
seconds
God.
to clear this guy up. He's got one
Anti,
for his
bro.
troubles, but it's all answered. G2, lock and key is what he got to side under.
भाई एटलीस्ट 2 मार देता ना Zekken तो थोड़ा कुछ हो पाता था ना फिर एक सीडी वाले को मारते तो हाथ में था राउंड
Scoreline just when you think Sentinels being able to come up with some answers.
I'm not following league,
I'm not
bro.
even sure I could tell you exactly how
I'm not watching
G2
football
won
as
that
well.
situation. Sen had a good setup. It looked like they got all the info that they needed, and then G2 got a couple of kills that seemed like they came out of nowhere. There's one onto John, and there's the second on the back, and that put them in a devastating spot. John got stuck in a corner, but Bang's death, you got to credit to Jorgamo actually getting proactive and
फ्रैक्चर पे एक साइड हर राउंड पुश करना पड़ता है बेस्ट वे टू विन इज फ्लैंक देम यप भाई मेरे को तो वही याद आता है हमेशा मेरे कॉम्पी में एक बंदे ने बोला था फ्रैक्चर में ऐसा खेलने का कि तुम अटैक में डिफेंड कर रहे हो और डिफेंड में अटैक कर रहे हो ऐसा अगर खेले तुम फ्रैक्चर तो 100% जीतोगे
This is flashes.
Good night.
Thorns through the smokes. There's no flood attempt. There's no anchor attempt.
Good night हो रहा है.
One positive for Sentinels.
Heavy good night हो रहा है दोस्तों.
The attack side, they could do similar stuff themselves.
Heavy good night हो रहा है.
They still have all the same
Khelraay Gaming
tools.
YT का heavy good night हो रहा है.
Slight difference between the Yoru and the Raze.
Sleeping Dream हो रही है. Heavy.
They lean into it, but they need rounds here and now in this first half. You can see that's why Sentinels have used 2 timeouts at this point, and there's a familiar Molly lineup that's going to be landing.
Let's go G2.
Section of tower. There it is. Clears the way.
And then you've got the salvos following up. If you were in tower this round, you're dead.
Them playing off site though. Aware of that. Don't really have the guns though to do a good job of things. Still that flash. Actually could have saved it for the retake, but nobody pushes forwards. In fact, I believe it's the Thorns in the smokes again. Just dead it off the call. As soon as they hear that util is going to be expended.
I mean, Leafs just used another one as well.
Stops them from getting through, but second, he's the one with a rifle. Hero plays in order, and just the timing unfortunate there. Jorgamo taking a little bit of a swing, flash up through into the corner, Orbital Strike is committed, pushing these players out wide, and there's util in their hands. They're just left looking clueless. G2 in control.
Sentinels.
Looking cold with it, man.
अच्छा खेल के मेरी नींद उड़ा दो, please.
Leaf has so much impact in this round. Throws down the Thorns to
Coffee
stop any
already
kind of flood
pili
attempts coming through, and then flanks underneath tunnel to get the wraparound on an area that Zekken had already cleared. When Zekken goes down here, it's like, all right, okay,
मेरी
we
नींद
don't
उड़ा
have
दो
our
अच्छा
main
खेल के,
control,
please.
but neither do they. Little do they know that Leaf is on the prowl. 8-2. And it's looking more and more likely that this trophy is going to get decided on a complete unknown map of Haven.
Yeah, we don't know what to expect. We really don't. Bullets are hitting, connecting, bang, pressing the advantage as a send. They're trying to get ahead of these timings that G2 are taking. Works
Very
out in their
nice,
favor,
very
but
nice.
It's going to be util use pound per pound.
Very nice
And
fight.
sure enough, he pushed forwards into
Very nice. He did his part.
Scramble, an attempt of salvage from here. G2 to get that spike back, and it's very apparent which area of the map they're trying to fight over at this point. Sentinels. Ooh, some way or form, they have that advantage.
Flash didn't catch onto John QT somehow there.
Yeah. Well, they got lost in the geometry of the map. Oh my god! Bullets almost landing. One's up and over.
9-2 half. 9-8 3 half.
Cut noise.
Not half.
Slow now.
Just push-ups से उड़ जाएगी. Trust me.
No, here's a tail drone to try to get a little more info.
Didn't clear the box. They're worried about Sam at the same time, and here's the salvos. Oh, no, there's no gaps to play in! Tap with the Guardians in hand. Leave it just down to Trent, though. It's a 1v2 and offline! Held down. Zekken reveals his hand there. But they're going to take it, I think. They need every single round they can take.
Sen need another.
Yeah, they do.
An 8-4 half, if they could get a pistol. Something that generally has been
Half हो गया?
available in this series.
8-4 half.
Maybe it's doable.
अभी तो 8-3 हुआ है ना?
When his team needed him in that brawl over towards
Bye क्या chat G2 का? ये वाला बाय राउंड है क्या कोई बताओ?
Zekken and Zelsis wall alone on B. It's allowing them to stack the sides a little more.
Okay, buy round है. भाई बहुत rich है
Final round of the
G2,
first half
बहुत
here on
rich है.
Fracture.
And a B split called. Celsius under pressure, drops back into sight instead of the safety of Jenny.
Good luck dealing with this. It's just Showstopper unleashed. It's good util. To Molly. Thorns, and he knows the wall's there on top of it. Out to the way, the fuse is going to be running
Wow,
out.
bang, wow. Insane, insane. मुझे लगा वो smoke में मार देगा. लेकिन वो मारा ही नहीं. Someone झिंगा है. Let's go, bro. 4-8 half. Let's go, chat. W. W's in the chat.
And with these players topple the ult. Can't take that one into the next half.
W's in the chat.
Sentinels done enough here.
And Lucia flawless. 8-4 मतलब tough तो है.
That is the adjustment that Sen were looking
Tough
for.
तो है.
Feels a bit like the end of Abyss, where it took them a while, but they eventually got the read on how to play against G2.
It is tough, but it is not
a flawless to end the half makes things doable at 8-4. They probably need a pistol, but at the same time, they've got a very similar combo attack, so it might just end up being overwhelming execs from there.
WBM.
Could just be that snowball potential, the execs coming
Gameplay
through,
आ रहा
attack
है.
side,
यार
whatever it
लेकिन
is.
G2
But
भी तो मार
listen,
रही
we're
है
going to
ना.
send it
एक
down.
कुत्ता बना रही
GB
है.
and River down in the crowd. Let's send it down to them now.
कौन है crowd में?
Yes, we are. I'm joined by Paul here, a person that I grabbed from the crowd to participate in this game. Paul, where are you from, buddy?
The Martinez, California.
Hey, we got a local Californian in the house, guys. Give it up, give it up. Now, let's get into this real fast. The name of the game is Chuck the Raisnades into the bucket. Riv is in the middle of the crowd. And you got a bunch of Raisnades to toss into the crowd. I mean, the bucket, whichever you decide. Let's go ahead and do this. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, almost, a little more. Whatever you do, don't hit the jib. That costs a lot of money.
Don't worry, abilities don't kill everyone.
भाई ये बंदा कितना जैक दे देगा?
Here.
ये सामने वाला.
And then I'm gonna toss him over here.
देखो ये.
Oh no! Keep it coming. Oh no! There are grenades everywhere. Almost. Oh man, it's almost as if I'm doing this intentionally.
He's launching.
All right,
He cares about the community.
Riv, come on.
Oh, stolen.
Riv, hit it. Catch it, Riv.
That was not your attempt, GB.
I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh, we got
another.
Oh boy.
And another. Okay, not that one.
Oh! Go! Jet knife to the bucket. Go! Believe in yourself. You can accomplish it. Maybe not that one. It's okay. You don't get to keep the bucket.
क्या हो रहा भाई इधर?
Keep the bucket. No bucket. Hey guys, give it up for Paul.
उसका बेचारे का तो माइक नहीं चल रहा है यार.
How many did we get?
We got
3. Let's go!
These are grown up.
I'll give you some free stuff as
क्या
well.
करेंगे यार वो
Let's
लोग?
get back into the game.
They are entertaining the crowd and they are entertaining us as well. तो अच्छी बात है.
And there's a lot on the line here for Sentinels. The pistol round, it's all he needed. Currently 8-4 with G2 versus Sen. And the cider map here for that trophy. It's the grand finals, of course, of our kickoff here in America's 2025. Both of these teams are really pushing each other. The adaptations, the hits need to be coming through.
And a big clash.
Fired, yeah, and this is it. Did you order a little bit of argy-bargy? Because you might be getting it here. And now off the contact. Phone line. Just a little bit delayed, and they want to take it one step further. Narrate hard committed. Flash will not save you. It's a 3-piece. Ordered up nice and pretty. Jorgmo delivers it to his team.
आज मैं Monster और Red Bull. Red Bull सस्ता है, but I will prefer Hell.
Waiting for it.
ज़्यादा सस्ता है. Oh my God, Lee. Oh my God, Lee.
Just missed that mark.
क्या देख रहे हो आप?
It still should not be winnable for Sentinels because of the Spike's position down here at
क्या
Dish.
देख रहा था?
But in theory, if John manages to pick up Valen, it could be.
That was diabolical by Lee.
Jorgs look in. They've spotted one.
There's an important fight happening over towards the A site.
Yeah.
John wins it.
If John wins it, then Jorg and Trent would have to turn around. There's still 45 seconds here, and Celsius has found that they've backed up.
Water for the win. Yes, water any day, bro.
Taking this fight, and he's taken some space.
Oh, he's just body blocked the thorns. Jordan was straight ahead of it.
They're about to double up. John has made the wraparound, and Valen's still looking for him in halls, sand.
Comes down to this fight. Doubled up. Info is going to be gathered here, and yet respect shown by G2. Peppering them with bullets.
Oh,
straight through the dish,
spike.
But they've got the
But
spike and
time-
they got themselves out. But there's only 17 seconds to work with.
अबे यार
Here's the
तेजू
danger.
प्लांट करने नहीं देगा. क्या फायदा?
G2 have got the read.
Yeah. And planting out potentially. I'm not too sure when the salva's coming online, but Jorgen was already there. Just been using to see if they can push this one by the 6 seconds left. And yeah, when time's running that short, it's open-handed, isn't it? There's your eye by power ace.
That's ridiculous that that's an
Reels,
ace round.
yeah, sure.
Not only the
Reels
aces
are
are super
ridiculous.
condensed, put together, but Jorg aces on the pistol, stopping them from getting the spike. I like the setup from Sen, but Jorg just hit the shots.
That's hashtag unlock your ace on social media as well. You're getting plenty of prizes.
अगर Celsius ये किया रहता तो अभी तक तो वो crowd dive कर दिया रहता.
Well, here G2 with another opportunity. Jorg's 2 away from the ult. I mean, he's going for it, isn't he? He's going for the ult orb off the back of the salvo pressure. And now he's got the timing to come back and potentially collect some of these kills in sand.
10-4.
Door open though.
ये tough है. We're going decider heaven.
Playing this one safely, just a slight jiggle, but potential to be overwhelmed. Jorgen's got a nade, flashed up, blinded, and here's the swing and a big, oh no! The classic bullet just going wide. Rare whiffage there. Cleaned up in the end, G2.
Rostinger से 3 kill लिए लाए.
Ults are flourishing, a bonus round is
भाई
going to be looking increasingly deadly now from them as well. But that showstopper has been earned up.
And I think this is the kind of situation, 6 rounds down, where Jorg has actually managed to work up, because of his ace on the pistol, he's worked his way up to a defensive showstopper. These are the kind of maps where I think even if they play their absolute best, they're going to need G2 to fumble if they want to be able to lift the trophy at the end of Fracture. They need a bit of help from the gods. Everything seems aligned here for G2. Can Sen find the magic?
Drone opens the door.
Almost
right behind it. That nade. Rebound. It's almost perfect. Damage done.
भाई वो अल्ट करता तो 2 किल तो मिल ही जाते. ओह जॉन क्यूटी रेडी था ये ड्रोन के साथ. उसको पता. Oh my god. वो रेडी था कि सामने वाला रेज अल्ट जैसा करेगा वो अपना ड्रोन पॉप करेगा.
They got rid of Jogamo though, which means no showstopper. So that's one piece of plant denial not available. Can Sen get in? Valin under pressure.
Yeah, definitely under pressure. There's flashes all over the place, man. He's blind as a
Bro,
man. He can't
double
see
flash.
anything in this spot. So I thought, what is that? Ferrari swing.
Celsius. क्या था वो?
Stuck himself now onto the site, and he's left with a series of unknowns just wandering around his head. Where are his players?
It's a one-sided game.
Hoping, praying that they open themselves up into it, making it that much more winnable. Dodges the flash, and now he knows it. At least expects it. One player, at least in domain, sees the barrel.
One-sided game, guys. GG's in the chat.
All bang to the head.
We're going last map, decider
G2
map.
convert the bonus. Something
Decider map मेरे हिसाब से OT तो जाएगा.
Maps earlier today.
मेरे हिसाब से OT जाएगा decider map.
Valin's under enormous amounts of pressure there. He's got a salvo that he's sat inside of, has to push forwards, gets team flashed as well.
जीतने तो दे, हो गया ना अभी कितना और कितना जीतेंगे भाई?
It's kind of ridiculous that he's able to come away with the goods in that spot. Sen have got to cobble together a buy, and it's not pretty.
It's desperation. It's the trouble. Jorgamo's still holding on to this showstopper on top of it. Not a pretty buy at all. Zekken, flash primed, doubled up actually, just in case someone was anti.
भाई कभी लगता है कि सब scripted है watch time बढ़ाने के लिए बराबर.
But it's immediately caught. You can see Valin rattling off commands to the rest of his team.
I mean, look at Trent pushed out over towards the north side.
He's got so much information.
They're flanking so early. They did this in the prior as well.
Just, lambs to the slaughter. Steel Garden overlaid on top. Jorgamo does not care. You can take away his gun, but he's still got the rockets. Still the salvos out wide here. Drifting in and out of these fights. And
Leaf enjoy कर रहा है भाई.
Dropping 2 players left to stand here from Sen, Zekken and Celsius. Trying to make sense of this chaos in the round. Trying to reclaim any sort of space. Celsius slips in from under. There's the one. Jiggle. Stun. Oh no. Just a bullet tag slowing down the momentum. He can't evade that.
Good dodge on the flash. Step 1.
Many more to follow, and G2 more than a firm grasp.
कब खत्म होगा ये? 8 बजे खत्म होगा.
Start here on Fracture. They might be a map down, but they are determined to take this one all the way.
And you're seeing right from the beginning, the game plan is to push out the opposite side of the map. They've now done this multiple times. Round 15.
हो गया Cloud भाई dual PC कर रहा हूँ अभी.
Look geared up to go for a B split.
I see two people just like this.
Yeah, because he's found the perfect timing. And because Sen are not thinking about that, Sen were too slow to do that on their own defense half. G2 are ahead in the macro.
There's no more room for error for Sen. At this point, basically just thinking ahead to Haven, but gotta focus. Maybe gather a bit of momentum, just make it that much more doable. Valin does eventually get removed away from the side here. The bullets are firing, Sentinels flooding out the feed.
Sen का pick कैसा था? जैसे first pick split G2 का था वैसे ही.
They know what a plan.
ये Sen का pick.
Is going to be rebounding, pushing John out into the open. And well, okay, now a spray down, Trent.
भाई ये क्या aimlabs खेला है Trent
Just
ने?
on the side, just when he thought Sen were getting comfortable into this round, it's a 1v1. Him versus the Wraith. Doesn't expect to reposition the Wraith straight from behind. Took that fast time in a flank.
Then अब कामली नहीं खेल रही. They just want to finish the fast. नहीं भाई ऐसा थोड़ी है.
How many more rounds can string together until
अभी तो अगला decider game है direct.
I also think that's the only way you're killing Trent at the moment, with a bullet to the back of the head. Because if you take a straight fight against him at the moment, he looks unstoppable. 17 and 6 on this map, by the way.
Nice! Come on, man. Brick by brick.
Brick by brick. Well, they'll need another 7 rounds. Just to get things to overtime, by the way, not even to win the map.
Morale still keeping it up. Big ults on either side.
They need to be looking for these defensive pushes because G2 are constantly active.
This is going to be cleared out. Wait a second, Sen. No, they're being squashed.
Chat मेरे हिसाब से मेरे को इस गेम के बाद गुड नाइट करना चाहिए.
Just couldn't quite escape in time. Trying to go a little bit quirky with the movement there.
Last map.
To get that kill. Slightest miss with a bucky in hand.
देखने के लिए मैं जमा ना हो जाऊँ.
And he does. It's 2 ripped away and Armageddon of their own, and they have that site access, turning it back into the 3v3. Slowed once more. Great sticking with the plan. John finds his kill and his mark. Leaf. He's cheeky with it on this map. He's often trying to take those timings, and it's unusual to catch him unaware.
They've just heard the door open, but I don't think they're going to be aware of
अबे last match मतलब last
map. I still think
map.
there's a chance that he's over
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
towards.
last map देखने तक मैं जमा ना हो जाऊँ.
Senna not out of that danger zone just yet. Creeping forwards, he's just spotted it. Just the shoulder. Fault line, it's instantaneous. It's rapid. These players are dwindling. They are toppling G2. It's almost there. It's within their grasp. And they will have it. Not to be denied. Haven is inevitable.
Natch abhi, natch.
The best of 5 in the kickoff trophy between our 2 top teams from America. And it goes all the distance, all the way. Not every map has been
अभी
close
होने
here
वाला
today.
है. हवा नहीं.
Each round feels like there's chances for either team to win. This
Bro, are these Chanwars? क्या बनाया है यार. Again 5th March. 5th March को क्या है? दोस्तों देखो 1000 बार कॉफी पी के जिंदा नहीं रहना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से. अगर एक कॉफी पिए तो दैट्स इनफ. सेन का मैप पिक G2 जीत रहा. हाँ ना भाई. हेवन किसका अच्छा है चलो देखते हैं. कितने बजे सोया ही नहीं. अबे हेवन खेले ही नहीं है ये लोग. हेवन कोई प्रेफर नहीं करता. No one wants to play heaven. Good night. Sweet dream दोस्तों. अगले मैप पे मुझे उठाओ, ठीक है?
G2 doing enough to slow it down. Lee's timing is impeccable.
Silence all over, and second swings backside, gets 3.
And it can only end like this. Map 5 on the horizon as G2 manages to pick up Fracture 13-5 in what could only be one of the quickest maps that we have seen here in this series so far.
What is mental about the pace of that map compared to the rest? Split had less rounds played. It was a 13-4, yet that map went for 15 more total minutes than Fracture at a 13-5. And this map in particular, I think, really illustrates what Josh Ortiz said about how dynamic the team is with the pace, with Giacomo in the roster. Fracture, their average time to plant the spike, G2, is 35 seconds compared to, for instance, on Abyss, 50 seconds. Split, 57 seconds. They are running it down on this map, and it's because they have a guy like Jaw.
And I want to show a couple of the XX where they are running it down throughout this game, because they had some really well put together executes with this comp that we were seeing out from G2. This first one, they're all passing that Vise wall together, so it doesn't actually cut anyone off. Then it's an aftershock to stop the flood from coming in. Then they're throwing down thorns. They have so many layers of utility to stop the defenders getting out these smokes. Most of the time, the win condition as a defender on Fracture is getting past that smoke, getting in on this flood. But with the Vise, with the Brim Mollies, with Raise Nades, they're so good at stopping Sentinels from having that opportunity. Here's another. Jaw gets sent flying with the rocket in hand. They're ulted by the Teo, but they still get outside. They still have thorns. That combines with an aftershock to get a kill onto the breach, and then they clean up with some really pretty fundamentals on this round as well. And it was rounds like this all day on that attacking side to put G2 so far up on Fracture.
Incredibly impressive to see the speed at which G2 is taking some of these executes, and I mean, just even reflected in the first kills as well. Just the fact that you start off just so aggressive in their face, really leaving Wyatt Sentinels with no real option but to just kind of like deal with that aggression every single time.
It is this composition that is so explosive, and cool to see Jaw on the Raise on this map instead of the Yoru that Sentinels were opting for. We see that Yoru be, to some extent, a natural counter to this Tejo meta where you can draw out the util and teleport away. But when you have the Raise, that's just even more damaging utility to sync up with everything else that you've already got. So when you're playing that fast style anchoring against this comp is next to impossible.
Yeah, no, of course. And there's obviously, as we look forward here, we have Fracture on the horizon. I mean, I don't even know what to expect. Oh, sorry, not Fracture, Haven. I don't even know what to expect there. Look at that, my brain's all
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this last map was like the Jojimo Rays show, but there's so many options on which way G2 could go. For context, neither of these teams has played Haven just yet in kickoff. So this is a complete unknown quantity going into map number 5 of a series. Is it going to be more Breach Teo Yoru like we've seen from Sentinels? Is it a more classic comp like what the Brazilian teams have played? There's a lot of options for this map number 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last we were seeing of Haven, it was the very standard, you got your Breach, you got your Jet, etc. What we've always seen on the map. And do they dare try and play with a Tejo look to try and really prioritize controlling areas of the map like A main? It's possible, but so cool that we've made it the distance in this series.
Yeah.
So we got to see Sen debut on Fracture, and we get to see both teams debut on this.
Well, that's what it's all about right there. They're playing for the kickoff trophy. And of course, for Sentinels, they'll be playing for their second kickoff trophy here in G2, desperately trying to get their first. The question is, who's going to come out on top? You don't want to miss it. Map 5 coming up right after this, and we'll see you on the other side.
This is it. This is what it all comes down to here in our grand finals of kickoff for Americas itself as well. G2, they have been so close in the past, man. They've had two chances to win a grand finals here. They've been in familiar spots, but it's crumbled beneath their fingers multiple times. Sentinels themselves have gone on a run. They can cast their minds back to 2024 and understand how far they came in that fashion in kickoff itself.
And the last time that we saw these two teams match up in this tournament, Sen weren't close, right? So it's not like you have that same fire underneath you of, we're within touching distance. This time they are. Breach Tejo gonna come out with Yoru, so sticking so heavily to the meta, if you want to call it that at the moment, for G2. Not adapting to Sova Breach, for example, or playing a Jet here. What are we gonna see from Sen? There are so many different options on Haven. Oh, I love this. Okay, so Yoru ISO going back to like a Fnatic-esque composition, but allowing both of your duelist players, because let's be real, that's what Khelraay is in his heart of hearts, to go out there and frag. If there was a map for Khelraay to be able to come back to Americas after his year in EMEA and showcase that he's that kind of player that deserves respect to pick up a trophy, he could put out an insanely good performance here on ISO. What to expect? Neither of these teams have played Haven this year.
You can only go off familiar scenes whenever teams are trying to play the same compositions, but you just don't know how they're going to be coming into it themselves. From map 5, the decider for the grand finals between these two teams. They're getting readied up. They're going to be heading into Haven. A pistol round where it always begins. But so many unknowns here. We've got to get the energy up because this is it. It's what both of these teams have been looking forward to. Revenge for Sentinels to steal away that trophy and title and chance for G2. And for them, it's been in the making for many, many years.
We know roughly how the Yoru ISO composition is going to work. There are not many people playing G2's compositional archetype here on Haven. It has huge amounts of area denial, but it should be limited on the info it gets on defense, I think.
Full speed ahead. Sentinels, not quite, faking it out.
Waiting for a fault line, waiting for a salvo, something like that. Maybe even seeing if the wall was triggered there.
Yeah.
And the clone did pass the choke point, so you're pretty confident the Vice isn't playing C.
Just leaves 2 options on A. One from B, one garage.
Well, yeah, I mean,
really?
there's
Light work?
tons of different lanes, but it does mean that they could re-hit C after a little bit of exploration elsewhere. So they're pushing back a potential defensive push on A. Looking to cut off some rotates too, or are they going to hit the B site?
Might be where their eyes are settling on, but
Zeken's gate crash just expired in spawn, so he's going to be stuck on the C lurk.
I think they're trying to make this feel like a B hit, and they're going to pivot into the C, but we'll find out ourselves. Shield popped, trying to ISO these fights. Zelsis gets caught onto the flank there. Stun's going to be that connection. The rate, a lot to do into this spot. Spamming away, praying, and the damage done. He was whittled down to just double digits, and it was enough at the end of the day, but Zeken has granted a mate at least easy access, potentially over towards C. He might have just seen it, twists and turns, and his fights that are taken. Jorgamo wins it out versus Bang. Man, it's going to be
10 years.
Stuck down by John
Bas bhai pizza party karo BT.
With a lot to do.
Enjoy BT. Enjoy BT.
A 2v2 fighting garage going to be set up here.
And damage done prior. I mean, Jorgamo just goes down at a TP relocation. Pivot back and away, but John has taken that space. Didn't anticipate that there was a second player ready to face it. And now Zeken in that 1v3. Valent's got the smoke for it. It's very difficult to play this one. Zeken purely just have to base it off of spam essentially, and now he can stick it. This team's
nice
pressure down
Damn.
through C main.
Another pistol round win there for G2. I'm not seeing the vision for Sen. I don't think that's exactly what they drew up in their plan beforehand. They ended up setting 3 separate players to lurk. Zelsis had the lurk over towards A long. Narrate kind of contacted into B and ended up lurking in.
Looking at his radar while lurking and just died.
And yeah, Leaf is just pointing out that caught a player looking at the minimap. So 3 separate people trying to set up a lurk.
भाई मेरे काज में कोई खेल रहा ही नहीं है.
Including Bang was the other player that I didn't mention there that we saw get caught in mid.
Sentinels. A little bit all in, but TP forwards, and okay, what do you hear that? Zeken out into the open. Repeat taken by Jorgamo. He's not shy to take those fights.
One of your big, small objectives in this round, I suppose.
Timing.
Oh,
Bang's managed to catch this. Yep. The drone
What
did
on
not clear
earth?
him. Oh, he's playing this one to almost perfection. Paranoia sweeps its way through. Not sure if that connection's there, but a util's going to be coming out in spades to see if they can help
Bro,
this
what
one
a
out. That's
TP.
into the back corner.
What is
Aftershock
that TP?
Somehow catching on to these players. Ring around a row.
वो मर गया. अच्छा Aftershock से ही मर गया वो. Bruh.
Gotta respect Sen. The gumption.
Narade ने Meteor का देखा है.
Like that and Bang to jump on it, but doesn't work out.
That's 2 rounds in a row that Sentinels have called some kind of contact play through a choke point. And it makes me think that that's part of their overarching strategy, is to not give timings for the salvo, for the stun.
आ गया मैं रनिंग करके हज भाई 6 किलोमीटर का जॉगिंग करके आया. Wow.
Before the aftershock that came through default caught
So
him.
good, so good.
Hey, we got away with the mistake. Let's guys, call contact, call shit.
Yeah, and I think that's important there, is that somebody needs to be taking contact. They're holding spots expecting Sentinels to make noise and use util. They've been caught now.
Coffee का क्या scene है? अभी जरूरत नहीं है coffee का.
He's got a bulldog to his name. He's trying to take that fight, but TP backing away once more to safety. Time bomb for Trent. Needs to be very careful and worried. He's lucky not to just trade out that orb for his life. G2 are now going to be getting primed and ready. This is using the drone for the re-clear down through A short. All tripped up.
Leaf versus Zelsis again on the flank, on the lurk. Leaf has been good for it 2 out of 2 rounds so far.
Flash breaks the thorns before there can be too much more damage done. G2 grouping up towards mid.
Wow, double re-clearing mid, giving up garage.
Bro, C खाली है.
I've got to squeeze on them though. Do these players
Oh
even
my
know? Are
God.
they even aware? The answer is no. Leaf strikes right from behind, and Zelsa's got to do a lot here. He's got to try and salvage this entire hit that's coming through over towards the A site. Zelsis can now become a bit of a problem player for them. Do they have to clear up the cam? It's a game of cat and mouse. What a plan does go down, but oh, he's looking in a different direction.
Jorgamo is also a problem player though. He was behind in A long and Sen never cleared it.
Drop down! Oh my God, what's occurring? No one's covering these fights. And the angle's there. Jorgamo's in their faces. Do they know what Bang is? Sticking Jog gets half. There's a smoke to supplement it, covering it, obfuscating it. It's 3 in a row for G2. The problem that's rearing its head. Bang survives with the rifle, but it's a consolation prize because Kaplan mentioned this. Doesn't matter how much prep you put into a map. Doesn't matter how close you are on the gun rounds. If you lose the pistol, if you lose the bonus, you're going to lose the map.
But they've also lost the pistol and bonus by trying to get weird lurk plays through all over the place. You have a Yoru ISO composition. A Yoru ISO composition, sorry. Just make some space with the
6-0 तक हार सकती है 6-0 के बाद comeback है.
To run around trying to frag people. This contact stuff is to try to get around and behind Jonah P and Trent's util. But it's also making Sen not play together and play to their win conditions.
It's a full investment by Sen. Kept the one rifle, but half armor almost across the board. Regen shields if they can afford it. Jorg is going to get information gathered. Wait a second.
He just came out of his
he just came out of Dimensional Drift. He looks like he wants to try and take that fight up through a lobby. They're not giving it to him.
He teleported back as well. Have they heard that? They're still pinging out
भाई
areas
योरू
over towards
कितना
their lobby.
पिक हो रहा है ना?
Oh,
brutal.
Smoke propped up. Information gathered.
अरे
They're just not
माँ.
watching their backs, man. These angles are open. G2 making a mockery of it right now. We didn't know what to expect here for Haven, but the game plan has just fallen to pieces for Sen.
जगह में पहले था इसमें EG में.
I think Zels has got to be more defensive in his Cypher play rather than trying to find the lurk timings. He needs to stop G2.
Jonah P.
30 seconds left.
Tucked up tight, reinforcements arriving. Spot the back.
भाई whiff किया Jonah P ने.
Bangs lucky.
Here's Zelsis trying to find that lurk timing though.
There's 20 seconds left. G2 no. Oscarage control. Okay, whipping a rifle back around again. Zelsis did get the one kill, but there's only 13 seconds left. They don't have main control.
10 seconds
I
left.
mean, Leaf has got this. Bang in the smoke.
Trying to go for it, a bit of spam. Oh, it's revealed his hand. Definitely has, but it's uncomfortable for Sentinels. They know that they have to fight for control of at least one of these areas of the map, and bullets are flying forwards. It doesn't matter. The player advantage that G2 have earned up more than enough to sail their way to victory in a fourth round now.
If you're looking for the cope for Sentinels, once they get up to Euro ult, ISO ult, they can start to apply much more pressure onto these sites. But you can't be relying on the ultimates the entire time. And you're still a round away from that, by the way. I mean, Sen have got to go, I think, here for another eco. It's looked like Sen's permaban so far, right? It's looked like we're finally getting to the portion of the BO5 where G2's double map veto is giving them the win.
Oh, bye. Time out.
We were going to get here earlier. I've got to be honest with you. I thought that G2 were looking so clean so far in kickoff, not dropping a single map coming into this grand final. With double map veto, Sen were going to struggle to hold on, and we've been dazzled by what Sentinels have shown us so far in these first 4 maps. Especially starting out so strong on split. But here, it's not cooking. By the look of things, we can see the economy, and it looks like Sen are going to try to force this round.
Opted into it again.
They're one away from getting every single ultimate online. The one that I would be prioritizing is narrates, because I think once you have narrates ISO ultimate on the attack side, you can grab a player, scale off the back of that, paranoia, TP, Zekken into spots. There's a lot of big execs you can do, and it makes it very difficult for G2.
Concern here though, G2 might be one step ahead with the player positions. Timer's going to start ticking at some point as we get down into the round.
Yeah, they are so far ahead of this, aren't they?
It's a salvo. The fault line, I think G2 going to try to take that early control. That makes it feel like Jorgamo's not here with the operator.
Well, even if Jorg does have to teleport away, you've still got a crunch onto the ult orb.
He's made a bit of noise. Are they aware? Salvos. He's hoping that they get pushed back into him.
Bro,
cracking shot.
I thought he connected it.
That gives him the ult as well.
With that, maybe you can snowball it into your advantage, but Senna taking it slow and steady once more.
The drone doesn't clear enough. The idea there is that the drone is supposed to see whether they're playing retake. If they are playing retake, you take the site. If not, you catch him in the ISO.
Hit. Oh, Jonah P's been out in the open there.
Bonus again, look.
This dimensional drift might not even be necessary, but he is going to spot
these players. 50 bonus ही है 4-0 चल रहे वो लोग.
Into the gulag, good luck winning it, and Trent somehow manages it. There was a shield to contest with. Still there, gets one locked up onto
ठीक
the
है
side.
राउंड तो निकाला लेकिन नरेन ने मिस किया हुआ
Round that Sen needed. Took a lot to get there. Looked a bit messy in the process.
But it was the right call to force up, knowing that you had those ults about to come online. As soon as you get the ult cycle going, Sentinel's comp is really difficult to defend against. You see the combos that they have. And even when Trent gets this, he's gonna get traded out. It is ridiculous that he also caught John Cutie.
Yo, you're in the ISO, bro.
चुपचाप खेलना चमन जिंगया.
One of the things that does, though, I mean, obviously it lets Trent.
Oh boy, bro, wait, what?
Flashes in their faces, salvos and Armageddon.
Damn.
Great. Stems the bleeding, takes the bite out of that play. Jogamo's still going to be taking the space off the back of that, but forced to respect it with the TP of his own.
इतना deep ult करने के बावजूद उन लोगों ने कुछ किया ही नहीं ना जीतू ने.
We've seen some other teams go for actually.
वो ult को capitalize ही नहीं किया. ओ भाई निकाल लिए ये लोग round. तीन जन मार दिए भाई. Trent ने अकेले ने 2 मारा, bro. What? ये क्या throw है chat?
I mean, this is just going to be again that chaos sown into the mix, into the round itself. There's 2 players on Sentinels. They're looking to see if they can carve an opening.
Trent just got salvos back. They're trying to bait them out. Trying to bait out a peek.
Fighting for a link control as 2 players to meet them. Toss a shoulder. It's going to be a clone into your face. Could be blinding you potentially, but he turns it still. Flashed up. They're just wondering where he
is भाई क्या अंधा हुआ था.
5 to 1.
Clone करने लग गया था वो.
Looked like Joe got that kill full blind as well. 5-1. Rough for Sentinels, especially when they start that round with 2 clean kills from their 8. That's brutal. The decision to go into the B side there and Leaf eats them up.
भाई वो बैक साइड वाले ने कैसे मारे यार इतने? इधर एक मारा. ओह अच्छा.
What an angle.
शी बे स्मोक नहीं था क्या? Bro, वो kills के वजह से पूरा राउंड गया मालूम.
Because G2, you can tell inside their comms can feel the wind.
छोटे-छोटे mistakes कर रहे हैं भाई अभी.
And if you're trying to play on the fact that G2 have choked before, you want to start strong, not allow them to get the confidence.
Salvo's out through mid, that's G2. Slowing down a potential mid-take.
This is one of the reasons the ISO is so good. You can use that shield to be able to just gather ult orbs up and narrate. Once he ults, he always has an ult point back. It should be so simple to cycle these massive ultimates up.
Time to judge. Big struggle though so far for Sen. Now looking to make their way over towards A. Right? Take a peek. It's a double player held down. I mean, they were watching for it. They hear the sound cue from the shield. He only gets the 1. And every smoke, every option is watched for. Right now, Sen are just throwing anything at the wall, seeing what sticks with these lurk plays. TP committed. Leaf is wondering whereabouts these players could be. Rolling Thunder gives him the time for the drop down. Flash on top of it. Hell player back needed to win that fight out, and he still needs to hold it down even further. It's just 1 man. What can he do? Dodge at a flash. Quick turn to the side. Plant's still not down for them.
Chad, I think I should sleep.
Committed. Cosmic Divido forces them forwards into the fight and into the fray. And G2 are now aware of it. They know the possible positions. The IGL has you in his sights.
G2 are dismantling Sentinels. You see it in the rounds. Narrate just decides to pick a timing to apply his shield and swing C long. I mean, maybe just hoping that he would catch a solo Jorg holding the angle. And then Zekken does a very similar thing and just tries to find a timing into the B smoke. Both duelists lurking in this round. It's ranked-esque strategies, not what you expect from a team like Sentinels. But again, this is their permaban, so how much can you really judge them for the situation that they're in? They did an amazing job to get to map 5 here. But if they wanted a chance at victory with the benefit of hindsight, maybe it had to come on Fracture.
Yeah, just a little bit earlier.
Because this is looking tough. This looks like a team that doesn't have the depth in their map pool against an opponent that has got rid of Bind and Lotus. They're not going to be in these kind of spots too often. This only happens in grand finals.
It does. Just that best of 5 debuff that just occurs because when it gets drawn out to this point, like you've been mentioning, it comes down to the preparation. How deep does your map pool go? Of course, there's the mental resilience part of things, and Sen have got listen, they're not lacking that experience in that department. They've been in tenuous spots like this before, competing for titles, trophies in grand finals, but G2, they just want it more.
And they've prepped more here as well. And also they've had enough of the match to get their form back, I think. And especially for Trent. I've been so impressed with what he's put together in the last 2 maps. He's looked electric. I think he'd probably be my MVP so far of this match. Still plenty of rounds left to play though, and there's a chance that Narrate can come online. He's still at the top of the scoreboard. He's not playing too badly, but the whole team doesn't really seem to have a good idea of how to maximize his value. But he's got the ult.
Oh, Salvo fault line all being expended here, but that's a TP clone. Actually on top of the bricks. That's a ult narrowly avoided.
He got the clone, did he?
Sucking onto a couple of these players. Yeah, is that a clone play? Absurd reactions from Jordan. We're just anticipating it, but a clone in your face doesn't matter. No, he can't go and get out. It's traded in time. Bang at least gives them that. And a player advantage on top of it, but they haven't cleared. Valin backs to him. And quick reactions from Celsius. Make sure to watch that angle, but damage done to Bang. Wrapping around by Leaf. It's all about his timing, and they are doubled up towards short. Are doubled up, and he's, the player weak. Does he anticipate? The Celsius has cut it up into the corner. It's all about this timing, and the fight to be taken. Off-angle approach. And the player, the man, that has held his ground and stood up to many questions and challenges. Celsius delivers them around.
What a scrappy fight over there towards A-Long. Bang TPs himself on top of bricks, which was unexpected to start. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the midst of all of that, we saw a pretty sick outplay with Jorgamo using his clone to stop Narrate's ultimate. Didn't get them the round win though. Sen get 2.
That same A-lobby aggression used off the rip forces the slowdown for Sen. Not that they were looking to go into that direction anyway.
Recon Dart also used off the rip towards the back of the C site, which I don't really understand the value of for John. I'll have that back at the minute mark.
Upton back into trying to take control of some of these areas. There's a wall into the face of Zekken.
Narrate kind of wastes his shield here just to take garage control instead of, well, I mean, I guess he's applying pressure. He's kind of just acting as a distraction and a lurk. It's a weird way of using the ice, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to force that re-clear, which Leaf apparently not favored for. Valin, it's impeccable with the timing. I mean, Narrate, he's just not worried about it. He's trying to back himself out of the fight. Clone was used in mid, just pulls back that wall as well on top of it, but a salva's going to be used as that response, and Jorgamo ready to lock it down. He's got teammates at his back, and he's taking a fight straight to them. Flashes in their face, stuns the supplement, slow down the pace. The drone now has to be offloaded. Sen looking to get themselves in. It's a half clearance. It's a half clearance! Trent, he's just decimated them!
Beautiful distraction. You can't get past this guy. He's been unbelievable in these last couple maps. He's 12-3 currently. And he lit the world up on Fracture too. The defensive util that G2 have to work with here is barbaric.
I'm caging.
I mean, he's making a comment there that the cage was beautiful for him to play around despite it being thrown from Celsius, I think.
It's all smiles for G2.
All right, here's an exec, though, from Sen, on an eco, albeit.
And they need Narrate to lead that charge. It is an eco. Hold on, twist and turns. You're trying to break the ankles, but again, not quite the weaponry for it still. Man gets to one, swing through the cage. And Celsius has gone down anyway. It's rapid. And it feels like desperation at its core.
When you run those kind of fast hits, it does make it really easy for G2 to be able to find the right timings for their stuns, flashes, sucks, pulls, salvos. They've got everything. It's really tough. You can see why Sen are trying so much of this lurking, contacting style of play. But it makes their comp look so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Can John pull a rabbit out a hat in the world's most unlikely 1v3? Because otherwise, they've still only got 2 rounds out of 10.
There's no gun. He's got a util, but he doesn't want to reveal it. The only thing he's got going for him is that they don't know where he is. He's timing across to the drone, but, well, dart's in order, and Salvo's at your feet. Good luck crossing that boundary. Cosmic Divide even committed, shows a bit of respect, I think, that G2 were making sure to expend these ults, and they've got the crossfire set up. Jump spot. It's going to be dealt with.
It's okay. He drew out the Cosmic Divide. That's a win. But Sen needs some rounds at this point. G2 are running away with it. You're seeing that gap now between these two teams here on Haven. And they're going to have so many tools as well to use on the attack. This is not just a defense-sided comp. We've already seen when they play, you know, Split, for example, is one where this comp is really difficult to stop once it gets rolling.
So far, G2 though on track. Be grabbing that title, a trophy. It's eluded them and evaded them most of their careers. Here's aggression. Increase again with the tempo, but that's Bang just perched up on top of the staircase, and the angle unexpected for Jorgamo.
G2 feel like they have to make something happen here, because if they wait, Sentinels have got an enormous ult advantage. There's the Cypher ult.
Yeah. And it pushes back G2 when they were looking for another go of things outside the double doors. All up. Nerofef gives them the info. They know that A, that's just the one lurking for it, and Zekin's going to be gathering even more information. Thorn's popped off, but he doesn't care about that. Straight into the fight, Leaf. How cheeky do you want to get? Armageddon is going to be layered down onto these players as well, and it's created that window in the pocket. Still Zekin from behind, and he does wrangle his rifle just in time. It's 2 dropped. Zekin needed that. Needed to show himself up here still. He's stunned. Go to the corner and unaware of where Jonah P could be coming from. Wait a second, it's a 1v2. Drone not being used. Flash up and over towards the top, but tagged up. Jonah P forced to respect it. Cannot give these G2 players ins, and you can feel it now. Sen realize it. Offload and for the util. Doubled up. It's a good call to make.
Sen get another on the board. An 8-4 half could be possible. Could be. They would have to come out with some amazing game plans on the defense. Narrate's one away from getting ISO ult online. He can drag a player into a 1v1, but he doesn't want to go for Chocomo's clone again. You saw, I mean, this flood defend idea from G2. They have the Vice flash, and then Trent running through a smoke. Zekin had to do everything to stop it from working. Pryo has got to be getting that orb onto Narrate.
Need the ult. See if they can turn around in their favor. As you said, 8-4, maybe it's winnable if Sen are able to grab it. G2 called in for the reinforcements just early on over towards A, but now playing a bit more fluidly. Here the drone. Going to be used pound for pound out through mid as well. Both teams are going to be hunting for that information, and there's no orb in sight. Narrate just wants to try and take the fight straight to them. Maybe if he earns a kill, but that's a shield expended. He desperately needs this. He's forwards, taking the timing, matters into his own hands, but it's just going to be fading out. The duration and an ult of their own. Jorgamo is going to be using it, gathering it, and he sees it. Tip tap of the footsteps, Leaf cutting up close onto the corners. Unexpected here, and here's some chaos for you. Attempt to reclear it, forces Sen to slow down.
They've used Recon just to check spawn.
Yeah.
Narrate, even if he gets this ult orb, even if he gets the ult online, he doesn't have his shield because he wasted it earlier on.
That's what he would be hoping for. Any sort of advantage into this fight. Any information? It's an ult. A no-go. Everybody just cleanly out of the way. G2 now starts swarming, getting into position for this one. Forwards, double taking, just trying to get ahead of the curve as well as his setup occurs. Blind as anything, Valin. He's just running rings around him, but Zekin left to try and control the situation. But it's too much for even him. 9-3. It's where we stand.
दोस्तों मैं आ
The
गया.
last map here of our kickoff grand finals.
मैं आ चुका हूँ.
And G2 are going to be feeling calm, comfortable, confident. After a very nervous beginning to this BO5, I would imagine
9-3
might
हुआ.
get a chance. Might get a chance in the winner's interview with them to check.
देखो, मैं एक ऑनेस्ट चीज बता रहा हूँ. VCT अमेरिकाज में ना कभी भी 9-3 कोर्स से नहीं होता है. कभी भी 9-3 होता है तो जमापुर की टिकट होती है डायरेक्ट. अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि ये एक 13 ट्री होने वाला है दोस्तों. 13 ट्री या तो फिर मेरे कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब, देखो पिस्टल है ना, पिस्टल वो G2 से अच्छा कोई खेलता नहीं है. इसके पहले भी 8-4 हुआ था और वो फिर वन साइड कैसे जीती थी जीतू, तुम लोग को पता है। तो मेरे हिसाब से अगेन द चैंपियन ऑफ अमेरिकाज बिकम जीतू। दिस इज माय प्रेडिक्शन, बाकी तुम लोग को पता नहीं। तो ट्रॉफी लुक्स टॉटी, अरे किक ऑफ का ऐसा ही रहता है, टॉटी ही होता है, मतलब एज कम्पेयर टू द प्रीवियस ट्रॉफीज ये वाला ज़्यादा अच्छा है। मेरे को क्यों नल्ला बोल रहा है रे चिमड़िया? अरे मैं फैक्ट्स बोलते है बाबा। Then loses still don't matter, Bangkok जो जा ही रहे भाई, still don't matter मत बोल। Champion is champion, winning a championship, winning against G2 is G2.
This Valen-led team as well. They made sacrifices as well to stay together as a squad. They need this win desperately. You can feel it. And this time they're holding all the momentum.
G2 start में कितना डगमगाती हुई दिख रही थी ना, अभी पॉप ऑफ कर रही है भाई।
They were good enough for tier 1, the players.
अभी कुत्ता बना रही है।
Together in tier 2. One Ascension came in, have been in multiple finals here in Americas as well. And this is their best chance.
चलो, I hope इसके बाद में 5 घंटे की मुझे डीप स्लीप मिले भाई। डीप स्लीप।
Their only chance realistically at this point. Slight pause into the round at the beginning. GT were hoping that one of the 7 players might have been caught unaware with a flash play.
Zekan's gone for the gate crash. So super common for the Yoru to start the round over towards A and then have that gate crash on C if needed. And maybe that mid utility just baited it out when he could have held his ground a little longer. Sentinels have decided to play A for retake. And I think this is quite readable, because it's a pretty classic thing a Yoru Isu comp would want to go for.
G2 just
अकेला है बे।
up onto the angles. Not a huge amount of util expended.
आ रहा है सेंटिनल्स, अभी रोटेशन आ रहा है।
Now the smokes are going to be
तब तक लेकिन ये लोग साइड आ जाएंगे।
John dart against the backdrop into the wall, but that's a clone. Set your eyes towards this one here. A lot of util now.
They're falling back.
These Heaven players on top of that with a shock dart, and time has been bought. There's only 35 seconds left. In which direction are you going into? G2?
They're going back to Leaf.
It's a mad dash.
Leaf found
सी पूरा खाली है
enormous
इनके
gap
लिए।
in garage.
And Sen
G2 इसलिए जीत रही क्योंकि उनका क्लासिक बेस्ट है।
might be kicking themselves.
G2 से अच्छा क्लासिक मैंने देखा नहीं है भाई गेम में।
There's only 17 seconds left. They want to try and
इस
get
साल।
ahead of most of this year, but the vulnerable is going to push Leaf back. He did this job. He got the space for his team to try and get that plant down, and now goes into the retake.
नाग भी खुजा लिया उसने। दो फ्लैंक आ रहे भाई।
Trying to put a squeeze on them. Still a wall to deal with. Just the shoulder peeking out. Shots fired off as well. Calls made for G2. They want to try and take this full focus in towards the back of the site. Narrate to cracking one to try and open it up, and the issue force. Jorgamo pressing forwards.
GG.
But still these players, these bodies, as much as the advantage is found, it suddenly just turned all the way right around. G2, how are you managing this? It was all, I mean, it was looking so likely.
The double flank from Sentinels didn't clear Leaf. His Vice Wall got tripped and he tucked in a corner, and then Jonah came back to help. Jonah was just trading out. It's fundamental gameplay from G2. You see it here through his eyes. Other players die in front of him, but he's there to pick up the pieces. And it's pretty doomed for Sentinels. It's not even a large reaction here for Josh RT. At this point, it's the expected outcome for G2. They'll be savoring it, thinking about it. That trophy is within touching distance out there on the floor in front of them.
11-4 हो जाएगा। बट फिर उसके बाद में बैक टू बैक मैचेस जीतने पड़ेंगे, बैक टू बैक राउंड जीतने पड़ेंगे, जो कि नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल है G2 के अगेंस्ट एटलीस्ट। तो ऐसे GG।
No cracks in the armor that they can wedge open.
भाई मैं टट्टी करने गया ना, शायद उसकी वजह से 9-3 हो गया यार। I'm sorry bro. I'm sorry. I should have waited, chat.
Sprint to the finish line.
I should have waited And मैंने अपनी टट्टी दबानी
They're going to be waiting to get rifles online, hoping that they can do something, but this would be one hell of a comeback.
Bruh.
Jumping into that just to try to deny Jonah P the kill, because they do not want a Rolling Thunder available for the bonus. They're fine dying to Trent. So Sen have now got to get themselves into a spot where they can deny a bonus round,
आज दोपहर में VCT Pacific 1:30 को होगी और VCT EM ये 10:30 को तो जरूर आना दोस्तों क्योंकि मेजरिस्टिक गेम्स होने वाले वो भी
I thought maybe they'd drop one map here today, but Sen have pushed them much further. But these last two have looked comfortable, back to that easy style of Valorant.
Yeah. G2 rolled out the red carpet for themselves, man. It's looking like casual jaunt for them as they get ever closer to that 12th round. This is going to be the best chance in a while for Sen. You've got to do it multiple rounds in a row.
High-low setup here from Zelsis and Bang. Oh. Trying to deny the ult orb.
Tron clears. Well, he missed his way around. I mean, they just committed the aftershock anyway. Doesn't matter that they missed him. There's a C control and a TP deep up onto the side. Bang. Just trying to layer it down as well. A bit of recovery and fire is in order and necessary. But the rate has got to do it all.
Gaya game, Gaya.
Flick of the wrist just to try and dodge these dashes. And the flash is coming his way. 2 versus 3 though.
Trent low है, winnable तो है.
No problems there. And G2 getting ever closer. Flowing forwards, facing away. John QT. It's a lovely time to make a play, but it's going to need a little bit more. Dart revealing, bit of spam potential, but still they're going to try and take this one together.
भाई साहब क्या शेकी था भाई. Almost GG था, but then still बहुत महंगा था ये.
A John QT miracle.
ये बहुत महंगा है फिर भी.
11-4. It's still.
अगला राउंड easily हार सकते हैं Sentinel.
But with less than 30 health combined, they get it across the line. Don't exactly understand how. This round ended up going so badly wrong for G2. They were set up pretty for it. They're going to need more of that. They're going to need G2 to take their eyes off the prize.
Zelsis hype कर रहा है, बोलता है अभी भी हो सकता है, अभी भी हो सकता है. और John QT उसकी तरफ देख के बस हंस रहा है.
G2 group up for a first A, looking to maybe to get Trent the Armageddon, shut the door in their face.
They're waiting for Util, trying to refight after it's expended on Sen's side. Savo's do enough as well to clear it out, so...
Yeah, they just push everyone away from reinforcing bricks. So as long as you hard clear bricks, as Jorg is doing, you're not too worried. Reclear though for Sentinels.
Yeah.
It was working on split, can it work again?
They're going for it. Grouped up. Shield popped. Paints the picture.
Bro, क्या clear कर रहे लोग? Okay.
Despite how obvious it is, you have to hit back and you have to fight back. Sentinel's not willing to go down without a fight, not just yet. To escape from this one without giving away too many more kills because they have that player advantage.
Cautious and respectful from G2, just trying to control the aggression from Sen. Didn't want to take too many unnecessary risks, but now they're going to have to do something. Down 3v4. Using that to break the trip.
The drone partially avoided still. It's good, John just playing back.
They're still in the game, chat. They're still in the game, not done yet.
He's got the kill, he's played his life.
Individually.
No reason to overcomplicate it.
Individually, these initiator players on both teams are playing really well. Trent now, Armageddon online. I don't see how they could get this done. Should be Sentinels getting up to 5, especially because they're going to have full info on where these post-plant players are.
Did Zika miss the clearance? I'm not too sure. There's a dart. Rebounding round the back and spam into the smoke. They got to know and expect it. Yeah. So
ISO is a bad call.
Was essentially able to make that one just to walk in the park themselves. Sen.
T1 भी तो खेला रही थी भाई. T1 भी तो वीडियो खेल रहा था.
They're going to need many more of those. So many more of those. But Narrate didn't have a chance to use his ISO ultimate here. So he's still got that available. And in a larger macro sense as well, they haven't really been exploring what Zelsis is up to.
One round at a time, come on now.
Zelsis has been putting a trip garage and then a cam to also watch garage. So when the trip gets broken by Trent Salvos, he still has info. Now this round, they've swapped it over. and he's defending on A.
11-7
trying to
chat.
get value from the ISO ult
Potential
early.
11-7.
What is this? Decision making for Bang. He's forced to just make the decision right here now. Still, he knows that the players cross past that threshold.
Bruh.
And it is returned with a fire and a trade in sight. Bang dropped.
भाई क्या TP था वो?
Could have been an incredible play to make.
Oh, he missed his ult.
Shield, so he felt
Narrate missed his
the
ult.
ultimate and he just sent it too late.
It's gone.
On an area that G2 had already evacuated. He does look a little uncomfortable on the ISO. Been a while since he played Duelist.
G2 happy to run rings around them. Within the chaos, they might thrive, and they might even be able to get that thrifty win still. Okay, there's a dart that Hunter's Fury. So we're going to be used to stem the bleeding here for Sen.
2 ult यूज हुए ये राउंड में.
Play for this one to the retake. Give it a spam onto the
2 हुए,
just in
3 हुए
case.
chat.
Trying to time it right.
2 हुए.
They're not thinking about
Okay,
this.
3 हुए ults used.
Completely caught unaware.
Yeah.
और ये उनका low by था by the way.
Bala steps forwards, only earns himself the one, but Sight given up. Zekin with the rifle. Locks it all the way
तो
down.
11-7 का तो मुश्किल लग रहा है. 11 तो है ठीक है.
G2, they are 2 rounds away from getting that elusive trophy, and yet Sen are starting to put the rounds together. That's now 3 retakes. 3
अभी I guess time out आएगा.
And what a play for Bang to begin the round. I mean, you can see him stuck, not used to that. Had to make a decision. These are the last of G2's reserves. The piggy bank, it's running dry. Probably they're going to run a fast round here because Jorgamo has the Yoru ult online.
Yeah.
Sen should be able to read that.
They should. But we'll find out and we'll see. It's 2 players lined up out towards mid.
अगर round buy नहीं है G2 का. वो Yoru को spot ही नहीं किया वो.
Gonna be calling for the pings as well. Dart, fault line, an attempt from Jorgamo. He's got to worry, and he seems to expect that play was occurring. The squeeze, trying to turn it onto him. Still, it's all the way out through C. You got Util out into the hands and Narrate with a shield. Can't overstep himself here. He goes into the Thorns, he loses it anyway, but the duration
Wow,
just
that's
great.
incredible.
It's a nice little Util combo still. They're not out of danger just yet. G2
they
have
इसलिए
control of
ISO
this
use
one.
कर रहे हैं most probably ये लोग.
Util expended that paranoia, sweeps its way through. No play to take space though, not from Sen. I believe they're going to get stalled out, and they are. Slow down, re-clearance out into garage. Might just come down to these fights that are taken. Dart rebound. Zekun was almost alone when he's taking that one. And these players are falling. Sen to do a lot here. Clearing the way forwards. Jorgamo is low. The dash, or at least the flash, is going to be broken here. Cut it up. Leave cannot do it here. Leaving it down to Jorgamo. TP up on above. Jorgamo hears it. He expects it.
11-8 incoming chat.
They are doing it. Sen are bringing this one back. 5
अभी time out
seconds
लेंगे,
that they
right?
still had to play with there. The retake
That's 100%
coordination is great. The
time
vulnerability
out.
to the shock dart is lovely too. But the way that they're playing off each other and the spacing here, pretty brilliant. Bang and John Cutie even setting up the high-low.
कौन सबसे लंबा सूर लगाता है वो चल रहा है उनका.
Trent having 20 kills on the other side, and Sen still believe. G2 forced to take a tactical timeout. They're getting owned by these retakes, honestly. And it's strange because Leaf has Thorns down in the post plant. Narrate can't really get in with his shield. It's not the ISO that's necessarily providing all the value. It's the players coming in afterwards. And G2, I think, not quite setting up enough ideas for themselves.
ISO vulnerable, कोई भी vulnerable अगर होता है सामने वाला बंदा, तो अगर तुम्हारा एक बुलेट 40 देता है, एक केली लिखा है उसने, और तुम्हारा एक बुलेट 40 डैमेज देता है, तो vulnerable के बाद वो 80 देगा. तो similarly अगर सोवा का शॉक डार्ट 75 देता है, तो वो 150 देगा.
Exactly right here for G2. We know how much this means to them. Valens talked about it. They're confident coming into this season. They know that they're one of the best, if not the best team in Americas, but it's about how you prove it here and now in this grand finals. And for Sentinels themselves, listen, the mood has almost flipped. You wouldn't expect Sentinels to be down this many rounds with the way that they're acting after these rounds and the replays themselves. They know it's one round at a time.
At the same time, though, anything can happen. And these eco situations are often where the team with lower economy just throws caution to the wind. Sen, though, look like they're set up pretty to deal with this.
Odin primed and ready. It's going to be a Thorns straight towards the back of the site. It's going to be cutting off the exit route. Sen, we'll see if they just try and hold their ground into it. That's a TP forwards. Dismissed. Narrate's there.
ऐसा अकेले नहीं टीपी किया उसके थ्रो करेगा G2 अभी
bit of danger dismissed and leaving Cypher utility with Zekken on the opposite side of the map to hold things down. I think G2 do need to be doing a bit more of this slow defaulting to get rid of Zelsys utility.
Through the back door, they're just looking for a plant at this point. Zelsys, okay, sidestep, Valen's there. Still forcing them back in the thorns. Sound cues are given off to G2, but it's just two players, what can they do? And it's accounted for, at least without angles. Zelsys wraps it all the way around. Leaf is right there behind them. Player down into mids, he's turned it into a 1v2. Up in the hands of Zekken. Spike, drop down. That's going to be the win conv here for Sentinels. Leaf does not expect it, surely not, and yeah. Zekken just creeps around the corner. Locked in.
11-8.
Ready to take this all the way if necessary.
5 rounds in a row. And the gap
11-3 से 11-8 आया.
G2 at this point barely in the lead, and certainly if they lose this round in a super precarious
ये decider है चैट अभी decider है.
They know that Zekken has an operator.
अगर G2 ये round जीतती है, so they're gonna win this. If they lose this, comeback is on.
But they have ults to work with. Does that break the trip? Yeah, it does. So no kill trip over towards A-Long.
Zekken contemplating whether they wanted to step up to this, but you don't know if they've taken up control towards A, and G2 have. Drone's going to be used in a forward position. Everybody grouped up. There is no pivot option here for G2. It's all in. They're sending it, flying forwards now. Steel Garden on top of it. Cut to the corner. Zekken! Zekken! Like a thief in the night. Inside the cage. He turned himself and his team an opening pick. Bang! Within that chaos, this man, of course, is going to be thriving. The windows of opportunities that are being created by his teammates. And they're ready to run this one all the way to another round win. 2 left to stand from G2. How often have these players been in this spot? Valen and Jonah P. The rate's gone. There's a dimensional drift now to set the pace and change the tide of the fight potentially, but Jonah P's in himself that roll in Thunder inside through short down to the 1v1.
Second ने मारा उसको भाई लेकिन 30 HP है Valen.
Tiniest of margins is what this lies on. Could it be 12 or could it be
Bro,
Sentinels?
no way Sen is losing this
once
way.
again, another round. John QT, there's no tap, there's no hiding it. It's half earned.
Nah.
He wants to stick
Nah,
it.
bro. Nah, bro. What a...
Punishes.
It's always these unexpected moments where the team in the lead somehow halts momentum. As a spot where Sen, I think, had a slam dunk retake. Jonah P was flashed up. Zekken's blind hit him full to the face and the rate was flanking short. I don't know how they whiffed that. I don't know how they weren't able to get the kill on the Professor. And then IGL, Valen takes it down. They're up to tournament point here in America's kickoff.
And all it's going to take is one. G2 playing empowered. There's passion behind them. Slow and steady, though. Not going to be losing track of the discipline that's led them this far in the best of 5 series. Zekken, he's forwards. He needs to respect that drone. He breaks it. TP's back out. There's danger there if he gets caught with a suppression, but reclear protocols of G2 now coming through.
Needs to be perfection from Sentinels. Somehow they've made me believe. It looked like they were so out of it. It looked like the trophy was already in G2's hands.
भाई मेरे को लगा mid fight हो रहा है.
Reclear, caught by the flash.
Not just in time, there's no threat behind it. Zelsys steps forwards. He's only got a stinger in hands. Sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for his team, but he's looking for mid-round information.
This is a disaster.
Sen have got the wrong idea completely on this one.
Entirely the wrong read. The
भाई Khelraay Sentinels. भाई Zelsys free fund में मरने वाला है लग रहा है.
One here, and he might just get timing by Leaf. This is brutal in garage.
What timing is he even looking for? Cosmic Divide drops it down. Trent going for the plant as well, and it has to be that retake by Sen. None the wiser, and they're only just going to realize it. They're going to be late to the party.
Bro, क्या time buy हो रहा है ये?
Down his garage control just to make it a little bit more easy onto the retake. And Leaf has taken it into a completely different direction. Time has already been burnt off the clock here. G2, this is their time to shine. The trophy that they've been hunting for.
All lies on this. The retake it coming through. Celsius watching for the flank. Leaf has been down.
निकाल लिया round.
The feed is filling up with blue. Jorgamo locking it down. Crash up to the corner.
Oh भाई निकाल लिया कैसे तो
round. Indeed, Sentinels. Not to be pushed back.
The retake attempt was so late, but so well orchestrated. The coordination from Sentinels, the spacing and the timing, it looks like last year.
नरेड का अल्ट लेकिन है ना काम नहीं कर रहा है मतलब he is not able to kill in these
relied so heavily on these retakes to get back.
एक बार गंदा हगा एक बार तो अल्ट किया बराबर से किया ही नहीं अभी देखते कैसा खेलता है
Narrate can't believe how easy that was. G2 broken economy. They had a tournament point.
Bro अभी भी इको है
4 chances down to 3.
ओ इको है G2 का
and honestly round 20 was the exception. Other than that, it's been domination from Sen on the defense side of Haven. G2 are going to have to pick themselves back up.
12-10.
The backside of this
potential 12-10 हो रहा है
damn hard. Money's not there for them, as you mentioned, and they've spoken about it in interviews. Going up against Sen, the 6th man has turned up. The crowd buff potentially active. It's a lot to overcome when you hear the stage vibrating. The roar of the crowd over every single misstep and mistake that you make on the stage.
If G2 allow themselves to dwell on that, then the choking question will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. If they do lose this with 4 tournament points, all of those same questions are going to come crashing down. The closer Sen get to overtime, the more G2 are going to be mentally out of the game. This round, you don't have to think about it too hard if you're G2.
आज सारे grand finales
Send it in a little bit, see if you can get some big ults online. Learn what you can, do what you can.
No guns, no hero vandal.
See if you can lock things up. But for Sentinels, they've got to be perfect, and that just isn't.
It's a missed opportunity at that. Bit of spam coming through onto either side of this one. The shield is immediately gone.
No way, right?
You're pulled into my world now, and Array wants to take this fight straight to them. Okay, rewarded. Shield online. Waits until the final moment. It's an aftershock as they were trying to predict that location. Array is the one to salvage the operation. Could have been Diane, could have gone wrong. But ultimately, it's Sentinels here.
Cleaning up a small error from
उन लोगों ने टाइम आउट लिया था वो ये राउंड के लिए लिया था
but no ISO ult for rifle rounds, forced to use it on the eco, and as flashy as that is, it's not necessarily a good thing. 2 more opportunities for G2 to close things out and storm the stage, hoist the trophy.
This could potentially be one of the hardest rounds that Sen have ever played. The ults are building. It's a fault line as the salvos postured and pushed them back. Dimensional drift to account for.
ये round Sen जीतती है तो उठ ही जाएगा.
Constant information from this. John forced to retreat as well, give up most of this. Now Zekin, he's still sticking around as an Armageddon. Cuts it up onto the one corner. Up through heaven as well.
पूरा side clear किया हुआ है.
Teleport is in spawn.
What options do they even have? I think they've seen it gliding straight past
John Cutie का ult है.
Senna grouping up. They're ready and waiting for this one. Valen with the plant, sticking. They're going to push it back. The Hunter's Fury is delayed.
It's
delayed.
Jorgamo,
he's into back lines.
What? वो TP किया CT.
He's tearing him a new one.
वो CT TP किया.
Left to do it just 3 left standing.
Was that a clone? Did he clone?
Coming through. The blinds are good, but the kills need to be better. And G2
GG.
will not be denied. It's a death knell tolls. And the Sentinels themselves, it all lands on their shoulders. A bang. One to be fine, but 2 more left standing.
One TP
G2.
ओला clone किया क्या?
They've been pushed, but a util
just
makes it almost impossible. TP forwards, 11 HP to his name. Jubilation for G2. The victory that eluded them. A title gained and garnered. Finally, they get their win in our grand finals of America's kickoff.
Congratulations to G2.
What a show, what a way.
Crazy game, what a game.
America's teams to Masters
भाई जगह मैंने क्या play बनाया last में.
G2 with that kickoff trophy to boot. Fair's fair. Sentinels got the one last year. And this year felt like in 2025, it was G2's time, but my God, were they tested?
Oh, yeah.
I thought we were going to see a cleaner victory. They hadn't dropped a map up until the grand finals, but Sen, even when they looked down and out on Haven, when it looked like they hadn't had enough practice with the comp, pushed G2 to their limits.
GG's to Sentinels, bro.
Did not make it easy for them. Not whatsoever.
Clear लोगे भाई, clear लोगे.
G2 are the ones here standing right
Clear
now.
लोगे.
And they are your America's Kickoff champions.
They've been waiting, denied this moment multiple times last year. Incredible. Had to show a lot more than they'll have
Gangster
wanted to.
लोग हैं भाई ये लोग,
Heading into a Masters event.
Gangster लोग ये लोग.
Some things to tighten up.
What a game, Chad. What a game. What a game. भाई लेकिन genuinely बताओ इतना entertaining game नहीं था ना ये. पहला वाला मैप बहुत अच्छा था. पहला वाला मैप में बहुत क्रेजी प्लेस, क्रेजी एम देखने मिल रहा था. जीजी's. चलो भाई लोग, निकलता हूँ, सो जाता हूँ अभी फट्टे. हमारी फर्स्ट एवर डुअल पीसी स्ट्रीम हुई आज. क्या बात है, मजबूत सोया स्ट्रीम में मैं, मजा आया. चलो 1:30 को VCT पैसिफिक. सी यू गाइज देयर. ग्रैंड फाइनल्स ऑफ VCT पैसिफिक. सी यू. आई ग झोप्स वाटल जाऊन. चला. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वॉचिंग. I'll catch you guys later, everyone. See ya. Bye-bye. Take rest. Wait, wait. चैट में शायद अपना है ना मेन पीसी, शायद मैं अपना मेन पीसी शट डाउन कर सकता हूँ और मेरा स्ट्रीम बंद नहीं होगा. लेट मी चेक. लेकिन मेरा कैमरा शायद स्विच ऑफ होएगा. रुका. कैमरा बंद होएगा मेरा, ठीक है. माइक, मेरा माइक भी बंद होएगा शायद. हाँ, मेरा माइक भी बंद होएगा, बट मेरी स्ट्रीम नहीं बंद होगी. ठीक है ना. चलो चलो, बाय बाय.